Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Excited to continue our trade deadline coverage here on the channel in day two of the week of the trade deadline yesterday. A little bit of a whirlwind, a lot of fun streaming during the day yesterday, and then, of course, a surprise stream last night covering the James Harden news. I do have a video up on the channel as well detailing possible packages and destinations for James Harden after reports came out from Shams Charania, Kelly Iko, and a few other reporters as well that Harden and the Clippers were working together on a possible landing spot. Appreciate everyone for stopping in early here today. Shout out to Dane. First comment on the stream today. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you have the notification bell on, not only for the YouTube channel, but then also for my Twitter as well, which you can see on the screen. Glad to have you in here, Dane, as well as Azan. Appreciate you, my man. Josh, glad to have you back in here. Demos, good morning for everyone and good afternoon for the Europeans. Shout out to all my European and international viewers. Comment where you're watching from right now. Let me know what country you are tuning in from, whether you're American or if you're watching from another country somewhere else in the world. Dane saying what's up to Josh. Azan says he's watching from Canada. Josh is watching from the Philippines. Very cool. Demos here says watching from Germany over here. Dirk Nowitzki, my favorite player of all time. Shout out to those Germans. Jay here says he's watching from Portugal. Appreciate you being back in here again, Jay, today. He is also saying go Blazers, excuse me. Smith says I'm feeling utilized. I'm feeling rejuvenated. Last night, I was going through it a little bit. Harden trade questions. I was up until about 3 in the morning Eastern time working on videos and working through destinations, possible landing spots. So it was a lot of fun. I'm very glad to have news, but a Harden trade was not on my docket this week. So Beam wants to know if we will get a Harden trade today. That is definitely possible. Although it seems like that will be something that probably drags on till later in the week. I'm thinking Wednesday or Thursday more likely than not. Kirk Golson, who's been watching the channel for a while, appreciate you, Kirk. He says, go Spurs, let's get a wing or power forward. And Mr. Ray, who's been watching the streams for a long time now, shout out to Mr. Ray. He says, hit that like button as you make your way in, folks. I've been sick the last couple of days, but your content is helping me get through it. Sheldon, hope you and your family are doing well, of course. Mr. Ray, appreciate you. I'm hoping I can be a nice light for you at this point. Hopefully you feel better by the end of the week as well. But glad that you're able to tune in. Sancho says, as a Sun Devil and Suns fan, how can we get Harden to my Suns? You know, that is a trade package I do want to talk about. Obviously played at Arizona State. A return to Arizona would be very nifty and cool. I do think it would actually be a very good fit in Phoenix's offense as well. Gabe says, what's up, brother? Glad to have you in the stream again today, Gabe. Scooby Snacks, welcome to the stream. He's watching over on Twitch. I am multi-streaming today on YouTube and Twitch both. Joshua says, no blockbuster trades so far, just Cavs and Kings. Yes, so far that is the case, but we still have multiple days left. The Saints says, yo, welcome to the stream, Saint. Twig Gaming says, morning, Sheldon. How do you feel about a Harden-Randall swap? I don't think that is the direction that Minnesota would opt for, especially since Chris Finch is such a big believer in Julius Randle. He coached him in New Orleans when Randle was a Pelican. Then Chris Finch obviously got the head coaching gig in Minnesota a couple years later, and then Randle was brought over in that Karl Anthony Towns trade. So I do think that Julius Randle more than likely will stay in Minnesota unless there is some ginormous Giannis trade materializing. Max says, thank you for the morning verse, Sheldon. Yes, sir, Max. Glad to have you here in the stream. Josh says, seems like the Clippers are going to pivot from Harden and Kawhi, according to Sam Amick. I tend to be a little cautious with sources if they're not specifically one of Mark Stein, Jordan Fisher, Shams Charania. But definitely appreciate your comment there. Mr. Ray says, international love. Yes, try and always bring a lot of positivity to this world. V-World says, sup, man, the best trade for us is to trade Harden with Atlanta, but Harden on Trey, how can't it be better? Well, Trae Young's in Washington now, so Atlanta I don't think is going to have interest in James Harden, to be completely honest. Lofo here says, what's good? Good morning, Lofo. Glad to have you back in here. He says, hope something happens today. Greetings from the Netherlands. Very cool to have people watching from the Netherlands. Volio here says, Bulgaria. Silent Lake says, let's go Pistons. Don't screw this up. The Saint says, it's 10:30 p.m. here watching from the other side of the Pacific. Well, very cool. Crazy to have you here. It's 13-hour time difference, which is absolutely crazy. It is 9:36 a.m. here for me on the East Coast in America. Jared says the grind doesn't stop for this man. Same time and place every year. No matter what's going on, no matter how busy I can get, I am going to carve out this week no matter what. I always put time aside to make sure that these streams, which are so important to me, they're so much fun as well to interact with you guys. So, Jared, glad to have you back in the streams again this year. Very curious to hear your thoughts on the Blazers-Bucks situation. I know you've shared your thoughts a lot with me in the past as well about those two teams especially. Joshua here says Harden getting older and paid too much money. Clippers need to get younger. That does seem like the direction they're going. Dane here says Harden is going to the Cavaliers because they need a lot of help. HM Doan says Harden Durant reunion. Definitely would like that for Houston. If they're able to get Van Vliet to sign off on that, which is the huge question. Hunter Iggy here says, any more news about the Charlotte Hornets? There was a little bit of news that the Hornets and Cavaliers have been in discussions on a potential Lonzo Ball move. So I did want to talk on something real quick. I saw this comment or this tweet on Twitter where people are making fun of James Harden always getting what he wants when it comes to trade requests and it never working out. And then I promptly quote tweeted that saying, here's the record since trading away Harden. Houston losing a lot. Brooklyn lost a lot. Philadelphia under 500 even with Joel Embiid. And Harden's record since requesting that initial trade from Houston. All this guy does is win. He wins a lot. He wins throughout the regular season. He's a constant playoff player. But sure, it hasn't worked out for Harden. Meanwhile, every single team he's left has been an absolute dumpster fire, and there's a reason he's requesting a trade. Is there a reason he's requesting one from LA? I do think it is about the salary perspective. I don't think that they're going to commit a lot of long-term money to him, which is what he wants at the end of his career. But it will make the Clippers, I think, slightly worse in the short term. John here says, good morning from New Jersey. Maury, don't duck the tax. The East is wide open. Totally understand that perspective, but after that Paul George suspension, I would be shocked if Daryl Morey and the 76ers do not stay in the tax. We'll see what obviously happens, but I would be shocked. Shout out to Derek Brooks. He's been watching the channel for a long while. Glad to have you in the streams again this year. Murderers Row, some of the best cities. Yes. Harden is making his world tour, of course. Appreciate you all for hopping in here. Make sure you hit that like button on the way into the stream today. Ed Brewington says, what's up? What's holding up a Sabonis trade to the Raptors' third team? Well, I don't necessarily know if anything's holding it up at this point either. If we jump over to Fanspo, we can look at a Kings deal with the Toronto Raptors. Obviously, Domantas Sabonis would be a really nice acquisition for the Toronto Raptors. I think would advance their team forward. The question is which salaries in return going back. It could be Emmanuel Quickley or it could be RJ Barrett. The Barrett-Pirtle pathway is the one that has continued to make some sense to me, at least from a roster standpoint for the Toronto Raptors and what they're giving up and getting back and everything. Devin Carter comes in the deal as well here. And then the Raptors give up their 2026 first rounder and maybe even this 2026 second rounder to the Kings, who are trying to get a little bit younger and kind of reshape their organization on the fly after the trade for DeAndre Hunter. Now, I don't love this trade for Sacramento. I think the Raptors are getting significantly better here, but we'll see if this actually comes to fruition. Mr. Ray says, always got to support good content, and this channel is nothing but good content. Appreciate you, my guy. Big time. Glad to have you in here. Matt here says, go Spurs, go from San Antonio. I agree. We need a power forward / 3-and-D wing. Every team's always in the market for that. I would definitely love to see San Antonio get active and make a move to improve their championship odds this year. Beam says, will there be a third team involved because Bogey, Chris Paul, and Kobe Brown and Harden are all gone? Yes, there's a few different ways that they could go about doing this. We will leave the Sacramento Kings in there for now because I do think they would be a possible 3-team team to include into a possible trade between, say, Cleveland, LA, and Sacramento. And if Harden is going to the Cavaliers, Darius Garland could be going to the Clippers. And if the Clippers want to try and stay competitive now, they could do something around Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan. In this case, we'll do Malik Monk, and we will send back Bogdan Bogdanovic to the Kings. Now, financially here, this would push the Clippers above the apron threshold where they want to be, so they would include another salary in this, possibly even Bradley Beal's salary, trade him to Sacramento in this deal as well, and it gives the Kings a lot of relief against the cap. Obviously, there would be some form of draft capital in here too, but essentially the Clippers turn Harden, Bogdanovic, and Beal's money into Garland and Monk. The Cavs walk out with James Harden like what's being reported, and then Bogdan Bogdanovic's expiring salary, because he has a team option, would go to the Sacramento Kings and give them flexibility and ultimately getting them off of this multi-year Malik Monk contract in the process after eating more salary in the DeAndre Hunter deal. Joshua Bell says, good morning, my man, from Colorado. As a Nuggets fan, would I be disappointed if all the Nuggets do is trade Hunter Tyson? What are your thoughts? So Denver's kind of in a tricky spot. We will talk about them here quickly because I do think there's a lot of important stuff to discuss. Let me clear off these other teams as well. If you look at Denver, they have a bunch of bigger salaries, right? You're looking at these four specifically, 4 players making over $20 million, 2 of them making over $45 million, which is a lot of money. You have the Zeke Naji contract, which I think the Nuggets would love to salary dump somewhere if they possibly could. But then the holdup really here is with Peyton Watson, who is an expiring rookie contract, which means he is headed toward restricted free agency. He's playing the best basketball of his career this season, and he could theoretically get paid. So the question here for the Nuggets is, do they try and trade Peyton Watson, attach him with Zeke Naji to get a player who's under contract for a multitude of years who could be a fit for them going forward, and it's a way to get out of Zeke Naji's money? Or do you lose Peyton Watson for next to nothing in free agency, or do you hope that an offer sheet's not that large for him and you can retain him? There's some real risk involved either way. Obviously Hunter Tyson, you could use that minimum salary to make a shift, but the issue is they don't really have draft pick control. They have their own picks in the even number years and then 2031, but because of the stepping rule, they can't actually trade any of these first other than swap options. So definitely a challenge for them to work through. Mark Geese here says, are the Lakers going to make a trade? I do expect them to make at least 1, maybe even 2 trades this week. Okay. I'm not going to show that because I don't think that's a valid source. Dutchington here says, any Rockets news? Not anything super definitive at this point, other than the fact that they are interested in Kobe White. We have pretty good reporting on that they would like to add Kobe White, but I do believe that a trade with the Los Angeles Clippers could be sensible as well. We have over 200 people watching live, by the way, right now, so shout out to everyone who is here tuning in. I'm going to check how we're doing on the likes as of right now, very early on in the stream, but we're already up to almost 40 likes. Let's see if we can get to 50 likes on the stream right now. That means just 12 of you awesome people have to go hit that like button. Legend of Cass here says, can you see any bench upgrades for the Hornets? Mark Stein reported Lonzo, but that's all we've heard. Lonzo, the Lonzo thing I think is pretty sensible for a few reasons, because you can look at the Hornets and the Cavaliers. Let me get to the Cavs. There we go. And the thing about Lonzo Ball's contract, it's got a team option for next year. So you could look at it as an expiring, but since they do have LaMelo, you could build a trade package here that makes some sense. This gives Cleveland a slight bit of salary relief, not anything super substantial, but it saves them a little bit of money, which is interesting. And the Hornets here get a pretty fair improvement onto their roster. I know Lonzo's not played well at all this year, but you'd have to assume that they'd be confident in his shooting talent and some of the value he could provide long-term if they do keep him, especially at a friendlier team number next to his brother. Outclass says, good morning, Sheldon. Any way Trey Murphy can get to San Antonio? It's not impossible. I just don't think it's overly likely. David here says, is Suggs available? I thought the Magic had replaced him already, and he is injury prone. Jalen Suggs, I don't think will get traded because he. I just would be very surprised if Jalen Suggs got dealt. To be honest with you, he's on a descending contract. I do think one of the big reasons Orlando made the move for Bane is because as Bane's contract ascends in value, Suggs's declines as it gets cheaper and cheaper every single year. So I would be pretty surprised if Suggs gets moved, especially this year. Savaya here says, watching from Sri Lanka, very cool. Gear Steer says, checking in from Lithuania. Let's go Cavs. Great to hear that. Glad to have you all in here today. Azuril says, Blazers can offer Sharp and Scoot plus Bucks picks. The issue with offering, so this is kind of a misconception here a little bit seemingly. Well, yes, they can trade Shaedon Sharp. He is a poison pill contract. So just for example, if you're trading him out, it only costs as an $8 million cap hit going out, but it counts as a $20 million cap hit coming in the trade framework. So it will be very difficult to trade him without a third or fourth team involved. So SP says, Superstar should know if you want to win a championship, you have to get traded to Toronto. Hey, it's the Kawhi Leonard route, right? We'll see what happens, but I do agree here with Kirk that the Blazers are not going to offer both Shaedon and Scoot in the trade. Jones here says, who wants Middleton? Trade, buyout, playout, contract, and walk. I think a real possibility would just be a buyout if he wants one, especially if, say, Giannis gets traded to Portland. The Wizards would be fine buying him out so that he could also go to Portland if that's what he wanted to do. But in the event that nothing happens, I don't think the Wizards would be mad about keeping him on their roster and keeping him around their young guys in the short term. The Shy wants to know if James Harden to the Cavs is a reality. It's a real possibility from all of the reporting right now. I think there's a lot of noise about that currently, and when there's noise, there's a reason why. And the Clippers and Cavaliers, I think there's a real possibility that these two teams work out a deal. What I would expect is something like this where there's going to be some very low level of second-round draft compensation accompanying James Harden on the way to Cleveland. The Clippers get drastically younger. The Cavaliers get a significant impact upgrade in the short term, albeit 10 years older. And they actually do save a little bit of money as well, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is for Cleveland, who is going to try and save every penny that they can. Ben says, so will there be any trades until the deadline? Yes, there will probably be at least one, maybe two trades today if I had to bet, and then probably a multitude of trades tomorrow. I would guess like 5 or 6, maybe 6 or 7. And then after that, there would be a bunch on the day of the deadline, thinking upwards of 12, 13 trades. So over under on 2 trades today, I would say probably under. I think 1.5 is a very good line though, because I could see either 1 or 2 trades ultimately going down. So appreciate you guys all being in here. Will says, good morning, Sheldon. What teams may be potential Jarrett Allen suitors, and what would the expected return for Jarrett Allen? I don't think Jarrett Allen's going to get traded, to be honest. If Harden's going to Cleveland, I think the Cavaliers would want to keep their pick and roll big man. Zach says, working from home this morning, so I can chill in the live a bit today. Appreciate you, Zach. Glad to have you in here. Zach's got some busy things to take care of when it comes to a possible Giannis trade. It's going to directly affect him, so to speak. Joshua says the Cavs are loaded at guard spots now. Yes, they have a lot of guards. They will very likely. I'm going to cover this again just because I'm sure that we have some different people in the stream today that did not get to see yesterday some of the stuff we talked about. But Cleveland is over the second apron. They're the only second apron team in the NBA as of right now. And if they were to, say, salary dump Dennis Schroder to Brooklyn with a second-round pick, this would get them out of the second apron completely. Look at that. Big W here. And it would give the Nets a small asset for eating Dennis Schroeder's salary. So I could see both sides involved here interested in this. Jay Gill says, you mentioned yesterday if the Blazers don't get Giannis, you mentioned Grant and Time Lord to the Kings for Sabonis. Why would Blazers do that? How does Sabonis fit with Klingon? The idea here is that Sabonis would be on the floor every time that Klingon's not, and then Klingon would be on the floor when Sabonis isn't. So you can play them both. Like you're playing Klingon 20 to 24 minutes, and then Sabonis is playing 28 to 24 minutes, depending on foul trouble, all that stuff. The idea is you'd have 48 minutes of very, very good center play, and they both stylistically fit in the way that the Blazers want to play, which is a trail big, DHO hub, play off the top of the key, and play make a little bit. And it's a talent grab for cheap. So getting off of Jeremy Grant's contract is already very valuable. This saves the Kings money next season on their cap table as well. And then Time Lord goes in this deal. So financially here, you're looking at, the Kings are actually dipping into the tax here. So you'd probably have to send back another small player back in this deal. It could be Eubanks even. We'll just trade him to the Blazers. That should keep Sacramento out of the tax. On the Blazers here, the question is, what would this asset be? I don't know. It kind of depends here, but it could be that Orlando first, but I don't know if they would. There would be some form of draft capital here. I don't think the Kings just make this trade to make it, but this is a package that I think would be fairly sensible for Portland to at least consider if they can't get Giannis. The Twig Gaming channel here says Devin Carter getting passed around in trade talks like a young Dennis Schroder. Schroder, he's been traded so many times in his career. Devin Carter is a guy that might be looking for a different possibility for his career as well. The Kings are really good at trading young guards. That's their specialty. The Shy here says, are my Bulls doing anything? Probably not. I do expect Chicago to be active at this deadline. And it might not be for huge, massive blockbuster trades, but if you look at the number of expiring salaries they have, here's Nikola Vucevic, you have Zach Collins expiring, you have Kevin Huerter's expiring, Kobe White's expiring, you have Ayo Dosunmu's expiring contract, you have Dario Saric, who they just acquired, you have Dalen Terry's expiring. They could be very active in either eating bad contracts. We already saw them do that once with Dario Saric to pick up a couple of second-round picks. They could be active in a number of different ways to try and upgrade the short-term version of their roster, but I don't expect that as much. I think, you're looking at some long-term moves. One that I do like quite a bit. If Golden State doesn't land Giannis Antetokounmpo, could they build something around Jonathan Kuminga to Chicago for Vucevic, and the Bulls, who just got a couple of second-round picks in a trade? Are they willing to give up 1 or 2 seconds in this process as well to get Kuminga to Chicago? I think there's something here that is fairly sensible for both sides. So that's one that I do still continue to like. Jared here says Blazers are solid, just stuck in a stacked West. I think the Bucks can actually sell a lot of assets and be set up decently for the future. Giannis, Turner, and Portis should all get good returns back. I do agree with you, Jared, especially on that Bucks perspective. The speaker says no one in the right mind should trade for Sabonis unless there is literally no one else there. Losing player. I don't think he's been a losing player. He's won a decent number of games in his career. He just happens to be playing for the Sacramento Kings. Remember, he got the Kings to the 3 seed. And then they signed DeMar DeRozan. And traded a first-rounder for him in that signing trade, by the way. Lenny Sanders says, do Bulls make a trade, and who do they get, do you think? Well, Kuminga's one option. Otherwise, if we look at a deal with someone like, say, Minnesota, we could build a package here around Kobe White and Dalen Terry's salaries. And in return, the Bulls would get Mike Conley. They would get Rob Dillingham and a few second-round picks as well from the Minnesota Timberwolves. So something like this, I think, would be fairly sensible. It gives the Bulls a couple of extra second-round assets. They've already acquired a couple for eating Dario Saric's salary this year. They get off Kobe White's expiring, and they get a young former top 10 pick in Rob Dillingham to experiment with, see if they can help bring out some of that development for him. Arno Dill says, anything happen? Nothing definitive yet, but we did have the news last night. I will go over to Twitter here for you guys. We had the news last night that James Harden and the LA Clippers are working together to potentially find a trade for him which was obviously such a huge bit of news for us yesterday. One that definitely shakes things up in a big way. Kirk here says if Blazers strike out DeRozan cheaper, better contract and position. I mean, they could. Scooby Snack says, check your Twitter, sir. Let's see what I've got. Okay, Donovan Mitchell is unlikely to sign an extension in Cleveland if they have another early playoff exit this year. Cavaliers know they're facing a huge decision this summer. So definitely big news there. Thank you, Jalen, for tagging me in that. Let's see over here, Scooby Snacks. Cleveland Cavaliers are exploring trades involving Jarrett Allen per Sam Amick. So again, I don't know. It's like I would just be very surprised. I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of functionality to that. I don't know. I think there's better pathways for Cleveland than trading away Jarrett Allen. But if they trade Jarrett Allen, some team's going to be very happy. Thank you for tagging me in that. In the Weed says Drew is far more useful than DeRozan. Tyler says Southern Illinois here, go Bulls, get Giannis. A little bit of wishful thinking there for Chicago, but Tyler, glad to have you in the stream once again today. I know you really enjoyed yesterday's, so very glad to have you back in here, my man. Deet here says, could the Nuggets trade Cam Johnson? Hypothetically, they could, but I would be very shocked if they actually do. Appreciate it's Quay for the follow over on Twitter. If you guys go follow right now, I will show your profile quickly on the stream. SC Arisen says, if the Wolves do push their chips in for Giannis, they're looking for third teams. What would it take for Detroit to get McDaniels or Dante out of that deal? I would like for them to get one of either of those guys. It would probably cost 1 or 2 first-round picks at minimum. The issue is, again, Portland would just be the more likely team to get involved there because they have Milwaukee's picks. But I would love it for Detroit if they could. Thank you to Asher Raleigh for the super chat. First one of the day. Let's get some W's in the chat for Asher Raleigh. Appreciate you big time for the super chat. Says, what do you think the Raptors do? I think Toronto will be heavily involved in a potential pursuit of either Giannis Antetokounmpo, which they've been kind of a dark horse team I haven't talked about a ton, but they would make some sense. And then specifically Domantas Sabonis continues to be the name that makes a lot of sense to me as a possible option for them to consider. So Asher Raleigh, appreciate you a ton here. Thank you for the super chat today. 7109 and $2 super chat. So appreciate you a lot, Asher Raleigh. Glad to have you in here. And great question about the Toronto Raptors. Melting into air says, shouldn't Charlotte try to get Schroder? He could definitely fit them as another ball handler guard option, but I don't think Charlotte's going to be super overly aggressive, especially since Schroder is on a long-term contract. There is going to be some challenges there with that. So remember over on Twitter, @_utility sports. Gabe says, man, I know I talk about the Pistons a lot, but I'm nervous we're not going to get anything we need. Really hope I'm wrong, but just doesn't seem like anybody's going to want what we offer. I mean, they have their draft picks, so even if it's not this year, I don't think you have to worry about pushing all of the chips in right now necessarily. Taquan here says, how about Brooklyn? Let's go over to the trade machine quick. The Brooklyn Nets. One of the best things Brooklyn has is this $15 million of cap space right here. And that gives them the ability to eat a contract. For example, Orlando, who is going to want to salary dump Jonathan Isaac. How many second-round picks could you get for eating Isaac's salary? Maybe 2, right? If you do something like this and you completely help Orlando get out of the tax completely here, and if we look at the financial breakdown, now the Magic are out of the tax. This delays their repeater tax for a couple of seasons, which is huge. It gives them some extra space against the aprons next year. Very valuable trade for Orlando, even though they're getting nothing back in return. And then also in the process, they would open up a trade exception that they could use theoretically this year to get a different player back. And then they could get out of Isaac's money altogether. So Alexander here says Giannis to the Wolves. I think there is some feasibility to that, although just not the most likely situation given the fact that Minnesota can't really offer a ton of draft picks because of the Stepien rule. So you're looking at more of a package that is laden with players like Jaden McDaniels or Julius Randle, Naz Reid, Mike Conley, whatever that combination would look like, Rob Dillingham. There are some options for sure for them, but it would be a more player-laden trade offer. We are up to 86 likes on the stream already today, guys. Appreciate you all so much for being in here. Gear here says, what's the likelihood of a Jarrett Allen trade and to where? I would think very unlikely, even though there's a lot of reports. Zach says, do you see a Mathurin for a center deal being done? I do actually expect there to be some form of deal because I think Indiana is very smart. I think their front office realizes what they have and don't have in in Benedict Mathurin. And a trade with the New Orleans Pelicans still seems to be one of the most sensible outcomes here, where you can build a trade around these two salaries. This keeps New Orleans out of the tax here, and it gets them a player like Benedict Mathurin. The Indiana Pacers get a young player in Hawkins who they could remove next year using his salary in a bigger kind of aggregated trade with other pieces. And then Yves Missi would be someone they would want to keep around when Halliburton is back healthy. John's here says, any possibility of Simons to Toronto? We need shooters. We are dead last in the league three-point shooting-wise. If you're talking about Anthony Simons, I do think he will get traded, although I don't see it being to the Toronto Raptors because I don't see anything here that Boston would explicitly want because Emmanuel Quickley is on a huge salary, a bigger salary than Anthony Simons for a lot longer than Simons. And RJ Barrett, I just don't see this being super functional unless the only real pathway here is if either a team like Brooklyn or Milwaukee is willing to allow Simons, where Simons, instead of getting traded to Milwaukee, would go to Toronto, Miles Turner would go to Boston in this deal, and then Emmanuel Quickley goes to the Bucks. The Raptors give up a first here to get off of Emmanuel Quickley's contract. The Celtics give up a first to get Miles Turner, and then another salary has to be in here. So we are going to include in this deal Ochai Agbaji to Milwaukee as well. So something like this. The Raptors save themselves a good deal of money. Actually, a very significant. This gets them significantly below the tax even. The Celtics save a little bit of money. They're still a first apron team, but they can make another move to dip below. And then in this deal, the Bucks get a couple of firsts. So not a bad idea. The rationale here is the salary. So we'd have to add another player, obviously. I don't know how I messed that up, but we'll just put Bobby Portis to the Raptors for now. This should be close enough to work. There we go. Much better. But a deal like that is a possibility. So Middleton is definitely a real buyout candidate. Yep. Kirk says, my dream prayer trading for Giannis, signing Middleton, and then Drew stays. Chopper wants to know when the deadline is. The deadline is Thursday, February 5th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. I have a timer going for it. Let me put this up on the stream real quick. We are 52 hours away from the trade deadline. Andy Cruz says, when has there been 15 trades in a day? 2 or 3 trade deadlines ago. There was one on, I think there was a 17 trade day on the trade deadline. Now, not every trade is ginormous. A lot of them people forget about, even like salary dumps and second round pick exchanges. Remember, there was a time where Jay Crowder got traded for 5 second rounders. So, and that was John Horst, by the way. Shout out to the Milwaukee Bucks. You want to know why they're in the position they're in right now? There you go. Shai says the Bulls are the worst front office in the league. No, don't worry. The Milwaukee Bucks exist. Gator fan says Ousmane Dieng for Marvin Bagley makes sense for OKC. The Wizards and Thunder have made a few trades together recently. We can pull that up. The biggest thing here, the Wizards obviously hired Will Dawkins, who came from Oklahoma City, so there are some of those relationships from front office to front office. When you do look at Marvin Bagley, the issue here is financially this doesn't work because Ousmane Dieng makes $4 million more. So is this what's probably happening here? Let me check the Wizards trade exceptions. Yeah, so they theoretically could take him into the Valanciunas trade exception, actually. So that does work. I forgot about their trade exceptions for a second, even though I literally have a ticker down at the bottom with notable trade exceptions. And the first one is that Wizards one. So I don't know how I forgot that, but that's what happens sometimes when you're streaming live and people are asking you questions. You forget something here and there. So there you go. But yes, that does genuinely work, and it would give the Wizards a chance to see what Ousmane Dieng could be for them. I know Will Dawkins was a fan of his, and then the Thunder get a front court player who is slightly better. Norrin Rat says, "Sup, Sheldon, loved your mock draft. Glad it's trade season." Yes, mock draft came out today. James Harden trade video came out today. I have been grinding. I hope you guys are enjoying all of the content. Appreciate you big time, Norrin, for being in here again. We have a $5 super chat here from Unholy Trini. Let's get some W's for Trini in the comment section down below. I want to see those W's flying in very fast, very quick here for her. Shout out to Trini. Let's get this in the donor section as well. $5. There we go. Unholy Trini with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Trini. Says, good morning. For the Spurs, who's our best option? Aldama, Collins, or Portis when considering what it will take to get them plus their contract? So let's talk about San Antonio. There's a lot of solid options for them on the marketplace if they want to be semi-aggressive and slightly improve their team. We'll start with that Portis contract specifically, because I do think, again, we have a pretty good idea that the Bucks will be operating as sellers to some extent. So Bobby Portis to the Spurs for Kelly Olynyk's expiring salary. This is a perfect dollar-for-dollar swap, by the way, which, again, I think makes it even more likely. You have this 2026 second, and depending on how badly Milwaukee wants assets for him, like what they're demanding, this is probably like the most you'd have to give up is 2 second-round picks. And you get Bobby Portis, which would, I do think, help the Spurs short-term. Bobby Portis having an okay season for himself again. So that's definitely an option. I don't think it's a bad option either. Then you look at Santi Aldama, and I do think this would be a very, very good addition for them because Santi Aldama is awesome. He has played in 42 games this year. He's averaging 14 points, 35% from three, 48% from the field. Really good player. Really good player. And if you get him, especially the fact that he just signed a new contract this past year with a team option, he's on a cost-controlled deal moving forward. So you're looking at Aldama to the Spurs. Kelly Olynyk would be one of the salaries there. You would have to assume that there would be some interest for Memphis to land Jeremy Sohan in this deal, and then we're going to just throw in a minimum contract on the way back here. The question is which one, because the Grizzlies do have a lot of really solid young minimum players, so maybe we don't even include one right now because the deal just from a financial perspective does work. And then I do think you are looking at giving up a first-round pick in this trade probably. So the Spurs would not want it to be this Atlanta first. So maybe they trade the swap rights here in 2028 from Boston. Something like this. Grizzlies get 1 first-round pick. The Spurs get Santi Aldama. I think it's a pretty solid offer. One that would probably land you Santi if you really want him. The question is that better than just trading for Bobby Portis and not giving up a first? I don't know. It's like I'm kind of on the cusp beside either point because Aldama I do think is a better fit and definitely a better player than Bobby Portis. But I also think that giving up a first-round pick is a little riskier and something that the Spurs might not actually want to do. So now here says, please Lakers put some defense around Luka. Danny No Mouse says, I wonder if Harden and Giannis get moved by Thursday. I do think they both will. Glad to have everybody in here. I'm trying to get through every single comment. Devin here says, feels like people are sleeping on the Harden fit in Cleveland. 40 mil is kind of a lot for Garland. No, I do think, again, I agree with you, Devin, first of all, that Harden would fit very well with the Cavaliers, especially if they are keeping Jarrett Allen, which is what I would presume they would be doing if they're getting James Harden to Cleveland. Funny enough, Jared Allen got to Cleveland by the original James Harden to Brooklyn trade. So kind of a funny full circle story there. And if Garland does go back, obviously there'd be some form of small draft capital one way or another here for sure. But in this deal, I do think this makes the Cavaliers a lot better. Garland's making a lot of money, and he's not been readily available a lot of the time. He is he's played just 26 games this year. Last year, he played the most games of his career at 75, but then before that, he was at 57 games the year prior. So you are looking at someone who has some availability concerns and is on a big contract, but I definitely think the Clippers would be interested in this, getting 10 years younger in a deal. Donald says Brooklyn will not eat 3 years of Schroder contract just for 1 second. One thing I do want to show you quick. They ate this contract last year for a pick in the 20s. So I don't know, dude. I don't think you can really justify your position when this is a reality. When they got this guy for a pick 24, was it pick 28? It was one of their first that became one of either Danny Wolf or Ben Sarath. But I don't think your perspective is accurate given how willing they were to eat Terrence Mann's contract, which is worse than Dennis Schroeder's contract, because Mann is worse than Schroeder and it is even more expensive. So Brendan here says, who will be the best player on the buyout market? Well, one of them's already out there in Javon Carter. He got released by the Bulls the other night. He is a solid player for sure. There's going to be, it really depends on what happens. The buyout market's always tricky to me because there's not a lot of great options. There's a reason teams are willing to buy out players. So the speaker says they are, but the Kings might be certified idiots. Yeah, Sacramento's in that race for poor front office. Scotty Skills says, makes no sense if we trade Sabonis for Pirtle's contract. It's got like 5 years left. They would have to throw in at least 2 firsts. Well, here's the thing. Even if you look at Pirtle's contract, it's significantly cheaper. It's $20 million cheaper than Sabonis. Now, Sabonis is way better. I'm not saying that I would want Jakob Poeltl, but it's not like the Kings have all this optionality, to be honest. Sanic said, today is the day I first watched your content, 2022 NBA trade deadline. 4 years later, still here and still going strong. Keep it up, man. Appreciate you, Sanic. Glad to have you in here, my man, again this year. Theater Angel says, Garland signed that deal back when you just gave away money to your young players after the rookie deal and before his feet stopped working. Yeah, that is one of the things. JV Hammer says, when is the deadline, Sir Utility? The trade deadline is Thursday, February 5th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Bulls are hamstrung by ownership and ticket sales. They never want to get too far back as far as tanking. That is a reality for them. Heinrich here says, did any trades happen, Sheldon? No official trades yet, but we did get the reminder, the news that James Harden is potentially on his way out. One other little bit of news. Najee Marshall says that he hopes to spend the rest of his career alongside Cooper Flagg with the Dallas Mavericks because he thinks Cooper Flagg is going to create history. But I do think, again, just the news here on James Harden is very important to make sure you guys are fully aware of. Here's a report. This one we've talked about. Number one is funny. Here were my best fits as of last night off the top of my head, right when the news broke. My favorite fits for James Harden were the Houston Rockets, Minnesota Timberwolves, Cleveland Cavaliers, and then the Toronto Raptors. Josh says, just watch your Giannis trade for 29 teams, and which of these seems to be the most likely to happen? Again, I'm still between Portland and Golden State as the most likely. Dalton, welcome to the stream, Dalton. He says, how likely is it for Harden to go to the Cavaliers? If/when he does, I'm trading Donovan Mitchell in fantasy. Funny there. I do think there's a pretty decent likelihood, probably 40% likelihood he ends up in Cleveland based on where the reporting's at right now. Don't hold me to that, though. Jimmy says, I hope the Raptors don't trade for Sabonis. Interesting perspective. Mr. Ray says, let's hit 100 likes. Let's see how many likes we're up to now. We are at 113, so let's aim for 140. I know we can get there. Love seeing all those W's fly in for Asher Ali. NBAJ says, how do you think that the Cavs could get LeBron to take a salary that matches Allen's? And they could send Allen to the Lakers and LeBron to the Cavs. You know what? Let's do it. Cleveland, Lakers, Clippers. Let's do it, boys. Jared Allen to the Lakers. We are going to send Darius Garland to the Clippers. We are going to send James Harden to the Cavaliers. We are going to send LeBron James to the Cavaliers. Now, the tricky thing here is they have a lot of money coming in. A lot of money. So in order to do this, we are going to need to get the Brooklyn Nets on the phone, because by rule for the Cavaliers to aggregate salaries in a deal, which is what this is, they have to dip below the tax or below the second apron. So Dennis Schroeder's a net. We are going to send Max Strus to the Lakers here in this deal, as well as Lonzo Ball back to the Lakers. Financially, I mean, we're getting relatively close here. It doesn't necessarily even have to be Lonzo. It could be something less than Lonzo salary-wise. Like Dean Wade would be someone the Lakers would want. The question here now, whoops, I'm not even sharing screen. There you go. There you go. So this is crazy. So Garland to the Clippers. We're going to send a couple of these second rounders to the Cavaliers as well. Trade to Cavs. Trade to Cavs. Now in this Lakers first, we are going to give up this 2031 first. The one that sends LeBron back to Cleveland. That would go with, as well as this pick, because getting Jared Allen is really awesome for the Los Angeles Lakers. And in this deal, they're also getting Max Strus. The question is, what other money do we want now at this spot? And I do think Lonzo to the Lakers and Dean Wade to the Lakers. This financially works. Is it sensible? I don't know. We would need the Cavaliers to give up a couple of seconds, 1 or 2 seconds to the Brooklyn Nets to eat that Schroder contract. But this does financially work. I mean, what do you guys think? I don't know, man. I don't know. United, don't spam, okay? I will get to your comment, okay? I know I'm a little bit behind, but we are talking about all these possibilities, all these trades. And I think this is one that I want to tweet even. Let me know down in the comment section right now below what you think about this 4-team trade. It is a doozy. Who says no? Let me know down in the comment section. Harden to Detroit, please, says wake up over here on Twitter. Appreciate you guys all so much. NBA J says great show. Appreciate you, my guy. Andy Cruz says Sohan to Phoenix. Let's take a look at a possible Suns deal. I do want to stay first on the Clippers and work with the Phoenix Suns here very quickly. Because a return to Arizona would be awesome for James Harden. Played his college basketball at Arizona State. Could Jalen Green be a headliner in a deal? Perhaps, right? Maybe you're looking at something like this. And then in this deal as well, maybe you attach someone like Nick Richards. A deal like this is kind of interesting, honestly. I do think this makes Phoenix a lot better right now. But it gives the Clippers a young guy who can put the ball in the hoop in Jalen Green, hoping he can get healthy, stay healthy this season. I don't know. Wanted to look at that, see what I thought. And if we are staying on the topic of the Phoenix Suns, let's go look at a Spurs-Sohan trade where Sohan would end up in Phoenix. And then it comes down to, okay, what are the Spurs getting back? Are you doing something like Grayson Allen? You know, maybe Kelly Olynyk and Jeremy Sohan for Grayson Allen and Probably, where is he? Nick Richards. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't love it for Phoenix, but definitely an idea. United wants to know if the Celtics will make a trade. Yes, I definitely think they will. They have this huge Anthony Simons expiring salary, which I could see them working with either Brooklyn or Milwaukee, specifically where Simons goes to the Nets and Nick Claxton would return to Boston. And in the process, the Celtics would give up a first and maybe even a second round pick, some meaningful draft capital to Brooklyn, and they turn Anthony Simons into a starting caliber center. It's Quay wants to know if I think the Spurs do anything before the deadline. I definitely do. I think that they will do something probably around the salary slots of Kelly Olynyk and Jeremy Sochan, who we have talked about the most at this point in time. Appreciate you guys all for being in here. We have 450 people watching live right now, which is super sweet. Make sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Very, very happy to be live right now with you guys all hanging out. Super awesome time, and I am very, very grateful for all of you individuals who make this community so special. Very glad to be talking some trades with you guys. Luca RM here wants to know, what are some realistic trades the Lakers could do? Is Claxton a possibility? So Claxton is a little bit challenging, I'll be completely honest, because Claxton's $25.3 million salary, especially for the Lakers, who are hard capped at the first apron. This is really important. And they have less than $1 million of space until that apron number. So it's very difficult to get to a trade for Claxton that works unless you're using Rui Hachimura's salary, which they could theoretically do, but then again, you're carving out one of your top 6 players for an upgrade, which is still useful, right? But what I would really love for the Lakers to do is to try and turn these 2 salary slots, Gabe Vincent and Maxi Kleber, into 1 or 2 players who can actually play for you and give you something in a playoff series. Now, that's hard to accomplish, but something like this here, you're putting together a package where you're able to get to the money here for Nick Claxton, but it's very difficult to actually do this because you would need to then fill roster spots after the fact. They would need to sign 2 players to get to the minimum roster size. Drew Timme could get definitely converted, but the issue is you're still going to run into that first apron hard cap issue unless they salary dump someone else and then make a kind of small move on the margins to get there. But the financial component here is a really big deal, which is why I don't think the Nick Claxton trade is super easy to navigate unless you do include Rui Hachimura. And if you include Rui, then you can maybe get even another player back like a Day'Ron Sharpe here. And then maybe the Lakers give up their 2031 first and 2032 second. And, it's really the best stuff that they have to offer. And they have enough money to take in even another young player or something in here too if they wanted to. But just for the sake of the deal, this is what it would look like possibly, where Lakers get 2 bigs. They also do have Ayton's contract, right, where they could maybe go back out and try and trade DeAndre Ayton, but he only makes $8.1 million. So it's a little tricky to make that work. But that's one of the options for the Lakers. Another team that I think could make sense for them to work with is Milwaukee. But again, you have a similar size contract, so similar issues there financially to overcome and work through. It's been long reported that Nick Richards could be an option for the Lakers. If they did that, it could be something even like Dalton Connect for Nick Richards. And then in the process, the Suns would give up a second round pick or 2 even in this. But this would help the Suns duck below the tax as well, which would be a very nice little impact for Phoenix. So they would shave some money, get a player in Dalton Connect who could actually play for them a little bit probably, and then the Lakers, they get a big man and some second-round capital to move at a later date. So which team is most likely to land Kobe White? I really think it is a 3-team race right now. The Clippers could be a team involved. The Minnesota Timberwolves, I think, have a very, very good shot at getting him. And then the other team that I think would be in the mix would be the Houston Rockets. One of those 3 teams will land Kobe, in my opinion, and I do expect it to be Minnesota. Trey here says, as much as I want Stone to make moves for the team, I have a feeling he's just going to see what's on the buyout market. Could see him going for Lonzo Ball if bought out. Lonzo or Javon Carter. Javon Carter, I think, would be a really nice pickup for Houston. Hindu says, will the Celtics make a trade? Yes, I do believe so. Daniel says, what do teams like the Nets, OKC actually do with all these picks? How do picks hurt development? I don't think necessarily picks hurt development. I think it opens up flexibility. And what we're going to see Oklahoma City do is probably trade some of these picks. Like for example, let's just say hypothetically that the Timberwolves don't have tradable first. So let's just say hypothetically if a Bucks trade were to materialize, OKC could say, hey, Milwaukee, we'll give you these first-round picks that we don't really care about in 2026. But Minnesota, what you're going to do is you're going to give us your swap rights in 2032. And in that event where, whatever, like Giannis goes to Minnesota and, whatever happens, right? Like McDaniels goes to Milwaukee, you make the money work, right? Basically something like this. Salary-wise, the Thunder get involved by getting future Timberwolves stuff that the Bucks don't want to wait for. The Bucks get some short-term assets now from OKC as a third team, and then the Thunder are the ones who walk out like geniuses because down the road, who knows how good this pick could be for the Thunder. So Yo-Yo says, all right, let me get your prediction. Will we get a trade today? Yes, I do think we will get one trade today. I would be very surprised if not. Let's go over to Twitter here quick. Mike Scotto has some news. Reporting on the trade talks between the Kings and Raptors on Domantas Sabonis, which has included RJ Barrett and Ochai Agbaji, while a third team and draft compensation would be needed involving Jakob Poeltl. More with hosts. Okay. So let's go over to the trade machine again. Share here. So in that deal, it was Toronto acquiring Sabonis, reportedly, right? And it would be RJ and Ochai to the Kings, and then a third team with some draft picks getting Jakob Poeltl. So something like this: Sabonis to the Raptors, Barrett to the Kings, Ochai Agbaji to the Kings. This does give Sacramento a lot of long-term cap relief. And then Jakob Poeltl to, let's just put him on the Nets for now. That will financially be just fine. And then when it comes to outgoing and incoming money, someone like Haywood Highsmith could go to Toronto in this deal. Financially, that would work. This would allow Brooklyn to still have cap space. The Raptors send, a first-round pick to Brooklyn, and the Nets give like a second-round pick to the Kings or something. I don't know. There's again, Brooklyn probably wouldn't even be the team in the acquisition here, but the Kings save a lot of money both now and long term. The Raptors get a significant upgrade onto their roster in Sabonis. They get out of Poeltl's contract, and then Team 3, again, people are going to be upset in the comments saying, oh, the Nets wouldn't do this. The Nets are a placeholder. Okay, the Nets are whatever third team would be the third team. Okay. Mode here says John Collins to the Wizards. I don't think that's overly likely, to be honest with you. I think if anything, if John Collins gets traded, he would probably be a king around a deal for DeMar. So what this could look like with the Clippers is if they're looking for more creation, DeMar goes to the Clippers and John Collins returns to the Kings, and the, honestly, probably no picks involved even, just like straight up 1-for-1 here. The Kings get off of long-term money. They don't have to pay DeRozan next season. And then DeRozan is a Clipper. So, Aries Constantino says, what's the latest about the Lakers? Thanks watching from the Philippines. Appreciate you. Aries, for the Lakers, again, I think you're just looking for short margin upgrades using their salaries of Gabe Vincent, Maxi Kleba, Dalton Connect, and then perhaps potentially Rui Hachimura. Steven Adams to Indiana. No, Steven Adams is out for the year, and I don't think the Rockets want to trade him. Tyrone here says, I feel like Giannis to Miami won't make sense because all the players that Miami trades away are players that Giannis would want to play with. Definitely one of the downfalls in the Heat package. Nick here says, give us your top 3 predictions. Shout out to Nick, one of the moderators here on the channel. When it comes to my top 3 predictions for the deadline, I predict that Giannis goes to Portland in a trade. That's a big one. I predict that the Mavericks trade Anthony Davis to... Oh, man. A few days ago, I felt like it was going to be Atlanta, but it could be Golden State, honestly. I don't know. Anthony Davis gets traded. I don't know where. And then I do think that Garland and Harden get swapped for each other. NBAJ says, how much LeBron getting next season if he doesn't retire? I'm thinking 2 years, 56 total, but second-year player option. I don't know, to be honest. I have no idea how much he would get signed for. If I was him and I wanted to try and win a championship, I would sign for the minimum. But he's already a billionaire. But Boris says, Raptors hang up to my earlier trade discussion. Jans here says, also, do you think if the Raptors do give up any future firsts in the deadline this year, do you think they should try keeping the 2026 first-round pick due to the draft being very deep from 15 to 30? I mean, I would rather give up this year's draft than future picks, because if you give up this year's draft, once you get to the offseason, you still have all of your trade flexibility. So, whereas if you're, let's just explain it here quick. If you're the Raptors and you trade, let's say you trade this 2028 first. Now, because of that, you can't trade 2027. You can't trade 2029 because of the Stepien rule. So that's why I would rather trade the 2026 first. Skull wants to know where the Giannis trade is. Again, we got a couple of days before the deadline. It might not happen today, which is okay. That's fine. We're talking through all the possibilities here on the channel for sure. Scooby says, would it be smart for the Lakers to try and trade for Jared Allen? I do like that for them if they do. Rock Howard says, Hawks have 2 trade exceptions about to expire, plus some space. Any good targets for a rotational center who can play this season? So when it comes to their trade exceptions, they do have this $13 million one for the Bogdanovich trade. They've got some other decent-sized ones, but not anything super substantial. One guy that I think would be a tremendous fit for them would be Day'Ron Sharpe. At $6.2 million, he could even fit into this Capella exception number. So that just genuinely works from a cap standpoint. They don't even have to give up a player or anything. They could do this first-round pick, for example, and then maybe a second. They just got a couple of seconds for Vit Krejci as well. So something like this could theoretically work, right? In a deal if Brooklyn is willing to give up Day'Ron Sharpe. Otherwise, if you're looking for $13-ish million players, that's where the money gets a little bit more difficult to find quality bigs who are making $13 million. It's just kind of a weird salary slot where there's not a lot of quality bigs on that price point. Like if you're looking for someone who can play a little bit, like maybe Kevon Looney, but I don't love that for them. The Sixers, like if you're looking for someone who can just rebound the ball, Andre Drummond, you probably don't even have to give up like anything. This would get the Sixers out of the tax as well, by the way. So this would definitely be an interesting possibility. You might even be able to get a second if you're Atlanta taking in Drummond's contract. So those are a couple options that pop up to me at first here. Okay. Love seeing all those W's flying in here. NBAJ says the Spurs should be going all in on Giannis right now. I mean, definitely would be exciting if they did. Their team would be really, really awesome, but let's see here. Cope here says Portis in San Antonio is funny. As long as he doesn't be a team cancer, it's a good deal. Flexorcist says, what do you think about the Spurs going all in this season and trade for Trey Murphy, probably as Devin Vassell and Sohan plus a pick? I would not do that if I was San Antonio. I'm not giving up Vassell in a Trey Murphy trade. I would still want Devin Vassell on the wing if I'm San Antonio. If I am doing a trade with the Pelicans, I think you're looking at obviously Murphy, but you could do something around either Harrison Barnes or Kelly Olynyk. We're going to do Barnes and Sohan in this deal. Financially, this does work. And then if the picks that the Spurs are willing to give up, you could do this 2027 Hawks first, which would be valuable, and then your own 2029 first. This is something that probably would get the deal at least really rolling at the very worst. So, Silent Way, glad to have you in the stream here again. K80 says Simons to Toronto would never happen. Him and Ingram have the same. Oh yeah, that's a great point too. Did not forgot about that. That comes up every single trade deadline. Funny enough, I don't like giving up a first in 2028, but I do like Aldama. Talking about the Spurs trade from earlier. Yep. Jan says, what would a Giannis to Toronto deal look like? Giannis to Toronto deal. We can talk about that. I kind of teased that a little bit earlier. The Raptors, what they really have is their 4 unprotected first, so they could really blow away a team if they wanted to, in a similar way that Golden State is able to offer that kind of package. That is what they would offer for Giannis, is these 4 firsts. Giannis would go to Toronto, and then the Raptors could, in the process, give them Emmanuel quickly, and then throw in RJ Barrett. From here, you put Thanasis Antetokounmpo into the deal. Maybe the Raptors give up a young player in this too. Jacoby Walter could go, and then take him back, Gary Trent Jr. back to Toronto. But something like this, you're looking at really the draft picks being the beginning point of the trade. You'd probably need some swaps in there, some seconds, and some other stuff as well. But it's an okay starting point for sure for a trade package. Not necessarily sure it's what's going to actually land Giannis, which is why I haven't talked too much about them. But Wake Up says we want Harden to Detroit. I do like the potential package here for the Clippers from Detroit regarding James Harden. If we put the Clippers into the machine here, Harden to the Pistons, Tobias Harris's salary, Jaden Ivey's salary, and this 2026 first, I do think is a pretty strong offer from the Clippers perspective. The Pistons get another elite shot creator, another elite creator of offense for them out of the pick and roll, which would be really nice when Jay Cunningham's not in the game, and it would give them a little bit more gravity around the floor. But I don't know. I'm not sure if it actually happens, but from the Clippers perspective, getting Tobias back, getting Jaden Ivey, and then this 2026 first, well, pretty decent stuff. Spursive here says Sohan for McNeely straight up. I don't think the Hornets would be in on that, to be honest. Vinok here says on a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed are the Lakers? I don't think they're super screwed. They've got a little bit of time to figure everything out, and it takes one good trade for them to kind of reshape their future. Comic Arsenal here says, I think adding Strus to the Bulls for Kobe White, then Derrick Jones Jr. to the Cavs makes a lot of sense for the Harden trade. I mean, yeah, that's not a bad idea, Comic. I'm glad that you sent that in there. Derek says Nick Claxton to the Magic would be nice. I don't think the Magic are going to be in the ballpark of picking up a more expensive center. Trey says, you think Stone could convince Fred VanVleet to waive his no-trade clause to get Harden back? Us Rockets fans just want a legit ball handler who can score. That would be what I would be rooting for if I was a Rockets fan. A Harden return, first of all, they could have just signed James Harden many off seasons ago. They could have made sure that Harden knew they would give him a max slot. They could have signed him, and this wouldn't even be an issue right now, but they didn't do that. So instead, you would have to make a trade for him. And that trade would look something like this. Kobe Brown, Chris Paul. The Clippers get 3 players who could play for them next season. Fred VanVleet, once he's back healthy. Tari Eason would be a core young player for the Clippers moving forward. And then Dorian Finney-Smith would be obviously a solid wing player for them too moving forward. So this is a deal that would really advance the Rockets right now. This is a lot better. Second rounder is dude. The difference in quality of picks in the Schroder stuff was like pick 28 compared to pick 35. So you tell me. Spartacus says Sheldon providing informative content, more reliable than the U.S. Mail. Appreciate you, Spartacus. Glad to have you in here again. Pibby fan 9647. Now that Harden is potentially on the move, would Clippers look to trade anyone else? Zubats maybe. I don't think so, to be honest with you. We do have some news from Shams Charania. Now, it's not the most important news, but we are going to go over to it nonetheless. Detroit Pistons first-time All-Star Jalen Duren has accepted an invitation to participate in the 2026 NBA Slam Dunk Contest in LA. Sources tell ESPN Duren joins Lakers center Jackson Hayes and Spurs rookie Carter Bryant in the contest field. Tyler, welcome back to the stream. He says, I'm back, Sheldon. Thank you for the 5. Shams on SportsCenter. Hawks are discussing ways with Jazz and Mavs to possibly acquire Lowry and Lively. Very interesting. I have not heard that. If you could link that to me, that would be great, Tyler. But appreciate you being back in here. Let's get some W's flying in for Tyler here. I really do appreciate you being in here in the stream, my man. And one thing too for the Nets crowd here, talking about they'd need a first round pick. Like the Nets aren't the only ones who could eat Dennis Schroeder's salary, by the way. So it's not like the Cavs need the Nets really bad. They don't. Tyler Vickery says, can't wait till deadline comes and can play 2K with players on the new teams. Definitely a fun time for sure. SSJ says if Giannis goes to Golden State, Turner has to go there as well. Let's go look at a potential Golden State trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo, which I still think is a very strong offer, one that would be very valuable. Nice. And Fanspo actually just messaged me saying that this should be updated. So I had reached out to the owner at Fanspo. I'm going to actually update the machine here just to make sure that this works. But the package here should be updated. So the picks, this first round pick, here we go. They did update it. So this was not on there yesterday, but I messaged them. Very, very cool dude who works with me pretty well on getting this updated when I need it to be. 2030 first round pick to Washington. This is protected 1 through 20 as is. So now we can actually use it in a deal, which is great to see. So let's say Miles Turner goes with Giannis, 2026 first to Milwaukee, 2028 first to Milwaukee. Here's that 2030 first and 2032 first round pick. So these assets all go out the door. We're going to include a swap option here for the Bucks in 2031 as well. And then in return, the Bucks get Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler's salary slots plus DeAnthony Melton's salary. This deal financially works. This is a deal that would give Milwaukee a lot of future draft pick control, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and a swap right in 2031. And if you look at the average age of the Warriors roster, there's possibility here that this trade turns into a Bucks-Celtics or a Nets-Celtics type of trade where Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce, albeit a little bit older than Giannis at the time of the trade, when they got traded to Brooklyn, everyone was like, oh my gosh, the Brooklyn Nets have so much star talent. The Warriors are really, really old. And if they made this trade, there would be some significant risk. And Milwaukee could look incredibly wise and incredibly smart in the aftermath many years down the road. Real shout out to Fanspo. Appreciate them big time for their work in updating it. Just sending a quick message back over to the Fanspo crew. The stream is still on X, Sheldon. Yeah, probably is because of the way that the links work now over there as well. Scooby says, yikes. SC Horizon says, Sabonis got to go somewhere. I say send him to Indiana. I have a jersey swap all lined up. Yeah, well, could you imagine, guys? I heard the Pacers could use a center. Let's just play around. Let's have a little bit of fun here. Domantas Sabonis and a return to Indiana. How can we financially get there? Now, $42 million is a lot. Now, they do have Benedict Mathurin. They have Obi Toppin. They're $23 million. The issue here is we need to get to like 36. Isaiah Jackson. Jarris Walker. I mean, hold on. I don't know. It's not going to happen. I don't think Sabonis is going to go back to Indiana, but it'd be fun. Northside Corey here says, do you think Harden could go to Atlanta? I don't hate it, but I don't think it's likely, Northside. Zach here says Evan Mobley's a buck. That would definitely be good for them. That would be like the, oh my goodness, what is going on trade in the NBA. That would be a huge shocker. Ken James, appreciate you. Big Papa says, Cleveland trying to get both Harden and Giannis. How likely is that to happen? Not. I don't think that's very likely at all, to be honest with you. Uncle Elroy says, and why wouldn't Harden fit Detroit? We have the defense, athletic bigs, and another guard that can score and play make, which all fits his play style. I do think Harden fits Detroit. I just don't know if that's the way that the Pistons are going to look to operate, to be honest with you. So I know Tobias would go in the trade, but we have a trade exception to bring in Bobby Portis. Yes, that trade exception would be valuable, too, for bringing in another play. Love the LeBron trade. I like the I love how the LeBron trade. I know I'm behind on the comments. I'm trying to catch up here, guys, but you guys have a lot of great questions and everything. Taquan here says Brooklyn needs to trade Cam Thomas. He would be a guy that, like, I would love for Houston to take a stab on. The Rockets need some creation. They need a little bit of offensive help. Now, it does come at a pretty significant cost to their overall team defense. But Cam Thomas making under $6 million this season, like, it's not hard to get to his salary slot. So it depends on how you want to break this deal up. There's obviously a lot of threshold reasoning. Like, there's a lot of things that kind of complicate this deal. But you could do a Holiday, a Kogi, and Jayshawn Tate even. And this three players for one player thing would work. You give up, I don't know, like 2 second-round picks. I don't know. It's not pretty, but it's a deal. I don't know. Like, there's not really a Cam Thomas market, it seems like. So Sancho says Harden and Mark Williams pick and roll would feed families. It would be very, very good. Zach says Bulls aren't worried about ticket sales at all. First in attendance per game. The Bucks are not. I mean, Chicago obviously has got like an elite market and everything, but they also are very active in trying to still remain competitive. Textile says, so Hornets coach is a guy named Charles Lee. Yes, Charles Lee is an awesome coach. He's a genius. He's very, very good. Kuan says, in your opinion, can Lakers sign Walker Kessler in the offseason? They could position themselves to push for it. Now, I don't think they'll actually get him because I think Utah would match any offer sheet that the Lakers would sign him to. Washington might be a different story because of max cap space, but Devin here says Zubats wears Harden shoes every night and he's just going to leave. I mean, I don't think any of the players are interpreting what Harden's doing as I hate being a Clipper, I hate being around my teammates. It's more so hey, the Clippers don't want to pay me. I want to get paid to end my career. Where should I go to do that? So Jacob says, are the Cavs about to go crazy by end of day Thursday? It seems like they might be, to be honest. Losing makes things look a lot uglier than it is. And it's very, very much the case right now for Cleveland, who last year was the number 1 seed in the East. This year they are not. And now things might go kind of insane over there in Cleveland. Atlanta analyst, welcome back to the stream. He says, what's up, Sheldon? How you doing? I'm doing really great. Glad to have you guys all in here. Been live for almost an hour and a half already this morning, which is just awesome. Wupo says, shouldn't the Kings want Pirtle and the draft compensation? I mean, yeah, the Kings should, but I don't know. Like, there's a lot at play here. I'm going to go over to this real quick because I can explain it a little bit easier for you guys. If I go to this, the Sacramento Kings, like, if they're making a trade, they're not trading away their best player for fun. They're trading their best player away because they're stupid. Just point blank. Like, look at how many big salaries they have on their books next year. $49 million for Levine, $45.5 million for Sabonis, almost $26 million for DeRozan, $25 million for DeAndre Hunter, who they just acquired, by the way. Malik Monk, $20 million. Keegan Murray, $24 million, the first year of his rookie extension. You do the math on this, is 44, throw in another 25. You're looking at $69 million, nice. 26 million here. You're looking at 95 million plus another 93. That's $188 million for 6 players. And then they have a top 10 pick that'll probably cost between $7 and $13 million as well. Like, their roster, they are a second apron team. So if they are giving up a big salary like Domantas Sabonis is and dumping salary for next season, it is so they are not a second apron team. And that is why it's not like they're going to get multiple first-round picks or draft assets in a deal, probably. Like I said in that the deal, like there would be a lot of draft pick involvement that I didn't put into the deal too. That's one thing I said. But Spartacus says 3 things you can count on in February: Valentine's Day, tax prep, and Sheldon and the trade machine. Yes, sir, Spartacus. Glad to have you in the stream. That's a good point there. Jalen says, do you think Sohan gets moved? If so, how do you feel about his fit with the Nets? I don't mind his fit with Brooklyn Nets. They're not trying to win right now anyway, so would not be the worst case. Jimmy says, would you rather trade RJ and Ochai to the Pelicans for Trey Murphy? I don't know. I don't like the Jakob contract, so if I'm getting Sabonis, it means I'm probably getting off of Pirtle, which I like that idea. If the Wolves trade anyone, then in my opinion, McDaniels will be the last resort to include in any deal. McDaniels is a real glue guy on this team and would be missed the most instead of Randall, Dante, Dillingham, or Shannon. I do agree with you on that. Like, McDaniels is a really good player. Alex Sparta says, love from the Netherlands, bro. Appreciate you, my guy. I'm going to really quick go into the stream settings here and set it to subscriber only mode for chatting, for sending messages. Now you only have to be subscribed for a minute, so just go hit that subscribe button and then you'll be able to chat. So appreciate everyone being in here. Corporate B Pumper says, need to see a Drummond to Rockets trade. Yeah, we could hop over and take a look at that. Let's go over to the Houston Rockets here. We already have them in the machine, even better. And we'll get the 76ers on the phone. Now, the Sixers, they will want to try and dip below the tax. So a Drummond trade is a possibility just outright. The Rockets do have this disabled player exception, which could technically apply to Andre Drummond, which would be interesting. But the issue is they would need to duck below the salary level. Because of these other exceptions, they could technically do something like Jayshawn Tate or Aaron Holiday or something in a deal. This financially should work. I don't think it's going to because it's not going to register the trade correctly. Or no, we're actually still below, above the apron, so we would have to do a Kogi as well. But this trade does financially work. This would work into the disabled player exception and then the trade exceptions that Philly has. And it would also get them. I don't think this would actually help them get below the tax, but it would be very close to being able to. With another move or two, they would be able to get there. So definitely would open up some possibilities. Scott here says, hello, huge Orlando Magic fan. What kind of small moves can they make to get under the luxury tax and add a decent shooter/defender? Thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate you for being in here, my man. You're hitting the nail on the head with talking about getting under the luxury tax. That is going to be their biggest prerogative here at the trade deadline. Now, one way that they do it, and Nets fans coming out in full force today, but one way that they would do it is dumping Jonathan Isaac's salary. If we look at his contract here, he is on a slight descending contract, not really, but slight dip next year. But really the biggest thing is these final 2 years here in the blue are not guaranteed at all. They're $0 guaranteed. And this year, next season, is just $8 million guaranteed. So he could be looked at as a pseudo expiring contract, which is definitely interesting. And then when it comes to a trade, like you could just salary dump him somewhere like Brooklyn, for example, or you could look at getting a different player back in return while also simultaneously getting out of the tax. So that could be something to a team that has a trade exception that's very sizable. So let's say for Utah, for example, a process here that could theoretically work would be trading Jonathan Isaac to the Jazz into this trade exception. This John Collins one, $18 million. The Magic in the process give up a second-round pick to the Jazz to make that happen. And then you also have a guy like Ayo Dosunmu coming to the Magic for a second-round pick himself. So something like that does theoretically work. Now it's going to say it doesn't work because for some reason the Jazz, it's just not registering their trade exception. But this does financially work. So I know it pops up as it doesn't, but it does. Don't worry. And even if these teams wanted to do it with cap space, because the Jazz do have cap space as well, they could do something like George Niang to the Bulls. And this wouldn't even require the trade exception then, because the Jazz would use cap space to acquire him. The Magic would be able to get Dosunmu, and the Bulls would go from one expiring to another and pick up a second-round pick in the process. So definitely some feasibility there. LeBron to Milwaukee on the minimum. That would definitely be the shocker of the century, especially with after his words about the preseason about flying to Milwaukee last year. I don't think that'll happen, but I appreciate the joke. Griffin here says Pistons, Dante DiVincenzo, Wolves, Garland, Chris Paul, 2026 and 2027 seconds from Cleveland. Cavaliers get Harden, Clippers get Reed, Dillingham, 2026 first via Detroit. I mean, it's feasible, right? I think the most likely thing here would be. I mean, I don't hate that. That's definitely an interesting package. Garland's been on the market for a while with relation to Minnesota, so I definitely don't think it's a bad idea. Zach says, for my mental health, it's not okay for a Giannis trade to just keep looming. Logan says, I don't think Harden is going to go for much, to be honest. I do agree with you there. Unholy says, if the Spurs were serious, they'd flip Fox for a Harden and a first. I don't think San Antonio will be in that discussion, though. Does Giannis make Wolves instant contenders? Yes. I mean, they've been in the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row, so they're already in that mix, in my opinion. Steven says, if Harden doesn't get traded, what happens? Does he stay or does he go? If he doesn't get traded, he probably would stay in LA, if I had to guess. I don't think he would try and sign with cap space in the offseason. I think he would try and opt in, and then the Clippers could trade him next year or in the offseason. Heinrich here says, Sheldon, when I look at the Bucks roster, they've got a lot of one-year contracts. Why can't they just let everybody in the offseason leave and rebuild around Giannis? Because if we look at Milwaukee, this is a good question. If we look at the Milwaukee Bucks, sorry, that's the Charlotte Hornets, they already have money committed. They are not going to be a cap space team. Across these four players specifically, you're looking at, I think it would be even better if we go over to this tab. Let's go over to the Milwaukee Bucks. And if we look at their commitments salary-wise, and first of all, they have player options for all of these guys. So it's just very likely that their overall commitment and the stretch and waive for Damian Lillard, his dead money over the next 5 seasons, you're just looking at a team that already has $156 million of guaranteed money on their active roster and then $23 million of dead space. So they just really can't be a salary cap team. It just doesn't work that way for them. Eduardo, you're funny here. Greek team. Kai here says Goga Bitadze or Santi Aldama to the Spurs, please. I would like Goga as well for San Antonio. It'd be a good pickup for them. I do think Aldama is a little bit more of a versatile fit next to Wemby, though. John here says if the Sixers dump Drummond, then they need to get Huff or Landale. Bona can't be the only Sixers backup big in the playoffs, in my opinion. I do agree with you, John. We'll see what they do because I think they're going to want to dip below the tax, but it's difficult to dip below the tax unless they trade Drummond. And if they trade Drummond, then they are opening up a hole. So it's very interesting. I'm very fascinated to see what they do. And the Paul George news is what really shifted that entire situation. Tony Gabriel here says from Canada, no Sabonis, please. Backup big and shooting only. No home run attempt. Definitely understand that perspective, although I do think Sabonis would be great for y'all. Matt C. here says, not sure I understand the fascination of putting Giannis on the Spurs. We need to blow up a team that is working well as is. You wouldn't blow up the team, to be honest. It would be super draft pick oriented, and then your salaries would be someone like Harrison Barnes and Kelly Olynyk, which is, I mean, those are good salaries to work with and not super important long-term players for the Spurs anyway. That's kind of the idea, at least. So I understand your idea. I don't think the San Antonio will, but it's definitely possible. Hailstone says all I want is Lonzo moved. Definitely a good chance of that happening from the reporting so far this year. I will be back in just a second. Give me just a minute. In the process, be sure to leave a like on the stream, hype the video as well. I'll be right back. Love what Yo-Yo said here, talking about Jalen Duren joining the dunk contest as well. Obviously, that is the most recent news here from Shams Charania. He is the first All-Star in a long time to compete, so it is cool to see that for sure. Benedict Mathurin plus Isaiah Jackson plus what to the Clippers for Zubats, but would LAC probably not be interested? Yeah, I don't think the Clippers will be interested in a Zubats trade, to be honest. Elrod says, just came here and seen comments about Cam Thomas. I don't know any team who would want him. Yeah, that's the thing. They probably wouldn't. But if I'm Houston, I would at least kick the tires on it and give up minimum contracts to at least try it. But Norin here says, why are so many stars at the twilight of their career so much worth so much value than they are actually worth? It's like whoever gets Harden will get the raw end of the deal, just like KD does to teams. I mean, I don't know. It depends. If you get James Harden, he's going to help you win in the short term. So I think there's a lot more at play in the Harden news other than just it's Harden wanting out. It's kind of an admission here by Cleveland that they're not certain on the future with Darius Garland. Tyler, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, can you form a Giannis to Minnesota 3-teamer? 2K sucks. Let's go over and try and build a Giannis trade. Now, a lot of you know how my thoughts on this. If I was Portland, I would not help facilitate this trade, but maybe Portland themselves internally decide that they want to, right? So Jeremy Grant goes to Milwaukee here. Jaden McDaniels goes to the Portland Trailblazers, and then Rob Dillingham goes to the Milwaukee Bucks as well. Giannis Antetokounmpo ends up in Minnesota. Now, the issue is we still need to get $24 million of more salary in this deal. So it could be someone like Naz Reid, or you could look at someone like, a combination of Dante and Mike Conley to financially get into that ballpark. You could also use Julius Randle's salary, which would definitely be fascinating. What we're going to do here in this deal is we're going to do Let me think about this. We're going to do Nas. And we're going to do Conley. Conley's going to go to the Bucks, and we're going to get a third or fourth team in here. We're going to do San Antonio, just because I do think there is some feasibility of a Nas Reed to the Spurs trade. Don't hate that. Kelly Olynyk ends up going to Milwaukee, as well as Jeremy Sohan. In this, the Spurs would then also give up a first to get Nas Reed. We'll send this to the Milwaukee Bucks. So essentially, the Bucks are the ones rerouting everybody here in this deal. Financially, we still need to make the salaries work here a little bit. The Bucks have too much incoming salary here, so we would need to reroute some guys. So Gary Trent Jr. could go to the Timberwolves. Put Cole Anthony to Minnesota. That financially works and helps fill up some of their roster spots after making a bigger trade like this. And in fact, they could even take in another guy. So we'll send Amir Coffey to Minnesota here too. On the Blazers at this point, they could take back even some more salary as well, depending on what that would look like. So it could be even someone like it could be Kevin Porter Jr. as a possibility. There's a few different options it could be. We'll just throw Jericho Sims to Portland in this deal for now. And then draft pick perspective-wise, we're going to send this 2028 swap to Milwaukee. It's 2030 swap to Milwaukee. They'll keep the 2029 asset, though. And the Timberwolves will give up swap rights here to Milwaukee. They'll give up swap rights in 2030 to Milwaukee. So the Bucks are getting some swaps here. They get a decent number of stuff, 5 total picks, some young-ish talent. This kind of salary trade does work. It's a pretty drastic change. Giannis and a bunch of minimums go to Minnesota. The Blazers get Jaden McDaniels. Definitely some interesting stuff. Thank you to Michael Orlando. Let's get some W's for Michael Orlando in the comment section. I want to see those W's flying right now with the $25 super chat. That is the record for this trade deadline as it currently stands at $25. Appreciate you, Michael Orlando, with the $25 super chat. And he says here, I'm a simple man. I see a Utility Sports live stream. I click it. I want to see Jonathan Isaac out of Orlando and bring back a priest to exercise whatever 3-point demons haunt the Orlando Magic. Well, first of all, Michael, really do appreciate you. Let's go take a look at some possible Magic trades for you in the process. So first of all, seeing Jonathan Isaac go out the door is definitely a key situational, like a key thing to watch for is what I'm trying to say. Something that is very likely to happen. Jonathan Isaac to the Spurs could even make some sense for Jeremy Sohan. And then financially, like we'd have to make some other addendums into a deal here. But how would we want to go about this? I'm going to not do the Spurs for Isaac. We're just going to go back to the Utah Jazz because I think there's some sensibility here. George Niang's a shooter. He goes and he's an expiring salary. Something like this does financially work. This gets Orlando under the tax, and it gives the Jazz a defensive-oriented player instead of George Niang. And you could argue, again, like people are going to get super granular here for no reason, but you whatever second-round draft capital is in here, right? It's a salary dump, so 1 or 2 second-round picks, but we'll see what happens, but this is obviously a fun package here. We'd bring a shooter to Orlando, gives the Jazz someone who could be a real defensive key linchpin piece for them moving forward around Taylor Hendricks, around their front court. I actually really like this. Tomas Felizardo as well. Thank you for the super chat here as well. $5 super chat. It says 3-team trade idea. Raptors gets the bonus to Sumnu. Bulls get Pirtle, Agbaji, Devin Carter, 1 first-round pick. Kings get RJ Barrett, Vucevic, and 2 second-round picks. We'll take a look at that here as well. Appreciate all of the super chats today. You guys are going absolutely crazy with the super chat, so I always appreciate it. Let's get the Kings in here. I don't actually hate the framework here at all. Bulls, Kings, and then Raptors. So in this, a bonus goes to the Raptors as well as Ayo Dosunmu. He goes in this deal to Toronto. The Bulls acquire Pirtle So Jakob Poeltl goes to Chicago. Agbaji goes to Chicago. Devin Carter goes to the Chicago Bulls. And 1 first-round pick, presumably from the Toronto Raptors, goes to the Bulls to get off of Jakob Poeltl's contract. And then the Kings get RJ Barrett. So he goes to Sacramento. And then Nikola Vucevic goes to the Kings, as well as a couple second-round picks. So we'll do 1 second-round pick from the Bulls in this deal, and then 1 second-round pick from Toronto to the Kings as well. So this is what the overall trade framework looks like. Financially, again, it does work. Now, the issue, Sacramento does become a tax team here, so they would have to probably reshuffle something in the mix here too. But they could definitely work something out, right, where you dip below the tax. You just need to shave a couple $100,000 off the salary from one player. The Raptors stay below the tax, actually get below the tax in this trade. And the Bulls do pick up a little bit of salary, but it does financially work. This is a 2-for-2 trade from Sacramento as well. Let me real quick look at the Kings roster size. They would have to pick up, 2 players, or 1 player yet. So it would depend here. They wouldn't want to give up Neek, but there would have to be either another trade in the works for Sacramento, but their end result they would want to get out of the apron. But Tomas, appreciate you a ton, my man. Really, really grateful for the $5 super chat. So let me get that in the donor list as well. Appreciate you again, my man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Terry Edwards says Lakers need Duren. I mean, yeah, Duren would be great for them. I just don't think they're going to get him. Theo says I would be sad to see Giannis leave my Bucks, but I would love to see him in Golden State. I do think I could comfort you a little bit here. I tweeted this last night just because I do think it's a good thing to understand. If you look at the situation with Milwaukee, this is how I would classify it. Okay, here's the possible scenarios for Milwaukee. A+ is getting their own future picks back from Portland, or getting a bunch of all of the Warriors stuff and movable salary and some young talent. A lesser win is getting a package from the Miami Heat headlined by Tyler Hero and a bunch of young players and stuff and picks. A C grade is waiting until Giannis corners their market. If they wait till the offseason and Giannis decides, hey, I only want to play for the Knicks, well, get ready to speak Karl Anthony Towns. That's the kind of asset you're getting back then. Or the worst case is you extend Giannis. If you extend Giannis, you are committed to being bad and not winning really ever. So it's just the reality. So I know it's sad to see your favorite player go, your team's best player, but it would not be good for them to keep him at all. Northside here says, make Chris Haynes the guy and get rid of Shams. I mean, Shams does an okay job. I understand why people are upset at him, but Spartacus says, Sheldon, if Portland doesn't get Giannis, would they offer a few Bucks picks to get Jaren Jackson Jr.? I don't think that's very likely, to be honest. I don't think Jaren's going to get traded. Beam says, Sheldon, do a trade where Max Strus goes to the Bulls. Clippers get Garland and Kobe White. Cavs get Harden and Derrick Jones Jr. I mean, you just talked about it. I don't think it's a bad idea. Now, Derrick Jones Jr. would be awesome for Cleveland. But here's news. Cleveland Cavaliers are worried that Donovan Mitchell won't re-sign with them. I think we talked about that earlier. I don't think they will try to trade him right now. But the CBA, I mean, the CBA allows this trade. This trade is successful. So I don't know. But what would LeBron to Cavs trade look like? We did talk about that. I did have this 4-team trade, which I'll flash on the screen here quick. It's not going to happen, but Truth Teller, welcome back to the streams this year. He says, why would the Bucks want the corpse of Butler with that hard-to-move contract? Let's talk about this real quick. This is why. The idea here is you get Jimmy Kuminga for some swaps and seconds, and in the process, when you get to the offseason, you would flip Jimmy Butler because he's a large expiring salary then at that point, and a guy you would do it with is 76ers Paul George. So, Paul George has an extra year. The Sixers would want to salary dump him. Can you get a first rounder from Philly to eat the contract? Probably. So that's what I would say. Austin Law says Siakam and Sabonis would be a disgusting fit. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think that would happen. Mama, there goes that man. Says, can you send DeRozan somewhere? Yes, we can. Let's go take a look at that. We got the Kings already pulled up. We'll get the Clippers in here. It doesn't necessarily just need to be the Clippers, but they are a team that is fairly sensible in my eyes. You could do DeRozan around a number of different contracts, but John Collins is one that makes sense to me because this gets the Kings out of DeRozan's money for next year, which is not bad. Mr. Lucky says, Hornets 7-0. The league is on notice. A healthy Hornets team is not to be played with. They're playing great, which I love to see. And obviously, Con Knippel has been a beast for them this year as well. So, very happy on the Hornets front. Christian Beelan says the price for eating an unwanted long-term contract is definitely a first jabroni. Here's the thing. Let me Hawks salary dump. Let's just find this quick. Here you go. How did Atlanta get Terrence Mann again? There's no first round picks in this trade. Just saying, and even here's the thing, even if it is a first, congratulations, you got pick 27 instead of pick 36. You guys are so focused on the nomenclature of a draft pick and it's labeled a first. You understand the quality difference between a top 10 pick, a lottery pick, a top 20 pick, and then pick 28. Do you understand the difference? Pick 28 is not nearly as valuable as pick 18. So, you just need to understand that if it's a first round pick, it's going to be the worst first round pick imaginable in comparison to multiple second round picks. Here it is. Terrence Mann got salary done by the Clippers, and there was 3 second round picks in the deal. I don't know. And everyone thought the Hawks won that trade, by the way. Hawks fans were telling me that Terrence Mann was an elite shooter. That's literally what Hawks fans were saying last year, which is crazy. It's just crazy. Hawks fans will talk themselves into any trade, though. The Hawks are the only team in NBA history to never lose a trade, and then still simultaneously find a way to not win more games after never losing a trade. So. And the Weed says, reports say Kings are resistant to take Pirtle's contract, regardless of getting a first to do so. Raptors might need a third team involved to get Sabonis. We did talk about a couple of possibilities like that. Why do I hate Dylan the Villain Brooks? I don't hate Dylan Brooks. I like Dylan Brooks. David here says Magic need to trade Suggs. I don't think they're going to. Hornets on fire, says Atlantis. Gabe says the fact that people attend Bulls games is mind-boggling. It's a culture thing over there in Chicago. Gerald says Josh Okogie is more valuable than Cam Thomas. I mean, I don't know. If you think Josh Okogie is a better basketball player than Cam Thomas, you're just not correct. He's having a career year shooting the ball, and he still doesn't get guarded. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Academy says, love what you do, Sheldon. Always one of my favorite times of the season. What do you make of the rumors with OKC that Windhorst mentioned? Talking about iHeart. I don't know. I don't expect an Isaiah Hartenstein trade to actually materialize. WCO says, what is up? It's been a minute. Welcome to the stream here. Glad to have you watching over on Twitch, as well as to all the YouTube viewers, of course. Hailstone says, Cavs fan here. All I want is Lonzo moved. Definitely think that is a real possibility. Everyday Life of the Wells family says, can you see Chicago going after Walker Kessler? I don't think it's very likely. They would love to get him, but I don't think that's going to be a huge factor either at the deadline or in free agency this year. But I've been wrong before. It's possible, I guess. Chris here says, think my California taxes are going to support the Kings payroll. Either that or a new building or something for him, right? That's crazy. MP Scrap says, any thoughts on Hornets at the deadline? I say we push for playoffs and buy in with our picks to improve the bench. Flipping guys like Trey Mann or Colin Sexton. One trade I do like for them is if they're looking for a stretch big man, someone that would be, I think, a pretty good fit in Charles Lee's offense, would be Miles Turner, and it's pretty easy to get there financially for them. Now, Pat Connaughton legally cannot go back to Milwaukee, so you'd have to find some kind of workaround in this deal to that. So we're gonna get Utah on the phone here. The Jazz, I'm sure, would be willing to take in Connaughton's expiring salary, probably get some low second-round pick to do so. Even their own back, which is really a fake pick anyway, but sure. And in this deal, the salaries here work now like this. And Milwaukee would free up even more money. Theoretically, they could get something else back in this, but the idea here would be for the Hornets to send, this first-round pick to Milwaukee for Miles Turner. 1 first. Hornets get a big man who could help them shoot the ball, especially. Jalen Williams to the Spurs. I mean, perhaps if OKC is trying to sell some of their pieces and re-navigate a little bit, but I don't think it would be the most likely outcome. Joel here says, what move do you see the Knicks making? For New York, I do think that they would be on salary dump watch. Let's run through real quick, talk about every single team top to bottom. Detroit, their most important thing that they have is this trade exception here from signing and trading Dennis Schroder to Sacramento this past offseason. They have the salary slots to make something happen too. The Knicks here, the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference, they have this Gershon Yabusele contract. One of the trades that I really liked yesterday was a trade with Chicago that would send Dalen Terry to the Knicks. Expiring salary here makes a little bit less even than Gershon Yabusele. Something like this. I don't hate this idea at all. We're almost at 550 viewers. Yes, you guys have been absolutely awesome today. I'm going to update the stream here real quick, see how many likes we're at. 175, so definitely not bad. Yesterday we got to 264, so I definitely expect us to blow that out of the water today. And then also make sure we subscribe, guys. We are just 12 subscribers away from 35,400 subscribers, so it would be very great if you guys could hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Would really appreciate that big time. Let me go to this here, and then here we go. See live count. There we go. Let's share this tab quick. There we go. This is where our subscribers are at right now. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll watch it until it gets to 35,400. I think we'll be very close. Terry in the chat, welcome back to the stream this year. Glad to see you are doing well, my man. I said Zach LaVine, 2027 first rounder to Atlanta for CJ McCollum. Financially, that does not work because LaVine makes significantly more than McCollum does. But I appreciate the idea, and Atlanta can't aggregate onto McCollum's salary either. So Justin Miller says trade Ja Morant for Tyler Hero, Pele Larson, and a pick. I don't think Miami would give that much up for Ja. I think his value is very low. Aaron Roy says, Sheldon, what is more interesting to you, the NBA from a front office perspective or a coaching perspective or scouting perspective? I think definitely a coaching perspective. I think the quickness of turnaround between games is a really fun challenge. But it's also, I think there's a lot of, here's the thing. So I coached at a high school level. Obviously, I watched so much college basketball as well. I think one of the greatest things about coaching in the NBA would be the accuracy of your scouting reports, how finite the league is. College basketball, there's 300 plus Division I teams. High school basketball, there's hundreds of thousands of teams, essentially, right? It's impossible to know every team. It really is. You can have an idea, you can watch film, but the NBA, you know the players so well, you know the teams, you know their strengths, weaknesses, you know their styles so easily, so well, that I think coaching in the NBA, there's like a lot of stuff you can pick up on, and you can really work towards strengths and weaknesses very, very easily in the NBA. So I definitely think the coaching perspective is the most interesting. Although I would love to work in a front office or in a scouting role too. Pibby here says, Clips trading Harden, blessing they could get younger with a star. They should look to trade Zubats as well. I mean, if they get a younger player like Darius Garland, Zubats, the timeline actually makes some sense around that guy because Zubats himself is just 28 years old. So if they get like 26-year-old Darius Garland, it's a huge timeline match then with Zubats. Jans here says also, do you think Sabonis deal gets done today? Probably not today. If I had to guess, since they're working with multi-team trades, probably tomorrow or Thursday is more likely for a bigger trade like the Sabonis one. Theodore Angel says, I don't think the Spurs staff is good at evaluating the power forward position, given up on. I did not like when they gave up on Barlow, especially, and I liked Mamu for them too. It was kind of hard to see them both go, but is Sohan going to be really good? I mean, I don't think so. I think, first of all, Barlow is a better athlete than Sohan, and Mamu's a much more skilled player than Sohan. I just have never been the biggest Sohan fan. The guy I wanted the Spurs to draft in 2022 was Jalen Duren. I believe that was, pick 9? But NBAJ says, be nice, it's my 45th birthday today. Bless y'all, love from here in the UK. Let's get some hype and balloons in here for Jay. Happy birthday, my man. Everyone wish Jay a happy birthday in the comment section. Awesome to see. Happy birthday, Jay. Smelly Garage Fluid says Fred plus Dorian Finney-Smith plus Jeff for Harden. Yes, we've looked at some of those Rockets trades. Let's go back over here quickly to a potential. Let me share this tab. Let's go over to Houston. Talk about a trade for Harden. Now, here's the issue. Essentially, Fred VanVleet has a no-trade clause this year. James Harden has a no-trade clause this year. So if they were to be traded for each other, they would both have to sign off on a deal, which obviously complicates things pretty drastically here. But in the event that they do get dealt for each other, Chris Paul, Kobe Brown, I see a 3-for-3 trade like this where the Rockets really index on the current iteration of their team, try and get Harden next to Kevin Durant once again, around Şengün and Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd. They hope that Harden not only can be a really nice fit for them short term, but also have a really positive impact on their development long term, which I definitely would expect to be true. So, Jalen Robinson here says, if the Bucks trade Giannis, do you think they also sell high on Rollins or keep him? I think they would keep Ryan Rollins. I'd be surprised if they trade him, although it would be pretty smart. Isabel here says, morning, how do you feel about Shams reporting rumors instead of only trades? He's a clickbait master and kind of milking the Giannis trade. Miss Woj. I mean, Woj was elite at his job. The one thing, Shams is paid to be a writer as well. So he's writing updates on stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't tend to have a problem with it. But then again, I also don't click into a lot of the stuff because I just don't. I don't know. I don't read a lot of the stuff that the reporters post because I feel like I get the gist very quickly and easily just from kind of the headliners. So Ishel Go says, impressed how quickly you can recall players, salaries, contracts, and teams, picks, assets. Kudos to you. It's a testament to my work ethic and my amount of effort I put into this, right? It's not just, luck that I know it. It's a lot of time and effort analyzing cap tables and, obviously watching games and stuff too. Like a lot of that stuff just sticks in my brain. I do have a very, very blessed memory. I am very blessed because I have a very strong memory, which is very useful this time of year. Everyone in favor to see Giannis get traded, say aye. Everyone's spamming aye in the chat now. Yo-Yo says, Woj, we need you back, champ. Here's my biggest flex, guys. Let me double check this quick before I show it on stream. Otherwise it would be very, very embarrassing, but here we go. Wojnarowski, look at that. Look at that right there. Adrian Wojnarowski follows me. Isn't that sick? Shout out to Woj, man. Love Adrian Wojnarowski. He is a real one. So shout out to him. And just so you guys know, I'm not lying here. I didn't inspect Element that. We'll go back and we'll do it live now that I for sure know he didn't unfollow me in the process. So shout out to Woj. Love love seeing his Bonnies have success this year and everything. So good for him. Love seeing all those W's fly in for Michael Orlando. He says, thank you, boys. Bora here says Sabonis to the Raptors is picking up steam. Yes, that has been one of the big deals that we've talked about. We talked about that quite a bit yesterday, too. Jay Gill says, to be honest, if Portland cannot get Giannis, I would be willing to give back Bucks picks for both McDaniels and Reed. Both would help their three-point struggles and defense. Throw in Grant, Time Lord, plus Bucks picks. Definitely not the end of the world. Okay, here we go. Let's go over to Chris Haynes. This is big news. Kind of an extension of news that we've already been paying attention to. But here we go. The Los Angeles Clippers and Cleveland Cavaliers have ramped up conversations on a James Harden, Darius Garland package, with both sides motivated to executing a deal relatively soon. Significant news regarding the potential timing on a Harden-Garland trade. Very huge news here, but important news to for sure discuss. Thank you guys for putting comments in to make sure that I saw it. Luckily, I did right away. This is huge news. Very significant news to talk about. So, keeping up with all of the news, I'm going to update the thumbnail really quick as well to a. I don't want to take out the Sabonis part of the thumbnail, but I am going to have to here, unfortunately. We're going to switch it back over to a Garland and Harden thumbnail for the short while, because James Harden very likely could get traded. Again, the news here, kind of a continuation of the news we got last night from Kelly Iko and Shams Charania. Now Chris Haynes kind of propelling and escalating upon that news, saying the LA Clippers and Cleveland Cavaliers have ramped up conversations on a James Harden, Darius Garland package, with both sides motivated to executing a deal relatively soon, league sources say. Big stuff, crazy stuff, but huge news, and James Harden potentially getting traded to the Cavaliers would shake up the NBA. This is definitely something that would be very good for the Clippers long-term as well, getting a decade younger. So we will keep our eyes on this. Smelly says, I was feeling good this morning, but now for some reason I feel granular. Hope you feel better. Logan here says, any chance the Suns get involved as a third team in a Sabonis, Harden, Giannis, etc. trade? Right now, I'm only expecting a small move with Nick Richards and or Nigel Hayes-Davis. Excuse me, sorry. For anyone wearing headphones, that just happened. When it comes to the Suns here as a third team, I don't think it's super likely. They do have Jalen Green as a guy that they could put into a trade, right? But I wouldn't bet on that. SC Arisen says, Lakers fans are crazy, man. Second best player on the best team in the East, and they think they're getting Duren for a bunch of mid-roll players in a first. Yeah, it's just not going to happen, obviously. I would assume Nua Piston, he could be a solid option for them for sure. They have that trade exception. They have salaries that they could use to get there as well. Definitely some possibilities. Smelly Garage Fluid says people are vastly overrating those Warriors picks post-Curry. The entire NBA landscape will change in 3 years. It'll be unrecognizable in 5. Can't assume they will just lie down and be bad while Milwaukee collects lottery picks. I mean, it's not about just lying down and being bad, but it's about, okay, what's their process of getting better if you own their picks in 2026, 2028, 2030, and 2032? What's their means of improving? Yeah, you could theoretically operate with cap space, but how feasible has that been the last 5 to 10 years building a team that way in the NBA? Not super viable. So I think there's a lot of situations that are playing into it, into why those picks won't be that good down the, or would be good, why the Warriors themselves would not be that good. What are the Cavaliers giving up for James Harden? Let's head back over. Let's see if Chris Haynes has any new tweets as well. I'm going to refresh this real quick. Nope. So just 4 minutes are official here. Is officially still the most recent report. Let's go back over to Fanspo and again talk about this Cavaliers Clippers trade. What could it look like? What's involved? From the reporting, it sounds like the Clippers are not willing to give up future draft capital, especially like what I would presume to be meaningful draft capital. Now, if Harden does go to the Cavaliers for Darius Garland, this trade does financially work for both sides. It keeps the Clippers below the first apron, and then the Cavaliers, since they are a second apron team, they can do this trade and give up more salary than they are taking back. So that's good to know. And then you could look at throwing in a second-round pick or a couple second-round picks in this deal to Cleveland. It gives the Cavs a little bit of added flexibility for getting significantly older. I also do think this does make the Cavaliers slightly better in the short term, but it's a very sensible trade for the Clippers because you're getting 10 years younger at your point guard spot. You're kind of shifting away from the Kawhi Leonard timeline a little bit and more so shifting toward the Ivica Zubac timeline, which Zubac played like an All-NBA big last year. And, this year maybe not so much, but still a really high-quality player. And you're shifting toward his timeline a little bit more while still getting a guy who's very good right now. So Zach here says, remove all the reasons the Bucks and Pacers wouldn't make a Giannis deal. They have a hypothetical great package. They really do. I would love for Giannis to be a Pacer. It won't happen, but I would love for it too. It'd be sick. Nick here says somehow some Hawks fans still think they won the DeJounte Murray trade. Hawks fans, I had one Hawks fan who's very nuanced and informative tell me that they did not lose the Luka Doncic for Trae Young trade on draft night. So that was not a lost trade for the Atlanta Hawks because Trae Young's really good for them. And then they traded Trae Young for CJ McCollum. Oh, man. Sanic here says if Nick Claxton goes to Charlotte and Charlotte keeps doing what it's doing, we got a dark horse team in the making. They'd definitely be very, very good. Vincent here says, saw Nets press on IG saying that Nets should help facilitate a Giannis to Blazers trade. Nets would send Cam to Milwaukee as well. Highsmith and Wilson would go too. They get Kuzma and a first for helping. I mean, I'm sure the Nets would love to jump in and get a first round pick, but if I'm Milwaukee, why would I be sacrificing getting one of the assets by getting off of Kuzma when I have all this dead money committed to Damian Lillard anyway? If I'm Milwaukee, I'm using cap space and bad contracts like a luxury here. I'm using them to get assets myself. I'm not giving up assets to get off of bad contracts. Magnus says, hi again. Welcome back to the stream. Magnus says, would DeJounte Murray be a good fit in Detroit? Is there a trade that works to bring him to the Pistons? The Pelicans are fascinating, right? Troy Weaver, maybe the Pistons could get him on the phone. Remember, Trajan Langdon used to be in New Orleans, so there are some ties here between these two organizations from a front office perspective. If I'm the Pistons, I'm probably just staying away from what Detroit has to offer me, unless it's somehow Zion Williamson. Then I'd be like, hey, what do we think about something like this? Huh? Like, who says no? I don't know. This is not going to happen. I shouldn't even be doing this, but this will not happen. But who says no, hypothetically? How many more hours left for the trade deadline? We are 51 hours and 20 minutes away from the trade deadline at the time I am streaming this. Brendan here says, if you could talk to the NBA and tell them to not do any trades while I'm in class, I would greatly appreciate it. Thanks, Sheldon. Hey, I need content here, Brendan. If they're making a trade, the only thing I don't want is them to make a trade tonight because I have to. I'm driving a long ways away and then coaching a basketball game, so I will not be available tonight. But Caden here says, just got here. What moves do you think the Warriors make this deadline? They will be a team that obviously is in on Giannis. They could also be a Michael Porter Jr. landing spot, although the salaries there are actually a little tricky to make function. I think the Milwaukee to Golden State package is fairly sensible for both sides. The Warriors would send all of these first-round picks that they have, which is a lot of good stuff, by the way, to the Bucks. They would send this swap rights to the Bucks. 4 first-round picks completely unprotected, and a pick swap in 2031. Jimmy Butler goes back to Milwaukee. Kuminga goes to Milwaukee. And then DeAnthony Melton's contract goes to the Milwaukee Bucks as well. And what is a hugely drastic shakeup The Bucks take Jimmy Butler's torn ACL, turn it into Giannis. They turn Jonathan Kuminga and DeAnthony Melton into Miles Turner's salary slot. While, yes, it cost them a ton of their future, it is a significant upgrade right now on their roster. Very significant upgrade if they were to make a deal like this. You could also argue no Miles Turner in this deal, but there's a lot of other things that would be difficult to account for. Josh here says trade for Cam Johnson to Detroit for Jaden Ivey by tonight or tomorrow. I don't think Denver would do that, to be completely honest with you. Ron here says this dude's nuts. Bulls aren't giving up Io for 1 second-round pick. Here's the thing. This is, again, first of all, people many years ago called me crazy for saying I would assume it would be a second-round pick. They said, you're nuts. There's no way. Got drafted in the second round. But, again, let's just look at the contract. Oh, it's the last year of his deal. I mean, let's say he gets traded for 2 seconds. You're going to be like, I told you so. Congratulations. Like, again, the quality of seconds is even more important than anything else. I believe in the deal, he was going to Toronto or something. Like, I don't even remember which deal it was now, but like, it's just funny. Like, you guys, people get so caught up in again, we're talking through frameworks. You guys don't have to get caught up in every single minute detail. Okay. Like, I just don't know. It's actually just really funny to me. I don't understand it. Terrell Allen says, do you see the Pistons making a significant move at the deadline? Yes, I do think they will try and step on the accelerator a little bit and advance their team forward a hair or two. Sohan is worth anything. What's the view around the league? He's not worth a lot. I think the best viewpoint here is for San Antonio to include him in some kind of package trade where he's not the only thing going out. Sohan for Nick Richards I don't think is super likely, because if you look at Phoenix, they are nearly out of the tax. I'm not sure if this will show their tax base, but they're essentially within $1 million of getting out of the tax, even less than that. So there's a world where if they get out of the tax, they could save a lot of money for their ownership, which has been willing to spend a lot. So I think more likely than not, Phoenix will operate as salary dump sellers instead of buyers at the deadline. So I know that might not be exciting for everybody, but Brian said that Cleveland is talking with Brian Windhorst said that Cleveland is talking with Milwaukee and Dallas on a Davis trade or Antetokounmpo trade. Cleveland doesn't have a lot of flexibility, so I don't know what their involvement would be in a bigger deal, unless you're looking at Mobley or Allen, which you're starting to get super far into the weeds. I love seeing those balloons fly in, the happy birthday wishes as well for him. Steve says, yes, the Spurs choked on that Durham pick, but what NBA team has? Yeah, I'm not saying that to hate on the Spurs. I just wish they would have drafted him, because Duran's really good. But Pistons fans are very happy. I also thought the Hornets should just keep Duran. If you go back to my trade cover or my deadline or my draft coverage there, I said that the Hornets should keep him and Mark Williams, and they'd have 48 minutes of awesome center play between those two guys. But now neither of them play for the Charlotte Hornets, funny enough. Mike here says Spurs don't need another center unless they get rid of a Linux contract. I definitely think that they would possibly move a Linux this year. Flexer says, can the Spurs go all in and trade Devin Vassell and Sohan and picks for Murphy? We did talk about that, but I don't think that they should trade Vassell in a Trey Murphy trade, to be honest with you. Jans here says Raptors, Sabonis, Furphy, Kings, RJ, Obi, Toppin, Pacers, Pirtle, first-round pick plus second-round pick. I mean, Jans, is that the worst idea? I don't think the Pacers will be a Jakob Pirtle team, though. I just really don't. Saurav Singh says, what do you think about Harden to the Rockets? I do like that idea, although the issue and the difficulty here is that both Fred VanVleet and James Harden have implicit no trade clauses. So Harden would have to want to go back to Houston. Ime Udoka would want to have Harden, and then Van Vliet would have to want to go to the Clippers. So that's kind of the difficulty. Brendan says, "Dang, Woj is the GOAT." Couch says, "I'm a huge Detroit Pistons fan. I hope that we do not make a stupid trade that would hinder our young core." Okay, let's go back over here to Chris Haynes. I'm going to do a little refresh here as well, just to make sure nothing new. But yep, still the LA Clippers and Cleveland Cavaliers have ramped up that package on James Harden. Josh says, so Garland and Harden is just when now? Yes. Zach says, all right, I'll see you later, Sheldon. Got to lock in to convince people that they should sign up for Bucks season tickets. Appreciate you, Zach. Sell them on a fun, young experience with some new young faces in Milwaukee. If you know, you know. Garland isn't good, says West Coast. I mean, I don't know. He's not bad. He's not a bad player. He's often injured, but if you look at his career numbers, he's not a terrible player. Last couple of years, he's been hovering around 58-ish% true shooting, which is really solid league average on high volume. That's not bad at all. He's got last couple of years a 32+ assist percent rate, which is really good. Turnover percent is a little high, 15% for his career, but not terrible. Mike here says, hey, can we give you all of the first rounders and swaps we've stockpiled? Steven says, what is the Garland package going to be? Because if we trade Harden, we can't only get one player. We need assets and draft picks. I mean, I think getting one good young player is definitely good. So I don't know. I wouldn't hate on it. According to Windhorse, here's the news. Thank you, Nick and Dans, for taking me. Cavs have contacted the Bucks about Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Mavericks about Anthony Davis. Cleveland is active. I don't really understand what Cleveland's trying to accomplish here, but would be absolutely crazy. Definitely a lot of huge news. Make sure you guys do tag me and stuff and news and everything. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Appreciate Jansen for the follow on Twitter as well as Taha. We have 560 people watching live here now. Let's see how we're doing on likes on the stream. 209 likes, so we just need 54 more likes to surpass where we were at yesterday on yesterday's stream. So I definitely think we can hit that threshold. Make sure to go leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. We should be able to get there right now. We have almost 600 people watching live. NBAJ, appreciate you. Dylan here says, hey, Sheldon, been subscribed since last trade deadline season. Personally, I think the Wolves should call on Mathurin and see what they could get him for. I don't necessarily love the Mathurin fit in Minnesota. I'll be completely honest with you. Now, Mathurin's a solid young player. I'm just not sure if he's what Minnesota needs in terms of ball movement, shot making off the catch, readiness to play off the catch, and then defensive talent. I think, I understand the idea, but definitely an interesting viewpoint. Frederick Michael here says, why do you think Jeremy Sohan did not get playing time this season? He played well last year. Now they tanked his value. Seems not that smart, or am I missing something? I mean, it's about they're winning games. It's hard to criticize anything the Spurs are doing. Their coach is coaching the All-Star game for a reason. So I think it's very sensible, everything that they've done. Manuel says, do you think the Celtics are making trades? Maybe Sam Hauser, Anthony Simons, or Chris Boucher. I think the most likely outcome here would be a Anthony Simons trade for Boston and sending him somewhere that could land them some form of big man, whether it's Miles Turner from the Milwaukee Bucks in a deal where Anthony Simons could go to Milwaukee and definitely fill it up a little bit, get this first-round pick involved as well. something like this financially works, it also saves the Celtics a little bit of money against the first apron. It doesn't get them out of it, but it saves them a little bit and maybe gets them in the ballpark of getting out of it with another deal if they could find something that would work for them. It'd be hard to get there, but they could theoretically. Even if they shed just even a little bit of salary, they could find a way to possibly get there. If it's not with Boston, it could perhaps be with Brooklyn instead, something around Nick Claxton's salary. Again, the package here would be pretty much the exact same. Like, this is what you're probably shopping is your 2026 first, maybe a second round pick or two in addition with Anthony Simon's expiring salary. That's what I think is going to be available on the marketplace very readily from Boston. A11 Gravy says, my Hornets traded Duran, SGA, and Kobe. Glad we got hot right now, though. Con, easily the best shooter in the East right now as a rookie. Con is awesome, man. It's so much fun watching that guy play. Hornets have had some very bad luck, haven't they, with some of those draft night trades. Maybe they just need to stick and pick going forward. No more no more trade downs, no more trade outs. They just need to pick their guys. Big Papa says Milwaukee will drag Giannis trade into the summer. No Godfather offer is good enough for them. The issue with that, and I talked about this earlier, but I'm going to go back and just discuss it really quick. If you wait, you could screw yourself. And this is kind of the idea here. If you wait until the offseason, what happens if you're running the Milwaukee Bucks and then Giannis wakes up one morning and says, actually, I've only got 1 year left on my deal. What if I only say I'm going to re-sign with the New York Knicks or the Miami Heat? All of a sudden, there's no more leverage for Milwaukee to trade him wherever they want to for the best offer. It's, every other team backs off because they're understanding they're not going to be able to retain and re-sign Giannis Antetokounmpo. And as a result, Giannis can dictate where he goes, and then you're getting 70% of what you would have gotten had you traded him right now. So I think the downside is too enormous to potentially wait on a trade. Coffee and Ball says, favorite time of the year. Thoughts on the Hornets picking up a guy like Sabonis? Not reported, just a move I personally think makes sense. Good screener, playmaker for the level of shooting Charlotte has. Not actually a terrible idea. I have not really put those two pieces together. Let's jump back over to Fanspo quick and throw together a trade here between Charlotte and Sacramento. The nice thing is the Kings do have obviously Sabonis and a need to get off of some future money. Sexton and Connaughton are both expiring salaries. So there's $28 million of expiring money. And then you could do one of, obviously you have some options here, but Grant Williams, Josh Green. We'll do Josh Green here just because he's a little bit younger. Maybe the Kings try and sell themselves on that. And then the Hornets have their 2027 Miami first. Something like this. This is kind of a multi-fold accomplishment here for Sacramento. They get worse now. They save a lot of money long-term. They save a little tiny bit this season, but a lot of money long-term because they would not be paying the rest of Sabonis' contract. And then they get a first-round pick as well. So this is like a pretty solid offer, in my opinion, for what the Kings are probably looking to accomplish with this Sabonis trade. And then the Hornets are getting far and away the best player in the deal. Far and away. And they're not even giving up that premium of an asset to get there. So, Oh My here says, what would your favorite hypothetical move so far be of the offseason? I mean, I like the idea of Washington trying to steal away Walker Kessler. I think that's actually a very smart long-term move. When it comes to possible trade deadline moves that are hypothetical, that would be my favorite. Giannis to either Golden State or Portland would be extremely enjoyable to watch. Lofo says potential Harden to Houston deal could reunite. Oh, that one too. Harden back to Houston would be awesome. Maybe could convince Fred. I do think the Kawhi little bit is an important detail as well. So Russian here says the fact that both Cavs fans and Clippers fans are both pissed is hilarious. Yes, especially the Clippers fans, like the hard thing for me is I kind of thought that the Clippers were going to be the place that James Harden ended his career, just because it seems like Clippers fans have really appreciated having him and he's played really well there. Just unfortunately doesn't seem like the way it's going to shake out. And Clippers here probably give up a second round pick or two in this, but trade those to the Cavaliers. Cavaliers get some second round flexibility. Clippers get significantly younger at their point guard spot, which I do like this trade for both sides. I actually don't mind it. Nick and Dan's reminding everyone to join the Discord. Link is in the description. Handsome Be Wonderful says Sohan is a bum. I mean, just his skills are, how do I put this, unique, where I think you need the right kind of style of players around him to maximize who he is as a player. So Logan Schmidt says Boucher in a second for Nick Richards. I don't think that financially works because of Boston's tax apron status. Yeah, no, that's not going to financially work. Boucher just makes the minimum, so you can't trade him for Nick Richards. This financially will not work. At least it shouldn't. Am I missing something here? They have the trade exception, but hold on. I feel like I need to revisit this. I will, by tomorrow, I'll have a better answer on why that works. But I thought, I know, above the first apron, you are prohibited from acquiring a player via sign and trade, using any portion of the biannual exception, using any portion of the non-tax mid-level exception, using more than the taxpayer portion of the mid-level, using a traded player exception generated during the prior year, between the end of the previous regular season and the end of the most recent regular season. That's what it is. So they can do it because of the trade exception generating in the offseason, which is, I mean, it's just a very bizarre circumstance, but it technically does work, actually. So glad you said that, because I would not have put two and two together there. I just wouldn't have. Gabe here says, I'm convinced that if Ivey isn't gone, then we're also tanking Ivey value to get a friendly contract. I mean, yeah, Gabe, I understand what you're saying here. Logan says Suns waited to trade KD last year and got Brooks, Green plus 10 instead of Kuminga and Butler. I mean, yeah, they also would have gotten Warriors picks. They wouldn't have just gotten Kuminga. They would have gotten some draft assets from Golden State. So I don't know. It worked out fine. I also thought at the time Houston overpaid, and everyone else said, oh my gosh, they got Kevin Durant for nothing. So just how it is. A Sacramento accomplishment is an oxymoron. It is. It definitely is. Essential Classic says Sabonis to Charlotte. That would be equal to when Vlade Divac was traded there in 1996. That is the Kobe Bryant trade. 11 Gravy says, I like Sabonis. Hell yeah, on the Hornets. Nice fit. I think so too. Sam says, what do you think the Knicks do, if anything? I think the New York Knicks will make a move around Gershon Yabusele. I just don't foresee a huge deal from them. I'd be pretty surprised by that. Sevens of Luck says, just tuning in, any move the Rockets could or would be making to improve their point guard situation amidst the Adams injury. So one that continues to be very sensible in my viewpoint is a trade for Kobe White. Kobe White would come to Houston. Dorian Finney-Smith would go out the door in this, as well as we're just going to do Aaron Holiday in this deal. He can go to Chicago, and the Rockets give up a couple of second-round picks this year and a few second-round picks down the road as well. Something like this. 4 second-round picks, Dorian Finney-Smith's salary, and Aaron Holiday. This makes Houston, I think, marginally better now in the short term, especially while they are waiting for VanVleet to return from injury. Hendricks says, Sheldon, anyway, the Bucks can still make their roster competitive. The only possible way that I could see Milwaukee becoming like semi-respectable this year, if they keep Giannis, would be trading for James Harden. The issue is, how do we get there, right? Salary-wise, it's going to be a challenge. You would probably need to structure around these 2 contracts, which if I'm the Clippers, it'd be like, why do I want that? But then maybe the Bucks give up. Like, I don't even know, man. Like it's just really not pretty. Like you look at this Bucks asset stuff and it's just not good. I don't know. I don't see any reason why the Clippers would make a trade like this. So the answer is really no. There's no reason for the Clippers to do this. So the answer is no. The Bucks season is shot, and they are not going to be able to make themselves competitive. The Riz Knox says Olynyk in 2 seconds for Portis. Let the tank begin. Definitely not an out of reality possibility here. I definitely think there's some realistic potential for this kind of trade. Bobby Portis makes 13.4, which is exactly the same amount of money Kelly Olynyk makes. And the Spurs could throw in this 2026 second, which is decent, and this 2030 second. Gives the Bucks a little bit of flexibility, some draft capital to add to the treasure chest of picks, which is right now completely barren. The Spurs get Bobby Portis, which is a definite upgrade on their roster presently. A11 Grady says Harden had infinite aura in Houston. That would be a good idea with KD. It'd be fun to see him return to Houston. It would be absolutely awesome to watch for sure. Donald says, awesome. Appreciate having you in here, Donald. HJM Sports says Olynyk plus Sohan for John Collins. I think San Antonio would do it, but would the Clippers accept? Again, it kind of depends. Let's get the Cavaliers in here as well. Actually, what I think is more likely, I know you want to know about the Spurs, but I think the more likely outcome here, one of the more sensible packages would be getting Sacramento, getting the Clippers, and getting the Cavaliers all together. Because if you're the Clippers and you're trading away James Harden to Cleveland, you might be giving up a couple of second-round picks in that process too. We'll send this one to the Cavs. We'll send this one to the Cavs in this trade. And then in the process, like you are getting Darius Garland, but if you still want to try and be competitive right now, if you do trade John Collins away, what could you get back, right? You could maybe do something around DeRozan, or if you're trying to kind of reset for the future a little bit, you could do Malik Monk to the Clippers as well as Devin Carter to the Clippers. This gets the Kings out of a lot of long-term money that they owe to Malik Monk. The salaries here work on all fronts. Now the Kings do take in a little bit of extra money in this, so they maybe would want to dump another salary, but whatever that looks like, there'd be possibilities. But in here, essentially a deal like this could make some sense, or if it's not Carter and Monk, you could do just DeRozan in this deal instead. Not to the Cavaliers, but to the Clippers. Something like this, in theory, works as well. So the Clippers would get DeRozan, who is a skill upgrade over Collins, although Collins is is a better fit on the current team around Harden. But if Harden's getting traded, maybe they could make this kind of shift. Milwaukee Card says, how could the Bucks get other assets, primarily picks, by being sellers? Not sure if anybody else besides Giannis is worth much. One of the best ways is getting some kind of big salary back for Giannis, because then in the offseason, if you get Jimmy Butler, for example, you could trade him in a salary dump from another team like the Sixers with Paul George. Like if you look at the Sixers, they should not want this Paul George contract. So going into this offseason, if they could trade it to Milwaukee, would they give up a first-round pick to get off that contract? Very likely, right? That's a contract that you would give up a first to get off of, not $14 million for Dennis Schroder. $14 million is like such a small percentage of the cap. Like that's why you don't give up a first to get off of Dennis Schroder, by the way. The Kings didn't have to give up a first to get off of him. So Giannis and his brother will both be in the trade. Very likely. Very likely. Harden for Garland swap deal could happen any moment, according to NBA trade rumors. Definitely something we are watching for, keeping our eyes on. Eric Garcia says Schroder will 100% be in the Garland package. I mean, if he's in the package, it's going to be something like this, where it would be Schroder to Brooklyn, and the picks that the Clippers are sending would just go to Brooklyn instead. And then the idea here is, from a financial viewpoint, the Cavaliers are out of the second apron, which would be a huge gift and blessing for them. The Clippers stay below the first apron as well. And then the Nets use their cap space, which, because guess what? If the Nets don't do anything with their cap space, it doesn't do them any good long term. They can't roll it over to next season. So, it's going to be a 1-for-1 swap because especially if the Cavs stay a second apron team, they actually cannot aggregate salaries to take in more money. So, BMAX says, why would Mitchell want to play with Harden? It's a bad fit. It's not necessarily I'm certain about Mitchell wanting to play with Harden. It's about probably trying to get out of the aprons and then finding long-term flexibility. Like, you look at Garland's contract, he's making a lot of money for longer than James Harden's making a lot of money. So I think there's some financial motivation there, more so than just the on-court fit motivation. And I do think Harden is a really good fit with the front court that Cleveland has. So that might be part of the idea. J-Way Athletics says Melo to the Clippers, Garland and picks to the Hornets. The Hornets are not going to blow up their team with how they've been playing. Just probably not going to happen. And Ansai here says, what could the Knicks get back from Yabusele realistically, and what else would have to be attached? Well, the thing is about the Knicks, if you look at where they're at, this team's right up against the second apron. That's where they're hard capped. They can't go above it. But salary dumping Gershon Yabusele doesn't even get them out of the first apron. It doesn't even get them close to getting out of the first apron. And if you look at his contract, he's got a player option. So that's the reason you dump him. Now, where could you trade him? One team that came up yesterday that I do think makes a lot of sense is the Chicago Bulls for Dalen Terry. You send Yabusele on his way, and you give the Bulls a second-round pick or two to eat this salary, right? Whatever. One solid second, one fake second, whatever it is. But this kind of salary composition is something that makes some real sense here. Knicks save a little bit of tiny money this year, but it's really just saving money on next season's roster. So Harden played with Embiid and Kyrie KD. He's ball hogging this year because he has to. I mean, yeah, Harden's been successful everywhere he's been. Harden wins games. I'll go over to Twitter again real quick because, again, there's a huge misunderstanding seemingly. But people seem to think things haven't worked out for Harden. Every time Harden's been traded, the team that he leaves completely falls apart because they are realistically not that good when they don't have him. And he has been winning that entire duration of time. He wins a lot, almost 100 more wins than losses since being traded originally from Houston. And if you look at the teams that have traded him away since that time, since they've traded him, Houston, obviously a long time ago, a lot of losses. Brooklyn, a lot of losses. And even Philly, despite having Maxey still and Embiid and then signing Paul George, they've lost more than they've won. But that is not the reality for James Harden. So, he's still a winning player. Is Kawhi to Detroit possible? I mean, yes, but it's not going to happen. Especially with the investigation going on, I don't think there's going to be a trade for Kawhi Leonard. I'd be very shocked by that. I mean, Gabe, you're right here, I would say, but at the same time, I don't think Garland and Mitchell are going to get you there either if you're worried about the defense. So. Ginger here says, what is the exact avenue for the Cavs acquiring both Harden and Giannis? I tried it on Fanspo, but it's hard to get things to work. Let's do it. This is a great question, Ginger. Let's try and make it work. Obviously, I've not pursued this yet. You guys have been watching me work the machine. I've not done this quite yet, but there definitely could be an avenue. It would just be very convoluted and difficult. Let's get the Clippers in here. And then we are going to just default to the Brooklyn Nets being involved as well because they have cap space. So we are going to start with the Dennis Schroder dump to the Nets. With this now, it gets the Cavaliers out of the second apron, which I don't know why it says it doesn't. In this, it definitely does. And we've seen the other trades earlier, but whatever. In this now, Harden goes to Cleveland, Giannis goes to Cleveland, which means we need to get to $93 million. Luckily, 39.4 of that is coming from the Darius Garland salary slot. So there we go. That asset goes in. Now we need to make up $40 million. Evan Mobley's a name. Jarrett Allen could be a name. Lonzo Ball's a name. How would we get there? What team would realistically want Jarrett Allen? Let's get the Lakers. We're gonna send Jarrett Allen to the Lakers, okay? And in return, we are going to send Gabe Vincent and Maxi Kleber to the Milwaukee Bucks, okay? We are going to also send this 2031 first to Milwaukee and this 2032 second to Milwaukee. So essentially, the Lakers turn Vincent and Kleber and their first and second round picks down the road into Jarrett Allen, who would be an elite fit on this roster, by the way. Now the Cavaliers are still $20 million short, which is very challenging. The issue is we're going to run into issues with the second apron here as well. It's going to be almost impossible to make this deal genuinely work. But we're gonna try doing it without Evan Mobley at first. We're gonna trade Strus to the Bucks. We're gonna trade Lonzo to the Bucks. The issue, so the one thing is, we're still over by a decent amount of money. So it could be Merrill, but then you're really tearing this team apart if you do Merrill. We'll do Dean Wade to Milwaukee, and we'll do Craig Porter's been an important part of the team. We'll do, I don't want to do Proctor though. We'll do Thomas. Oh my gosh, I don't want to do Thomas Bryant either. You're kind of seeing the issue. We're going to do Larry Nance to the Bucks, okay? So far, we've got a lot of salary getting moved around. This is a real headache of a deal so far. It just really is. But that's what we're trying to make work. Financially, this does not work right now. If I do this, it does say success. Okay, this actually does work. Obviously, we need to get picks in here. The issue is, how would Cleveland get meaningful draft picks to any of these teams? I don't have any idea. I don't know. So if it's not this, it would probably just need to be. We're gonna take out the Lakers. Okay, the Lakers are coming out of this trade. I don't know. This is a nightmare. Evan Mobley, you are a Milwaukee Buck. And the issue is they're still a second apron team like this. So we could do Dean Wade or we could do Lonzo. Lonzo, you are a Milwaukee Buck. There you go. That's how it would work. This one's simpler. You know, obviously, let's before I get yelled at by everybody, let's go get some of these picks in there to the Nets so that they don't have a tizzy fit today. We'll even throw this to Milwaukee. There you go. I mean, I don't know. Harden, Giannis, Mitchell, Allen. It's just basically like Milwaukee looks at Evan Mobley and says this is the best player we can get. Which would be crazy. If they get Evan Mobley, like that's a real star build around player. Clippers get a lot younger here with Garland. The Cavaliers shift their team toward Giannis and Harden. They really accelerate their timeline. It'd be risky to say the least. And then the Bucks get one of the top young players in the entire league. So our hand here says it'd be hilarious if Schroder finds his way back to Brooklyn. Would the same trade work with Strus to Brooklyn? No, it would not, because the Nets don't have the exact amount of cap space they would need for Strus. Strus makes slightly more than the cap space the Nets have, so it actually would not work with Strus. The nice thing is, though, if you're Brooklyn, you already know Schroeder's going to play well in your system. You could probably trade Schroeder next year and convince the team, hey, he can help you win. So, I don't know. I wouldn't rule that out at all. It could also be like Detroit. Detroit could be the team that takes him back in on that trade exception that they got from trading him to Sacramento. A1 says, let's go Mavs. Flag is awesome. He is obviously incredible. Ash says he's traded apparently to the Cavs just now. I don't think I missed any news. You scared me for a second. What if Harden does not waive the 15% trade kicker? Is there a deal Cleveland can still make with the increased money on the Bucks? You're looking at, 15% of 40 million. Let me do the math. For $6 million extra, they would have to attach Dean Wade, basically, to make the money work there, or dump him somewhere else. Biscuit, thank you for the 5. Says 3-team deal. Indiana gets Ayton and Connect in the 2031 first. Miami gets Rui, Mathurin, Jay Huff. The Lakers get Wiggins, Khalil Ware. Fair deal. We can talk about that for sure. I'm going to make sure to put your name on the donors list. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you big time, Biscuit. Let's get some W's in the chat for Biscuit here. Let me see. I'm having some issues here. Okay. Biscuit TV. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Throw that down on the bottom. Let's look at that possible deal, but I do want to see the comments here real quick as well. So let's fly through some of these recent comments. They do have Keon Ellis now too, so it's definitely interesting. 11 Gravy says we got Diabate, we good. Scooby says I say the Lakers should get some draft capital back just because the Lakers are taking on that contract. Yeah, I agree, Alonzo. Like there's no reason for Milwaukee to do that. I completely agree. 100% says, what are your thoughts about Cavs inquiring for Anthony Davis? What realistic trade can they do? They would basically do something like this, but instead it would just be the players instead of Mobley for Davis, which I wouldn't love if I was Dallas. Mate here says, Mate says, do you think Sabonis getting traded today? Definitely this week. Tomorrow would be my guess, or Thursday. Big J, thank you for the salute. Appreciate you, my man. Do I think the Nets trade Claxton or MPJ? I do think so, but maybe not at the deadline. I think, as boring as it is, they could just wait until the offseason. That's what they did last year with Cam Johnson. So, the All-Star Celebrity Game. That's awesome. The All-Star Celebrity Game is getting coached by the Antetokounmpos and Mookie Betts. What? This is Key and Peele. Keegan Michael Key is he's on what? What is this? Oh, I can't interact because this is Brett Siegel who blocked me, but it's actually hilarious. I love how in the All-Star Celebrity Game, there's 2 former NBA players, Taco Fall and Jeremy Lin. I wonder how balanced these teams are. They're on the same team versus Taylor Paul. Oh my gosh. We've got the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Oh, okay, Jason. I didn't see White Chocolate. Okay, Jason Williams he's also Jason Williams is 15 years older than these other guys too. And I love how Matt Ishbia as an owner, he's playing in the game. What is going on here? This is what the heck? That's actually absurd. That's actually crazy. But no, I don't think Nets trade Claxton or MPJ. Well, I do think they will, but maybe not this trade deadline. So, Jay-Z Crossover says, I'm sure you said this 80 times today, but do you think Giannis gets traded at the deadline or the summer? I think he should get traded at the deadline. If I was the Milwaukee Bucks, I would trade him right now. I would have traded him yesterday. I would have traded him a week ago. In fact, I would have traded him before the season started, but they did not do that. The best time for them to trade him is the soonest time. Jimbo here says, do you think Sohan is going anywhere before the deadline? Probably. I do think he'll probably get traded. Yep, Darko coaching Team World. White Chocolate. Shout out to White Chocolate, man. One of my favorite players to watch. Tim Jenkins, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says been at work all morning. Any good rumors today? The most recent news that we got here, Tim, was this news surrounding the Clippers and Cavaliers. where the Clippers and Cavs have ramped up, according to Chris Haynes, ramped up conversations on a James Harden, Darius Garland package, with both sides now motivated to executing a deal relatively soon, league sources tell Chris Haynes of NBA on Prime. That's right. That is who he is representing now. So Chris Haynes does obviously some great work. Very interested in seeing what happens there. Flex says, who do you think the Pistons go for in your opinion? I think Detroit is going to, I don't know. I think Detroit is going to go for, yeah, it is Michigan State legend Matt Ishbia. Yes, it is. The Pistons, who do they go for? I'm going to say that they pursue, I think they're going to pursue, I would love for them to get Harden. That'd be fun. But no, they're going to do something smaller than that. I think they're going to use their Bobby Portis is a guy that makes a lot of sense for them too. If the Spurs don't get him, Jason Williams had some really bad Wemby takes lately. I mean, Jason Williams also told that story about how he had Anthony Edwards coming off the bench in high school at that All-Star game he was coaching. I don't think Jason Williams is really in the know with what's happening in the league right now, which is okay, but everyone's just got to understand that. Brisket here says Raptors gets a bonus, give up RJ, Pirtle, Ochai, draft capital, just need a third team to take that Pirtle contract. Yep, definitely seems like the news that we are waiting for there. SC Horizon says it's going to be Kennard, sadly. Yeah, I could see that too for Detroit. He fits into that trade exception very smoothly without taking up all of it either. Pistons are just going to acquire Luke Kennard and think that'll be enough. I hope not. I'd honestly prefer a number of different things for them, but Kennard is the nice thing is if you get Kennard, you're not sacrificing your flexibility there. Caleb Burton says, am I tripping or would MPJ be perfect in Detroit? I mean, I would like MPJ in Detroit, but it's going to be difficult. Let me go back to sharing this tab. Again, here was the crazy trade that would bring Giannis and Harden to Cleveland. The Bucks would get Evan Mobley. Clippers would get Garland. It's a huge it's basically a huge give up here from the Cavaliers on their future. But if you're a Utah Jazz fan, this is what you want to see, I think. But let's go take a look at Detroit and Brooklyn here in a deal. Let's get the Pistons on board. Michael Porter Jr. to Detroit. Not Cade Cunningham. Nope. Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, those two guys back. And then you're looking at, a first here. And then depending on how this goes, like there's a lot of things they could do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do like 6 second-round picks instead of an additional first. Because if I'm Detroit, I'm wanting to keep my first-round pick flexibility for something else down the road. So let's do a bunch of second-rounders instead. Gives the Nets even more assets to work with. Still get a first-rounder in 2026. Get a former top-5 pick in Jaden Ivey, who I still believe in. And then Detroit gets an awesome, awesome player in Michael Porter Jr. SC Arisen says, get me Clay. Clay's a fun one. Now, the issue with Clay is his salary is larger than their trade exception. So they can't just acquire Klay Thompson outright, but maybe they could do something around Jaden Ivey. Now, this is one of those where you'd say, well, no, maybe not. How about Karis LeVert? Let's get Karis LeVert in there instead, and then they'll give the Mavericks like 3 second-round picks in 2027. Something that's not great. Why is this failing? Probably because I didn't put Klay Thompson in the deal. That would explain it. There we go. That would help. It still didn't work. Oh yeah, Mavericks hard cap. Duh. And I have Jaden Ivey in the deal still. Okay. There we go. I knew I wasn't losing my mind. I just had the wrong stuff clicked. I wasn't like paying attention to what I was doing. There we go. So LeVert in 3 seconds for Clay. That might even be an overpay. It could probably just be like, yeah. Let me take one of those out. We'll take out the Milwaukee one because that one could actually be pretty decent. Something like this. There you go. Clay for LeVert. Not the end of the world. Not elite, but not bad. Demi here says, I think Rockets should pick up Russ, Monk, cheaper than Harden. They need guards. Monk, definitely an option. Russell Westbrook would be a disaster back in Houston with their spacing concerns. I don't think that would age well at all. But Monk wouldn't be awful. Sam says, what do the Sixers do to make room to sign their two-way guys? Barlow is awesome. Barlow is really good. Barlow had a very good game last night, especially first half. I think if you're looking at what the Sixers can do to get off of money, we're going to go to Utah here because they have cap space. We're just going to literally give up Andre Drummond. And what this does is it puts the Sixers roster down to 13 guys, which means that they could sign one or two of their two-way players. And this also gets the Sixers out of the tax. I know it says it doesn't here, but it actually would, because the Sixers are about let me share this tab now. Here's the team tax tracker from Spot Track, and the 76ers are $1.26 million over the tax. So what they could do is if they trade away Drummond, they could sign two of their two-way guys to to standard NBA deals and still be below the tax line. So Bonga here says, hey, Utility, what was your opinion on the Blazers-Hawks trade from a couple days ago? I liked it a lot for Portland. I thought it was a very, very good trade for them. Getting a guy in Vit Krejci who fits them, really solid player, and fits on the wing for them very, very smoothly and easily. SC Horizon says, perfect. Take away the coach's toy and get a shooter in the door. I swear if I have to watch LeVert playoff minutes, I'm ending it. I've been a long LeVert disliker. He's been overrated for a very long time. Finesse Kid says, how do you view Behringer as a legit trade piece, or have Wolves fans overvalued him? I don't know if he's going to be a super valued trade piece. I think he's just going to be a valued piece of the Wolves' future. I would be pretty surprised if they trade him, to be honest. My dog quoted me. I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Every Kings exec. Hey, I'm trying out for the role right now. I think they like my film and my tape here on it. Shansky says Pistons should try to get Reggie Jackson and Jonas Jerebko. Would fill out the roster perfect. That's a throwback. Can we get some Sekudam Boya in the chat here? W Sekudam Boya. Slap piece here says Trey Murphy to Detroit is a dream scenario for the Pistons. We can talk about that. Not a bad idea. Let's go over here to the Pistons and the Pelicans. Trey Murphy III has been a very highly requested name, someone that a lot of people want to know about. Now, the issue here with tax space, they could do this. This fits into their tax bill if they centered it around Tobias Harris. But realistically, they could do something like LeVert and Ivey, because I'm sure the Pelicans would have interest in Ivey. And then the Pistons would give up this 2026 first, and then like maybe a top 8 protection here in this. Something like that's not terrible. Pistons get Trey Murphy III. The Pelicans get Jaden Ivey and some draft capital. So don't hate that either. Us Pistons fans cannot stand LeVert. Mate here says, which big man would help the Celtics the most? Miles Turner, I think, is a very smooth fit with how Joe Mazzulla's offense is designed. And I think Nick Claxton would give them more of that defensive infrastructure that they could really use. So either or would not be bad. I would be happy with either. Gator fan says, as an OKC fan, I like the idea of trading Alex Caruso plus picks for Nikhil Alexander Walker as a big move for OKC. Still a great defender and a much better offensive player and would fit the locker room. Honestly, that's like not a crazy idea. I don't know if Atlanta's going to do that, but Ethan wants to know if I have a draft board right now of my top 10 prospects. I have a rough idea. I have not gone through and actually like built a board yet at this point. I tend to wait until closer to March Madness just so I have kind of a really well-established viewpoint before I share it, but definitely a possibility. Vaughn here says, you tell him, Gabe, Appreciate Yvonne for being in here. Aaron Rakowski says, good morning, Sheldon. Think we will see a trade today, specifically a Harden Garland swap. Could be today, could be tonight. I hope it's not tonight because I will be unable to stream tonight because I am coaching a high school basketball game tonight. But if it is tonight, I will record a video at some point in the near future on it for sure. But today is definitely possible. I do think more likely than not, though, tomorrow is going to be that big build-up day, which has me really excited and should have you guys excited as well. Appreciate you guys. Mike Brown's been fired a lot. Just W that resume. Gabe here says I'd trade Cunningham and Duran for the French connection, Killian Hayes and Sekou Doumbouya. Oh my goodness. Hey, that's someone's number 1 overall pick in the 2020 NBA draft, Killian Hayes. Put some respect on his name. That's it. By the way, Killian Hayes is still the only F grade I've ever given for a draft choice. Still the only F grade. So, SC Arisen says, I say we get Sekou back for the dunk contest. Have him dunk on Tristan Thompson. Ethan Roberts says Pelicans are keeping Trey. They are trading Jordan Poole and DeJounte Murray. I agree with that perspective. John Castiglione, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, I don't understand ducking the tax for the Sixers. Embiid is playing great, looking at his healthiest. Ducking the tax and not trying to make bench improvements is crap. We ducked the tax 2 years in a row already. First of all, John, appreciate you. And secondly, I agree with you. As a fan, it is extremely frustrating to see your team who you want to be competitive. You want to see them try and compete at a high level, try and win playoff series. It is incredibly frustrating seeing them not push for playoff contention, winning high in the playoffs. And it's unfortunate that I do have to talk about shaving money so much, because I would love if the entire trade deadline was just about getting better like it should be. It would be so much fun to talk about, oh, this team's going to try and make an aggressive move to win. That's not always what happens, unfortunately. And unless the Sixers are really in on leveraging a bunch of their future picks and trading Paul George to break up the roster into bench pieces and depth and everything, kind of reversing the Paul George signing and using draft picks to do so, they're kind of stuck, honestly, without it. So it's going to be kind of a difficult situation. One of the things I'll say, it is going to be hard for them to improve the bench catastrophically either way, because they don't have a lot of quality salaries to move. Like, you're looking at Grimes is $8.7 million, Oubre's $8.3 million, Drummond's $5 million, and then from there, like, you're basically looking at minimums. So it's hard to build trades that are going to be great for the Sixers bench anyway. But I definitely understand your frustration there. I totally hear you because it is very frustrating. Kobiscuit here says, I saw something about OKC trading Lou Dort and lesser first-round picks for Rui Hachimura and Lakers 2031 first. I mean, what I think is more likely here would be, I don't know what the team would be. It wouldn't be Brooklyn, but what player would something like this, right? Where if these two teams are involved and then the Thunder are the third team, something like Gafford to the Lakers. We have Gabe Vincent to the Mavericks. How do we do this? We'll do Gabe Vincent to the Mavericks as well as Dalton Connect to the Mavericks. Salary-wise, this does put the Mavericks right up against the second apron, so this would theoretically work. And then the Lakers would trade this 2031 first to the Thunder, and the Thunder would give a couple of 2026 firsts. This is the Clippers one to the Mavericks. I don't know. Something like this where they're essentially taking their 2026 firsts and turning them into this Lakers 2031 first. It would be a bet against the Lakers long term. It would be extending the Thunder's window of being able to operate with a draft pick surplus and trying to move some assets around. So, you could even argue that maybe like this isn't in there, and instead the Thunder are giving up like this and this deal and this as well or something. Like, some form of draft capital assets. Lakers get a starting center and Daniel Gafford. And the Thunder get this Lakers first. So definitely an idea. Definitely a solid idea. JKH says it's exhausting being a Jazz fan because they aren't doing anything in the offseason, trade deadline, or ever. They're the most conservative poker player at the table for my whole life. Who knows? We'll see what Austin Ainge does going forward. Might have a little bit of a change at some point, but very excited to see. Jake says, hey, Sheldon, here's your daily reminder to take a sip of water or Dr. Pepper. Keep up the great work, brother. I've been a little bit more responsible today. No Dr. Pepper today. Probably shouldn't spam Dr. Pepper all week long. I'm going with a little bit of a better hydration approach today. But appreciate you, my man. Thanks for the reminder as I put down the cup without drinking. But I'm sure my voice will be fine. I'm just going to go scream at some high school players to execute my pick and roll coverage that I came up with. So that'll be tonight. I'll be yelling at them to the jam the ball screen. That's what I call it, jam. Brand new pick and roll coverage. I'll share it with you guys at some point in the near future for sure. So stay tuned. Slap P says, how are the Pelicans so bad? The roster is not as bad as the record. It makes zero sense. The roster is not very good, and they're young. That's one of the things too. They're playing a lot of young players. It's very hard to win when you're playing young players in the NBA, especially in the Western Conference, where night to night every single game is a slugfest. This team is not very good. Just point blank. I understand. There is talent. There's for sure a lot of talent here. The other thing is Herb Jones has missed a lot of time. They've actually been pretty good when Herb's been available. So Tim says, does the Harden move make the Cavs a title contender? Is this a move to capitalize on the Celtics being down this year? And would this move kind of force other Eastern teams to improve their rosters? I do think it would enhance the Cavaliers a little bit this year, but it's hard for me to say that they would be true title contenders even at that point. Carlos says, yo, Sheldon, since Portland still could use another shooter, could they make a package for Trey Murphy? They definitely could. Portland, there's a lot of ways Portland could go about this trade deadline. Trey Murphy, Jaden McDaniels, these really valued wing players could definitely be in the conversation here. You'd start around Jeremy Grant's salary. Now, the issue here is the Pelicans don't want to be a tax team, so you'd have to send some salary back out the door in this too. We could include Sadiq Bey here. This gets the Pelicans out of the tax technically, with still having 14 players on their roster, so they'd be fine. And then in the process, they could do this Orlando first and, something down the road, right? They could do something like this. I don't love it. I just think you're kind of splitting the difference if you're a Portland. I think that they should just wait to I think you just wait to make that big move when they're ready for it, which could be this trade deadline for Giannis, which is what I would do. JK Memes here says, how do you trade a drug addict? I don't know what you're talking about. Vaughn here says, Davis and Embiid making more money than Cat. Where are they at? Embiid's a pretty darn good player. King Nacho, glad to have you in here, my man. It says, Sheldon. Ethan Roberts says, Ja and KCP to the Pelicans for Poole and DeJounte Murray. This is a package that is fairly sensible. If you're talking about Pelicans trades, trade between the Grizzlies and Pelicans, I think is a real conversation to be had for Ja Morant and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. You're looking at $61 million. And in return, going back to Memphis, you're looking at $62.6 million. And then from here, who knows what Joe Dumars would be willing to give up? Who knows? I can't read Joe Dumars' mind. I would hope it's only second-round picks. If they give up a first, I'd be very much questioning them. But this kind of deal, not the worst idea. Nick here says, what would you trade for Mobley if you are the Blazers as part of a three-way trade for Giannis? I'd be willing to give up all the stuff if I was getting Mobley. That would be super sick. Maybe that is something we should talk about, actually. Maybe that is if the Bucks want their picks back and Cleveland wants Giannis, maybe there is a framework here that makes sense where Mobley ends up in Portland instead. Giannis ends up in Cleveland. Now, if I was Milwaukee and I could get Evan Mobley, I'd probably just get Evan Mobley. But just hypothetically, we're going to play through the discussion here. Team number 4, we are going to add Brooklyn because we are going to have to salary dump Schroder to the Nets here. We're going to include that second-round pick to the Nets and this one to the Nets. Okay, there we go. We took care of the Nets part of the deal. Now from here, looking at the assets, right? Jeremy Grant would go to Milwaukee, presumably in this. And now from a salary perspective, we do have to send out another $14-ish million. Could be Robert Williams, Time Lord, to Milwaukee. And then we need to send out like Lonzo Ball to Milwaukee. This salary does work. This gets the Cavs out of the second apron as well, with a little bit of space to make a signing as well on their roster. The Cavaliers could offer swap rights here. They could actually just genuinely trade this first-round pick to the Bucks as well, although they're giving up Mobley, so I don't know if they would. But you're looking at something like that, and then this pick to the Bucks, this pick to the Bucks, and this pick right here, swap other's choice to Milwaukee as well. We actually have to unprotect it, trade that to Milwaukee, and then we have to go back in and then edit this to a swap, Milwaukee's choice. There we go. That now functions. And yeah, there you go. So, I mean, they would even give up another first here as well, trade to Bucks. So, I mean, this is an interesting package, right? Mobley to the Blazers. Cavaliers get Giannis. Bucks get Cavaliers get Giannis and out of the second apron. And then the Bucks get Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams, Lonzo Ball. So nothing in the way of good young players at all, but they get all of their own future picks back in 28, 29, 30. They get the 2031 Cavs pick, the 2032 Blazers pick, unprotected both. So 5 first-round picks here in return. So definitely interesting idea. Adam Roth says, rooting for the Lakers is like being in a toxic relationship. You know it's going to hurt, but you keep buying the merch anyway. That's funny. Well, I mean, last year you guys did so well. It's hard. Usually I understand some of the Lakers fans' complaints, but I don't know. As a Mavericks fan who had to live through the Luka trade last year, I'm feeling a little less loving and a little less understanding this year with Lakers fans. Vaughn says, do you think a trade with the Pistons and Lakers of LeVert and Green for Rui would make sense? Probably not for the Lakers, to be honest. For Detroit, I think it's sensible for sure. But I don't think I would pursue that if I was the I don't think I would pursue that if I was the Lakers. Ethan here says, do you actually yell at the kids if they mess something up or play poor? What my coaches did and trainer, LOL, could never imagine you like that is why I ask. I mean, here's the thing. I yell at players when they mess something up mentally. And it's more so like yelling during the game, like reminding them to do the certain things that they're supposed to do. I don't like yell at them in like a negative way. In fact, like I hold players to a very high standard when I'm coaching them, but I don't like verbally barrage them. Is like using the word yelling is like what I do during the game, like screaming out our defensive coverage and shell and all that stuff that we're doing. So that's more so what I meant, Ethan. I'm very much, when I was playing in high school too, my coach would like yell at me for literally, if I turned the ball over, he would like immediately sub me out of the game. It was crazy. So no, I don't do anything like that. M. Dot says, some news recently came out about Yabusele possibly playing for Tel Aviv. Would the Knicks be able to void his contract, or would we still get something back in a trade? I mean, if he did leave, I'm sure that they could figure something out with the league on that, but I think the biggest likelihood is that they still trade him, especially the timing on this. I don't think they'll sit and wait and hope. So Vaughn here says he plays on a roster that is one of 3 to 4 teams that have more than 5 double-digit scores to the roster. To be committed to his commitment to defense is where he has to be committed. I'm not sure who he's talking about. SC Arisen says, Sheldon basically the dude from Whiplash when someone screws something up. No, that would be funny though. MP Scrap says, as a Hornets fan, I have poverty superiority and cannot possibly ever feel bad for another franchise fan. I totally get that, MP. WCOE says, when is the trade deadline? The trade deadline is Thursday, February 5th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Mud Dog says, so you were Dillingham and you had a Coach Finch. Yes, except in high school, I was the only guy on my team with a positive assist to turnover rate, and I was the only one who got yelled at for turning the ball over too much. Make it make sense. Bubba Beat says, what about a Trey Murphy trade to the Lakers? I mean, I don't think it's overly likely, but we can take a look at it. Might as well. One of the best parts of doing these trade deadline streams is looking at all of the possibilities. And while I don't think a Trey Murphy trade to LA is overly likely to actually occur, we might as well discuss the possibility. Ayton could be a part of this deal, perhaps. Although probably not. I mean, Connect would be in here, I would assume. Then the salary. The issue is here you're running into first apron issues in terms of space. This has been kind of a common theme issue. We'll include Matt Kovich just because the salary is kind of essential actually for the Lakers. I know Pelicans fans will say we don't want to give him up, but I don't know. The offer is just not very good for the Pelicans, in my opinion. If I was the Pelicans, I would not make this trade. So Shansky here says, this is my first season coaching. Would love to pick your brain on some of the newer concepts you teach. Yeah, definitely. Feel free to DM me on X. Feel free to DM me on Twitter. Yeah, we could definitely talk about some stuff. That'd be fun. Not opposed to that at all. Tim here says, I still think Reaves might be traded. He's out again today. I think they just want to make sure he doesn't get re-injured. I think he is traded for a wing. Obviously would be the huge news, right? If Austin Reaves is in a deal, then all of a sudden this looks way different, right? Probably no Maxey, probably no Connect, and it would just be like if Austin Reaves is in this deal, I mean, like this is a no first round pick. Like it's a huge trade if something like this happens. I ran into Lakers hard cap. Whoops. Let's not take back Matt Kovich. There you go. Like huge. This would be a huge shakeup on their team, right? This would be a very drastic change. Is Khalil Ware available on the market? I do think he is relatively available. Probably not to a number of rival teams, but to Milwaukee in a Giannis trade. Chris here wants to know what the background music is. It's such a chill vibe. It is called Lo-Fi. I don't know the exact name of the beat because it is like through the streaming service I'm using, one of the preset options, but it is under the Lo-Fi genre. I'll send the Lo-Fi genre. WCO, I'm drinking some water here. So got my nice Minnesota Timberwolves cup here. Souvenir cup from the Target Center, of course. But got some nice water. Twin Cloud says I would abandon the Pelicans in a trade like this. Interesting. Twin Cloud says I would switch teams. Reaves to Detroit like he wanted on draft day. Let's take a look at the Pistons. Now the crazy thing here, right, is Detroit. There's a lot of different ways that they can make this work. They have their traded player exception, which Reaves ironically does fit into. But that's probably not the way they would go about it. I would assume like something of real value would be in here, like maybe Ausar even, which I know Pistons fans will say, whoa, hold on here. But I don't know. That's who the Lakers would want, I would assume. Maybe Ivey in here, and then some other salary going back to the Pistons. Dare we do Marcus Smart? No, we'll do LaRavia. I don't know who says no. Ausar and Ivey for Reaves and LaRavia. There would be some form of draft capital, I'm certain. This is one of those where I don't even know what like this would just be crazy. Christopher, appreciate you. Quake here says Giannis trade update. Nothing definitive yet. Let's go over to Twitter here. Reminder: the most recent news we got was a Chris Haynes update on the Harden Garland situation. I don't think that this is anything. I would not trust Buck's realm. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. In terms of Giannis trade, like I still think it's very much like kind of in the same ballpark of where it's been, where it's like it's Golden State, Portland, maybe Miami. Those three teams seem to be the most sensible options at this point. I really just hope Milwaukee does not wait, because that will be a mistake. King Nacho says Sheldon's Wolves Cup confirmed Giannis to Minnesota. Oh yes, that's another team in the race, the Minnesota Timberwolves as well, of course. I did not mean to discredit their possibilities. Lakers all day. Dope says do the Austin and Warriors and trade for Kuminga and Mobley. I don't exactly know what you're saying here. But Mobley will not be a Laker, if that's what you're asking. Wake Up says, run it. SC Risen says, oh man, I hate getting Reeves. We go from a defensive identity to a shootout every night. Definitely would drastically shake the team's identity up big time, but they would have a lot more offensive juice for sure. Lakers all day says Moody. Is Reeves for Herb Jones possible? Yes, those two actually make the exact same amount of money. So financially, it would be doable, but then the Pelicans, I'm sure, would have to add in some assets or something at least. So MP Scrap says, what do you think it would take from a team to acquire Na or Nembhard? Nembhard's not going to be really available, if I had to guess. Nikhil, I wouldn't assume would be available. Here we go. Miami Heat and Timberwolves appear to be two teams Giannis would like to end up with per the sideline. The focus has been on the Miamis and Minnesotas because those are believed to be the teams Giannis would like to end up with. Golden State was described as one of those teams for a half decade, but there has been some questions and rumbles lately if Giannis is still enamored with the idea of teaming up with the Warriors as he once was 4 to 5 years ago. And there is some active skepticism about that he doesn't see the Warriors as a landing spot per All City NBA, per the sideline. So, I mean, the thing is, the nice thing about a trade is the player doesn't decide where the player goes. So, all right, sorry, you lost me for a second there, but I am back. Yes, so that is the news here, right? The situation. I mean, if it's like KD all over again, that means they're gonna win, Dylan. So first of all, I appreciate you tagging me in this so that I could see it. But then secondly, like I don't know, it's a trade. It's not free agency. The player doesn't get to completely decide where he ends up. Now he has sway, he has influence. But if you're Golden State, you trade for him, you offer him an extension with bird rights and everything and say, are you really going to not stay here? The Bay Area is going to love him once they get him, and he would be the guy that could carry the torch post-Curry. So I don't know. It's not really the same situation. I continue to hear this Giannis to GSW situation be compared to the Durant to GSW outcome from 2016. The issue is they are completely different scenarios. Durant joined a 73-9 team and viewed as hopping on the bandwagon. Giannis would be viewed as a savior type. IMO as someone trying to redeem the end of Curry's career. Feel like it's completely different than how it's being portrayed. Honestly, like, I don't know. Like, and again, if they're sharing that's Giannis's viewpoint, like, again, I think Giannis is incorrect in what his viewpoint is of the situation, but I understand it. Do you think Bub, Whitmore, or Bilal pick 30 package could net the Wizards an additional top pick in the 6 to 12 range? I really like Wagler, Brown, Phylon. Probably not, to be honest. I mean, with Bilal, maybe. But probably not. With Whitmore, definitely not. With Bilal, maybe. Nate next door says, do you realistically think Giannis is getting traded? Yes, I do really think he will get traded. Kirk says Giannis could get a reunion with Drew Middleton being bought out and signed by the Blazers. I agree, Kirk. A11 Gravy says he won and literally ridiculed KD for winning, but he scared he doesn't want that media smoke. Steven Tamores here says, I know Garland is young, but you need another piece because why would the Clippers only want one player? They want another piece because you are trading an 11-time All-Star away. Let's go look at the let's go over here. Okay, we're going to go to this tab. We're going to go to the Los Angeles Clippers. And once it loads, there you go. With the Clippers here, look at their cap table. Okay, you would have, if you trade 1-for-1, Harden for Darius Garland, going into the 2028 season, you would have just Garland and Zubac's salaries basically, and then you would have the rookie numbers of Niederhauser and Christie. Okay, so you would be able to operate with a lot of cap space. You'd be flexible. You'd be able to improve your team pretty drastically a number of different ways in 2028. And it would give you someone who fits that Zubac's timeline. That's why they would do it. That's the reasoning. They would be a destination, a market, a team that would be able to secure players in the market. Let's go over here to Big Papa. How do the Warriors compete with Giannis post Curry after having to give up all the picks? No valuable assets and big name free agency is dead. Well, exactly. And that's why if you're Milwaukee, you would do this because it's going to be very hard for Golden State to do that. But the thing here for Golden State is if you do it, you're trying to win. You're all in on Curry. You're all in on him. But maybe that's what they should have done a few years ago. 40 Crumb says, Clippers need cap room. We desperately need a first-round pick this year as well. We'll see what they did. Chase says, did I see Cavaliers Anthony Davis rumors? I did. I don't think the feasibility is really there, though. I would be pretty surprised if something actually materialized around that. Lucas here says, if you are in the situation of the Hornets, what are you doing during the trade deadline? If I'm the Hornets, I am either sitting super patient or seeing if I can get Miles Turner or Nick Claxton for relatively cheap in terms of a trade, or worst case, I would see if I can get an asset for eating some small, 2-year salary for one of Sexton or preferably Connaughton. I don't see. I don't know if you're talking to me. I'm not sure, but I don't know whose logic you're responding to there. I know I didn't bring up All-Star games. Oh, you're talking about Stevens here. I see what you're saying. Okay. Logan says not a trade, but the Suns and Hornets owners are both going to be playing in the Celebrity All-Star game. I know it's very crazy. Robert Ball says, what can the Spurs realistically get for Sohan in a trade? The Spurs for Sohan, the market's really not going to be that good. I think he's going to just be attached in a deal and maybe some seconds. back here says, if Giannis moves to Golden State, I believe things are happening in favor of big market teams. You know, realistically give up. Heard they were asking for Tari or a first-round pick and filler. Let's head back over here to the trade machine. Definitely some optionality here between a Chicago and Houston deal. I would not give up Tari Eason in a Kobe White trade. I think that would be tremendous for Chicago if they get it. What I think ultimately these teams could settle on, is something like, Jayshawn Tate, or we'll do Aaron Holiday, something like this, plus a couple second-round picks this year, second-round pick from Memphis next year, and then a Sacramento 2029 second. It's not a first-round pick, but it's 4 pretty decent quality seconds, or 3 of them at least being quality, one of them being the Rockets' own this year. Whoops, I did not go back. Something like this, I think, is very sensible in a return package. No, I don't think Kyrie Irving will get traded. I think the Mavs will hold on to him. Nate next door says, why wouldn't the Bucks do right by Giannis? He did so much for that city and franchise, and I feel like it's different from the Dame situation. Just a thought. I mean, they will do right by him by trading him, but they shouldn't just trade him to wherever he wants for pennies on the dollar. And part of that is because the last 4 years, Giannis hasn't done what's best for Milwaukee. He's demanded what's best for him, which is trying to win. And it has completely crushed the Milwaukee Bucks' future. So the Bucks don't owe Giannis anything in the same way that Giannis doesn't owe the Bucks anything at this point. So it's just kind of the reality. 100% says, what do you think the Mavs can realistically do this deadline, and what will you do? What would I do if I was the Mavericks GM? I would not trade Najee Marshall. I actually think the Mavericks are fairly close to being able to compete. So if I'm Dallas, I would consider an Anthony Davis trade. I'm fine with doing that. I would consider a PJ Washington trade, although he's got a recently signed restriction, obviously. He would be a guy I would try and move in the offseason. Not in love with him as a player. This Caleb Martin thing is still a disaster. I still can't believe they did that. This team's not that far off from competing. I would love to trade D'Angelo Russell. Get D'Angelo Russell off my team. Send him to the Houston Rockets for, I don't even know, Jayshawn Tate and Aaron Holiday. Done deal. There we go. I don't know. I would look at a Clay trade, a D'Lo trade, and an AD trade. Those 3 guys I would move. I would probably keep everybody else. Trade PJ in the offseason. If I could trade Caleb Martin, I would, but my guess is you can't because his contract is awful. I still can't. I still cannot believe what the Mavericks did last year on that trade. Robert Ball says, love your trade deadline marathon live streams. Many thanks for doing this. Of course, been live for over 3.5 hours already today. Really do appreciate you guys. Brady Thompson says, are the Timberwolves getting Giannis? Probably not, Brady, unfortunately. I hate to break it to you. But I would bet against that. Now, it's not impossible. I'm not firmly denying its feasibility in totality, but I just think Golden State, Portland, probably more intriguing offers. Miami's as well for Milwaukee. I just think are both more intriguing offers for the Bucks' perspective. Too bad Nico is gone. Logan saying Cooper Flake for James Harden. History favors the bold, says Nico. A11 Gravy says, can Paul George be traded? Yes, he can. I don't know if he will be, though. In fact, I would guess he won't be, but it'd be fun to see him get dealt because that would mean a big trade is happening. One thing I do like, let's go back to that Paul George question quick. One thing that I'm not inherently super mad at would be an Anthony Davis, Paul George swap. Now the first apron comes into play here, so there would have to be another move in this deal. It could be something around Jaden Hardy, his deal for even Kelly Oubre's or something. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. This kind of deal, and then the Sixers give up their 2027. Actually, they can't give up their 2027 first right now, so they'd have to do the Clippers 2028 first, which is what Dallas, I'm sure, would prefer anyway. Something like this, I mean, is definitely interesting, right? Like Mavericks eat Paul George. It sucks, whatever. You're just stuck with him, but you get a really valuable Clippers first-round pick, which would be intriguing. Don't Save Me said, can I do a Harden to Atlanta trade? Sure, let's take a look at it. Welcome to the stream, by the way, over on Twitch. Really do appreciate you for being in here today. Let's get the Atlanta Hawks on line one. And we are the Clippers calling here in this one. Harden to the Atlanta Hawks. You could center something around Porzingis and Luke Kennard. Now, the issue here financially is this first apron, so you're going to have to attach another salary to this deal, which would be Chris Paul. Financially, now, this works on both sides. The Hawks still have a lot of room under the tax. The Clippers stay below the first apron. And then, I mean, like, again, what's the kind of the selling point here for the Clippers, though? I don't know. Like, maybe this first-round pick, which is projected around pick 18 to 20-ish right now. I mean, I just, like, it makes the Hawks better short term, but it doesn't seem like the direction the team's moving in. And it really doesn't help the Clippers that much either in comparison to, like, a Garland trade. Sporty Crumb says Timberwolves have no leverage for Giannis, in my opinion. I just don't think it's the most likely. Brady says, what would the Warriors for Giannis trade look like? Kuminga, Pajemski. Probably not Pajemski, if I had to guess. I think more so it would be a trade centered around a lot of draft picks between Golden State and Milwaukee. In this, I'd see Jimmy Butler and Kuminga to Milwaukee with Giannis going to the Warriors, as well as Miles Turner. This has been the typical package we've talked about here, but it is one that I think is just flat out very good. 2026, 2028, this 2030 first. Again, thank you to Fanspo for making that adjustment for me after I reached out to them so that we could have that corrected for today's stream. And there, boom, there you go. Top 20 pick here in 2030. This 2032 first, 2031 swap rights. This is the kind of deal that would make Golden State a heck of a lot better right now, and it would give Milwaukee significant draft capital, both short-term to start taking stabs on some guys that they want to hopefully build around and hit on some picks, hopefully. But then long-term, these three assets, 2030, 2031, 2032, these could become blue-chip picks that are essential pieces for Milwaukee becoming an elite team down the road. Kuminga is someone who is a solid young player who can definitely score the basketball. He is an intriguing get for Milwaukee in this process too. So very excited about it. Chris here says, my gut feeling is Giannis to the Knicks in a 3-team trade, including Portland, but I don't have a bad gut, never to be trusted. Funny. We'll see what happens with the Knicks and Giannis and all that, but very excited. JBH here says, you think the Hornets will be buyers? I think I'd get season 3-and-D vets, nothing too significant. We've talked about some center play for them. The other thing that they could look at is like another 4-man, someone to fit in on their roster around their talent. And a guy like Bobby Portis, who's been a main topic of discussion for us, he is a guy that could theoretically come up. They could use this Josh Green salary slot, and they have more second-round picks than almost anybody at this point, so they could definitely afford to inundate Milwaukee with a few seconds. This kind of deal would make them a lot better. Bobby Portis would be a really solid addition for them at a very low cost. So I wouldn't hate a deal like this at all for Charlotte either if they were to make a move like that. Like Chase is saying, why would the Mavs do that? I agree. It's part of what I was saying a little bit. Like, I don't know. I just think there's difficulties for Dallas in a lot of the trade packages. The Kadri here says, what a great time to create a dynasty in San Antonio. Wemby and Giannis, what are they waiting for? Go all in and get Giannis. It'd be fun to see him there. Caleb Martin has been decent recently. Sounds desperate to me. I don't know. No matter how decent Caleb Martin plays, I'm going to forever be mad. Lucas here says, I think that Gafford is a better role player for this Hornets team, and you can use the salary of Trey Mann and Pat to fill for his contract. Gafford would be another good addition, definitely for Charlotte, if they don't go with one of the more expensive bigs. The nice thing is this is the year that Gafford's still very cheap before his extension kicks in, where he got a slight raise, not a significant one, but about a 20% raise, pretty good raise. So Gafford to the Hornets here. You're looking again $14.3 million. So like you're saying, you could do it around some of these other salaries, but worst case, you do Connaughton, maybe not even Trey Mann, maybe like Liam McNeely is in there, young guy that Dallas would definitely have some interest in. This gives the Mavs also a little bit of relief against their cap or the first apron situation that they're in. And then maybe you can give up this pick that would be a mid-first rounder. And then on top of it, like a collection of second-round picks, something like that. I mean, depends on what you want to do, how you want to build it. But Gafford would definitely help Charlotte as well a good amount. And we have seen Dallas and Charlotte work together in the past, although the Mavs obviously have a new front office kind of regime ongoing, sort of. Some of the same faces, but some new bodies as well. No Nico is the biggest adjustment, obviously. I don't think Harden is going to be in Atlanta, like you said. Heat big three with Powell. I love that trade for Golden State. I'd probably talk about the Giannis one. Sam here says, if Giannis ends up not getting traded by the deadline, is the tentativeness to move draft picks from teams going to continue until he's traded? Definitely from some of them. Like Portland would probably be patient. I would assume Golden State will be patient. Miami would be patient. The Knicks would definitely be hesitant and patient. So yeah. Brady here says, okay, yeah, I didn't realize they had so many picks. That makes sense. Definitely not a win-now team in Milwaukee. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things, too, and this is one of the important nuances about Milwaukee and why I think like acquiring Jimmy and then trying to use his salary as a salary dump mechanism later makes a lot of sense, because when we look at this team's cap situation and their payroll, I don't know if it'll show it on here. Let me go over to this page. Share this tab. There we go. We're going to go over to the Milwaukee Bucks. And their dead cap number, Damian Lillard, who got stretched and waived, is making $22 million, $22.5 million a year until the 2029-2030 season, through the 2029-2030 season. So it's almost impossible, essentially impossible for Milwaukee to be able to operate with cap space in the next 2 or 3 years anyway. So they might as well eat bad salaries, do whatever, and prioritize draft pick situations instead of trying to win. So, and that's the issue with the Minnesota package, is the Timberwolves, even though they have some really good players, right? Minnesota's a very good team. They've got a lot of real talent. Tim Connelly's done a nice job putting this roster together as a whole. Like Anthony Edwards, great player. Rudy Gobert, great player. Julius Randle, very good player. Jaden McDaniels, very good player. Nasri, good player. Dante DiVincenzo, good player. Conley, even at his age, okay player. Dillingham, young, promising player. Like there's some stuff in here that teams should have interest in from a player perspective. The issue is they just don't really have the draft pick control to excite other teams. So they just can't make a lot of draft pick trades because of the Stepien rule, unfortunately. So I would love for them to. It'd be sweet, but just not likely. Yes, Giannis, Bam, and Powell will be a scary contending team. Powell is first-time All-Star, baby. Lakers all day says, can you do Austin Reeves trade, please? We did take a look at a couple of them. If I'm a Lakers fan, I'm not wanting Austin Reeves to get traded. I think the future of this team is Luka and Reeves in the backcourt, and you need to get wings and a big who can actually defend. Once you get those things, and once you no longer have LeBron James, you can have them, but they should try and take that step forward right now to get at least one of the things. So one of the packages I like, again, it's Dallas. If you can get Daniel Gafford to the Lakers, and if it's using like Gabe Vincent or Maxi Kleber's contract, and if Dallas can get talked into Dalton Knecht, like that's something I would really drastically want. Now the Mavs, this won't work because of actually this will work because of the second apron, but something like this. And then maybe you give them, swap rights in 2032 and swap rights in 2030. If the Lakers try and get creative here, they could improve their roster pretty drastically without hurting their draft pick flexibility. Like if I'm the Lakers, I'm playing around with the trade machine all day long, trying to think of, okay, what player could we get that will make us better long-term around Luka and Reeves that we don't have to give up a ton to go get, but we can use pick swaps to leverage to get him? This might be one of them where Dallas would look at this and say, hey, Cooper Flagg's going to be pretty damn good in 2030 and 2032. Maybe that could be a nice asset for us to pick up in terms of flexibility. And then the Lakers are looking at it and saying, like, yeah, there's a little bit of risk here, but we know how good Gafford was next to Luka, and it's a fit that we want. So definitely something I'd be interested in. Adimatos, welcome. He says, hello from Greece. What's the news today? I'm presuming your question was going to be. What's the newest news that we have was over on Twitter. Let me find it here quick. Let me go over to Chris Haynes. Yep. LA Clippers and Cleveland Cavaliers have ramped up conversations on a James Harden, Darius Garland package. Yep, Grayson, no trades yet so far, but we are going to keep our eyes on it, okay? Vladimir says, no, I need Luka and Austin and Rui to stay together. See, if I'm the Lakers, those, like, Luka and Reeves specifically are the guys that are not moving, okay? Like, I'm keeping those guys together for the remainder of their careers as long as they can. It's both says, if the Cavs get Harden, who else should the Cavs get since it's highly unlikely they'll land Giannis or Anthony Davis? I don't think they'd have a lot left to go get. Oh, Automatos here says, what's the price Cavs asked for Allen? I do think he's a good fit for Luka. You'd probably be asking for first-round picks, or at least one of them at the very least. So that's one that could be sensible. King Nacho says, if Harden is moved to the Cavaliers, does that make Portland more of a trade destination for Giannis? I don't think it necessarily has too much impact, honestly, between the two teams, if I'm being completely honest with you. Shade says, no deals yet today, shaking my head. I mean, yeah, we're still a couple days out, and it's still early in the day. Just 1:17 Eastern time, which means it's about 10:17 on the West Coast, so... Spursive says, could a framework with Giannis to the Cavs, Garland to the Bucks, Allen to Charlotte for expirings plus 27 first back to Milwaukee work and be reasonable? So Garland to Milwaukee, Allen to Charlotte. I mean, the Cavs would also still have to salary dump Schroder. It just, I mean, yes, that theoretically could work, but I don't expect that to happen. Spursive, but thanks for putting that in there. Valley Rhino says, could you do a Suns trade, please? Yeah, let's go over to the trade machine here. Talk about Phoenix. I think Phoenix's biggest prerogative should be dipping below the luxury tax, especially with how much they've spent the first couple of years. I would not be shocked if Matt Ishbia and the Suns try to dip below the tax. One that I did like yesterday was Nick Richards to the Jazz. The Suns and Jazz have worked together a lot in recent years. I think there would be definitely some value for these two teams working back together again. And yesterday I talked about Kevin Love, but today we'll do something around Svi Mikhailuk, who is actually a pretty solid player, could actually help the Phoenix Suns a little bit. This gets the Suns out of the tax as well. And it gives the Jazz a second-round pick for Mikhailuk, and then they just eat Nick Richards' expiring salary. So not a bad option here between these two teams. Lucas here says, I like your trade value for Gafford, but for me with 2, maybe 3 second-round picks, you can get it. The contract is not this bad. For Gafford, I just think it would be hard for Dallas to want to get rid of him. I think if you're trading for a guy like Gafford, who the Mavericks probably don't want to just give up, they'd be invested in keeping Gafford long term. He's under contract. You have to pay them something they'd want. So the swaps is definitely something that would interest them, I would think. Slick Sophistication says, will the Cavs make any moves if I was them? I would try to get John Morant and Zach Edey for Jared Allen, Darius Garland, Max Strus, also Lonzo Ball. Probably just not likely in the realm of possibility here for Cleveland. I think especially with the reporting that we've got right now, the James Harden deal to Cleveland does seem imminent. So I would presume that's the direction they'll go. Vladimir Jenkins says, I think Warriors, Lakers, and Knicks are going to stand pat at the deadline. Definitely a bold prediction there, but I like seeing bold predictions. Shackles says, Coach, I'm playing point today. All right, Shackles. Just don't dribble the ball off your foot, please. Joshua says, yeah, Giannis going to the Wolves. Sorry, we're a playoff team. Blazers aren't. I mean, the best case, Josh, I get what you're saying, but the best case for Portland would be with Giannis out, they trade for him, they miss the playoffs, they keep their own first-round pick, which is lottery protected from Chicago. They somehow move up in the lottery, get a top 3 pick, get one of DeBonsa or Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer next to Giannis, and all of a sudden they're one of the best teams in the league. That would be the oh my goodness, what is going on in Portland outcome. Brant said Nolan is playing point today. Let's go. All right, Brant. My goodness. Oh boy. Kirk says Blazers would have young players: Denny Klingon, Dumani, Sharp, and Vets. Drew Dame. Gosh. Sporty says Giannis isn't going to Timberwolves either, Joshua. I'm sorry, but it's highly unlikely. Josh says tomorrow evening things will heat up. I think tomorrow during the day even we'll start seeing some real movement. Blue Stampede says Giannis to Indy. I mean, I would love that, but I just don't think that's going to happen. Nolan. Oh my goodness. Steven says, do you think Rob P has an ace up his sleeve? If he did, he used it last year, man. Again, we're just a year away from when he swindled the Dallas Mavericks and brought Luka Doncic to LA. I do appreciate everyone who is in here live watching right now. We have 530 plus people in the chat right now. Everyone, be sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. We're at 280 likes, so we have smashed that like number from yesterday. I think we can do even better, to be honest. So everyone smash that like button big time right now. Appreciate you guys all so much for being in here watching the stream so far today. We'll stay live for a little while longer. Robert here says, sick of Giannis holding the Bucks franchise hostage. Bucks should trade him to whatever franchise benefits the Bucks the most. I agree. And I think, again, my perspective on that has been that the Portland Trailblazers benefit them the most. E-Loading, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, what do you think my Rockets will do any trades? I do think the Rockets will address the ball handler spot, whether that is signing someone like Javon Carter, who was released by the Bulls the other day after their 3-team deal with the Kings and Cavaliers. That's a definite possibility. Otherwise, a trade with Chicago themselves could be very sensible for someone like Kobe White. And Dorian Finney-Smith goes out in this deal, as well as a guy like Aaron Holiday, with a litany of second-round picks. This Bulls second-rounder, Houston's own second-rounder in 2026, a Grizzlies second-rounder next year, and then a Kings second-rounder in 2029. This helps the Rockets pretty meaningfully right now. Gets Kobe White in the building. E-Loading, thank you so much for that $2 super chat. I do appreciate you a lot. So thank you for the super chat, E-Loading. Let's get some hype in the chat for E-Loading as well. Spam some of those W's in there. Awesome stuff. So thank you to you. Remember, some of the best ways to support me yourself are to, first of all, subscribe to the channel, leave a like on the live stream, go check out the Substack, the Twitter, and then also super chats, joining the Discord, all that stuff. There's so many different ways, some free options, some paid options if you feel compelled to do that, but very excited. Nolan is playing point guard. Yes, that is the news at this point, I guess. Shackle says Giannis should go to the Magic to play with The bums there. Okay, Nolan, I don't know, dude. A11 Gravy says trades will happen when we sleep. Watch. What'll happen is I'll end the stream today, and then a trade will happen. I guarantee it. So, Lucas here says Grayson Allen is okay. All right. Sporty says I made a Google sheet of every player I think will be traded at the deadline. Can't wait to start checking people off. Very fun. King Andrew, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here, Andrew. Super quick learner. Andrew is becoming a beast on the glass. I am very certain of that. Kirk says, yes, plus have Dame coming back next season for Portland. Why would Cleveland trade for Harden? It makes no sense. If you're talking about the trade here for the Cavs, there's a few reasons why. Some of it is long-term salary relief, which I think is an important thing to understand here for the Cavaliers, is maybe trying to prioritize flexibility going forward because Garland has 1 year longer on his deal than Harden. And it also might be an admission from the Cavs that they are not confident about Darius Garland staying healthy long-term. I do think the Cavs get slightly better this year. Harden, I think, is a really good fit with their front court. We'll see what all happens for Cleveland, but I don't absolutely hate it. Lucas here says, a question about the draft and what position you put Dame Sarr in this year's draft. Great live stream, man. So in my mock draft today, I had Dame Sarr 30th. I do think he will return very interesting value. He's one of the best defensive prospects in this class. Appreciate you, Lucas, for your support and everything. Brandt, yes, sure. Run Gator. Pelicans Courtside Club says, do y'all come from a planet where there are a lot of NBA trades? Because here on Earth, they're pretty rare. That's a great comment there from Pelicans Courtside Club. Appreciate you. That's funny. Ethan P says, do you think CP3 will end somewhere else? Yes, he will not be on the Clippers after the deadline. I guarantee it. Whether they buy him out, waive him, or trade him, that's yet to be seen. But something will happen. In the Weeds 97, Bucks waiting to deal Giannis till after Sheldon ends the stream. You know what to do then. I mean, that's what's going to happen. I'm going to hit end stream. I'm going to have to go get my car drive, and then all of a sudden, Shams is going to be sending out 3 tweets back to back to back on me. Just guarantee it. John Michael here says, 4 Pacers players listed out all of a sudden, Siakam, Nembhard, Mathurin, and Neesmith. Is this anything? I mean, the Pacers have had a lot of players missing time this year in general. There's a lot to that discussion and that situation. I'm not going to read into every guy missing a game as, oh, he's going to get traded or potentially could. It could be something, John, and it's definitely worth being aware of and somewhat monitoring. Obviously, it played a factor in this Harden situation seemingly, but it's so hard. It's I don't know, guys, if I had a crystal ball, it would be so great because I could answer all your questions and be like, oh, I for sure know the Pacers are going to do this. I don't know. I mean, the Pacers to me just seem like they'll be patient until the offseason, maybe do something around Mathurin himself individually, but we'll see. Yes, what Sporty is saying here is 100% right. Harden's really good still, and he's one of the best facilitators in the entire world. And they need someone who's on the floor, and that is what he provides. Logan says to end the stream for 5 minutes. I want to test this theory. I swear it'll happen, and I'm going to be rushing to get back into streaming again. Harden did tweet. I don't know what it was, but let's go over to Twitter here. Make sure you guys are following over on Twitter, by the way. Let's go over to Harden. What did he tweet? I think it was probably okay, it's an ad. Okay. My bad. It was just an advertisement. Make sure you guys do follow over on Twitter, though. Links in the description for that. Logan says the Pacers want a top 3 pick. Yeah, that's part of it, too. They are just genuinely not trying to win games. Ethan says, do you think the Suns will make some trades, maybe try Jalen Green? Jalen Green's one of the big wild cards for me here. I would be surprised if they trade him, but it's not entirely off the table. Do you know what I really would love? I would love a Phoenix trade for James Harden. It would make them a lot better right now, but I don't know. Brandt's dropping 30 today, so don't worry, guys. Brand, I'm holding you to that. If not, you're running. Peter says Knicks should entertain picking up Andre Drummond. What scenario can make this happen? Rebounds galore between him, Karl Anthony Towns, Hart, and Robinson. Also CP3 as a secondary ball handler option for the Knicks. Chris Paul to New York. I wouldn't hate that. Reunite him with Mike Brown or unite him with Mike Brown. Andre Drummond would be decent. They could do something around Yabusele's money there if they wanted to. Sporty Crumb said, following you now. Appreciate you, my man. Let's go show some love. There you are, Sporty Crumb. Love to see that. Thank you for the follow. Thank you to Bowden as well as Johnny Fever. Thank you to Hoops Galore as well. And back over to Jansen, who we thanked earlier. So very, very stoked. The Rockets did make the playoffs, but they lost. They did lose, but go back up to my profile. Again, thank you guys all for following over there. What is Twitter? Sorry, X, the everything app. Luca RM says, who do you like more between Boozer and Debonsa? I like Cameron Boozer more right now. Boozer should be a top 2 pick in this draft. If someone takes Darren Peterson over him, I can understand it because Peterson is very, very good. Very, very good. If a team takes Debonsa over Boozer, I'm going to not be mad. Debonsa is really good too, but I just think Boozer's better than him. I don't know. Milwaukee Card says Pacers on a back-to-back, probably why they're sitting guys. That will definitely play into it too. Couchin says, I'm watching you while at work. Shh. Appreciate all the work that you do. Make sure you guys bring your headphones for this week. You don't want to get in trouble with your boss. Logan says, Suns don't need Harden. We have Colin Gillespie. Shout out to Colin Gillespie, by the way. He's good. Colin Gillespie is a very good player. He has just been awesome this year for Phoenix. Last year, I got to see the Suns live. I was actually credentialed for a game in Phoenix last year. It was right around the time when Gillespie kind of took over the starting role for Tyus. And it was a huge success. That's been a huge success for them. So it's not surprising to see Jordan Ott finding success with guards. Ty Jerome was largely successful with Cleveland last year when Ott was one of the assistant coaches with the Cavaliers. The Cavs aren't having that same level of success this season without Ott. And Phoenix is one of the positive surprise teams of the league. So it's been absolutely great. Ethan says, what do you think about Dillon Brooks on the Suns? He's been balling. He's been playing great. I've liked Dillon Brooks for a long time. Let me see if I can find. He's played better than I even anticipated this year, just admittedly. But let's see, where can I? This is me in 2023. I just doxed myself from then. Whoops. The perfect summation of NBA Twitter occurred this season. Dillon Brooks talks and shoots too much. People like it because the Grizzlies win in the regular season. Dillon Brooks talks and shoots too much in the playoffs. Grizzlies lose. Brooks is good, not great. Now, I thought it was pretty funny for that. I need to find it. Rockets are better. I had a tweet that was, here we go. This is right after they signed, Van Vliet and Dillon Brooks, and they got a lot of criticism. And I said, the Rockets are better than a lot of people think, which they definitely were at the time. Dillon Brooks was a huge reason why, and now he's doing that same thing in Phoenix. So Pacers play the Jazz, by the way. Yes, okay. I have not checked the schedule today, but sure enough, that is definitely a factor. The tanking is definitely on full display here. Mosen says Pacers are just solidifying the tank. Siakam got the All-Star nod, got to wear his patch. Now he probably will get quite a few DNPs. Sporty Crumb says, what are your thoughts on Zach LaVine and DeMar, also on Lowry? I'd be surprised if Markkanen gets traded. Really good player. I really love watching Markkanen play. DeRozan, I would not be interested in acquiring if I was another team, and LaVine will be stuck in Sacramento if I had to guess. Gia here says, as an Italian fan, do you believe Fontecchio will be moved somewhere? I mean, yes, there's a good chance. I mean, he's got a good movable number at $8 million. So definitely in the realm of possibility. Tim Jenkins says, got trolled last year when I said the Suns got better. I did too. Let me look up Suns grade. See if I can find it. I gave them a lot of A pluses throughout the draft. I was very happy with the draft that they had. But let me see if I can find the day that they made their trade. Here we go. I gave the Suns an A, which I was one of the only people at the time to grade the Suns better than the Rockets. The Suns got significantly better. Getting Brooks, who I called a good fit. I mean, this is really good. I thought their trade was really good. So Tim Jenkins, you and me both, man. You and me both. J Main says, any Bobby Portis news downgraded out of the blue? Not anything definitive yet. We've talked about San Antonio. We've talked about Detroit. We've talked about a few different destinations for him. Ethan says, we have quite a few debates in the Discord about Lowry. LOL, great player. Yes, it gets heated in there sometimes, but it's all love. It's super fun. Alex here says, what are your thoughts on a Giannis to Philly deal? It's not like out of the realm of possibility, but it's just not overly likely. That would be more likely to occur in the offseason, I would have to assume. HL0 here says, shout out to my sons. Shout out to your sons, man. Glad to have you in here. Let's go down here to Wake Up Levine to Detroit. No, if I'm the Pistons, I'm staying way away from Zach LaVine. J Main says Detroit doesn't want LaVine. He only shoots. He just does not fit their identity defensively at all. Steve here says Giannis is going to Cleveland. Adam says if Giannis goes to Miami, the NBA is dead to me. I mean, I wouldn't anticipate him going to Miami. I guess it's definitely possible. Like, they're going to have one of the 3 or 4 best offers for him, but do they have the best one? And that has continually been the issue for Miami for many years. Let's go over here. Kawhi Leonard, he said he had no comment.
Ability of James potentially being traded before the deadline. Is that
I did see this yesterday, actually. Sporty Crumb, thank you for sending that to me. Chill Dill here. Rockets did make the playoffs, but yes. Appreciate you guys all so much. Been live for over 4 hours here on the channel now. Do we try the cheese method? Shut down the stream here for a little bit and then patiently wait for it to perhaps come back on and see if we can bait the NBA into making a trade the moment I end the stream. Well, let me know what you guys think. BMAX says I had to walk away. Did you comment on that Markkanen for Mitchell trade I proposed? I did not see that, BMAX. I somehow missed it entirely. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like YouTube's deleting comments too. I have no idea. I did not see it, but that's hilarious. Thinking about the value and obviously how things have aged and stuff since. Sporty Crumb says, appreciate you taking time out of your day. Of course, appreciate you guys all being in here. It's great to have an awesome community. Over 500 people watching live and a few days ahead of the deadline. What I'm hoping we get like 4,000, maybe even 5,000 people watching live this year at the deadline. That would be absolutely awesome. So make sure you guys tell your friends about, the deadline, and if they're interested in basketball. I'm sure you've got a lot of friends and everyone who, likes hoops just like you do. So share the word, have them come hop in for the trade deadline stream this year. Steven says, could the Jazz be a sneaky buyer at the deadline? I think they want to win next year. They definitely could, but the offseason is probably a little bit more sensible for them to buy, because then they could figure out what that Walker Kessler number looks like, Steven. They could also then at that point have a better idea of where their own draft pick sits, and they would have just an overall better idea of what their short-term and intermediate-term future looks like. So definitely a lot of optionality. They have the assets to buy at any point in time for sure, but we'll see. Andy Cruz here says Suns can honestly make it to the Western Conference Finals if they get the right matchups. Book is a playoff performer. They're on the other side of OKC and Denver bracket. Definitely that seeding will be important, right? If Denver ends up as like the 4 seed and OKC is the 1 seed, you could avoid both of them if you're a 2-3 or a 6-7 seed. King Nacho 69 says all trades will happen when Sheldon is busy coaching. That is the near certainty. A11 Gravy says I want to be surprised if Kawhi asks for a trade next week. Duop says Hornets getting Lonzo as the third team in the Harden deal. Definitely could see that as a realistic possibility, Duop. The Cavs would still have to dump a little bit more salary in a trade, but and it might not just be a 3-team; it could just be a separate deal as well. But definitely seems like a possibility. Sporty Crumb here says, I'll let my friend know to join in. Appreciate you. Again, we'll be live all week long. Tomorrow, Thursday, the day of the actual deadline itself. So this is the place you want to be. B-Max says, I think it works. Funny enough, Harden with Lowry and Giannis works pretty well. Jazz give Cavs their picks swaps back. Cavs can send those picks for Giannis. That would be crazy. What a shakeup that would be. Donovan Mitchell landing back in Utah. Pelicans, Nola here says, I just heard the Pelicans trying to get James Harden for Poole and Murray. That would be fire. Yeah, I don't think so. The thing here, James Harden has a implicit no trade clause. He can veto any deal. I don't think he'll want to play in New Orleans. Sorry to burst your bubble a little bit, but just want to make sure that everyone's aware of the likelihood. Adam here says, okay. Pataya here says Giannis to Dallas. That would be absurd. Just unfortunately will not happen, though. Ethan says, what do you think about the Hornets? I really like the direction. One thing I do want to say, I'm going to go kind of into half full screen here. I think the Hornets are in a very good spot. I think new ownership has really undergone a lot of good decision-making, changing and altering the direction of this franchise for the better. They have a lot of flexibility. Oh, my God. Here it is. We have a trade. Oh, my God. We just talked about the Utah Jazz's potential buyer. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. We have a trade. Wow, wow, wow. And it's a big one. It's a huge trade. Oh, my gosh. The Memphis Grizzlies are trading star forward Jaren Jackson Jr., John Konchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams Jr. to the Utah Jazz for Walter, Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, and 3 future first-round picks. Oh, my goodness. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been traded. This is a huge trade. Oh, my gosh. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. This is a drastic shakeup, one that definitely tilts the Western Conference for the foreseeable future. Very funny. We were literally just talking about the Jazz as buyers, and I said, well, probably in the offseason, more likely. Nope. Shut up, Sheldon. You're an idiot. That's what Austin Ainge just told me, because he just traded for an all-star caliber player in Jaren Jackson Jr., bringing him over from Memphis. Now you have to wonder, what is John Morant's availability, and what a big trade it is. I'm updating the thumbnail right now as we speak as well, so give me just a little bit of patience here. But this is a huge trade. This is a trade that really drastically shapes the future not only of the Utah Jazz and obviously the Memphis Grizzlies, but also the Western Conference as a whole as well. So Jaren Jackson Jr. is on the move. Let me update the thumbnail here. I'm trying to work as quickly as I possibly can. I need a Walter Clayton Jr. Wow, this is shocking. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. If you're just now tuning in, again, a huge trade. I almost ended the live because I was not anticipating a trade, and we we're going to try and bait an NBA trade to happen. Maybe the GMs thought I did end the stream, but what a shakeup here. I'm going to get this thumbnail updated, and then we will grade the trade. I'm giving myself a little bit of time here too to think it through in my head a little bit about what we just saw and what just happened. But this is a massive trade, a very large trade. A huge shakeup for both the Memphis Grizzlies and the Utah Jazz, and one that is going to have long-lasting impacts. We'll obviously have to know which picks are going out the door. Memphis is loading up in terms of draft capital. They got a ton of first-round picks for Desmond Bane. They have a bunch of first-round picks now for Jaren Jackson Jr. as well. This team has done very, very well in the trade market. In terms of selling on their star talent and getting good players, some good young pieces, and some very talented or a good collection of draft picks as well. Let me update the title of the stream here too. Jaren Jackson Jr. Wow, traded to the Utah Jazz. Wow, what a huge shakeup. Something I was not anticipating today, but a huge trade, one that does leave shockwaves around the NBA. And one thing that the Jazz had been going for them, and I talked about it earlier, actually yesterday, talked about the value of their size. This team is freaking huge. This team is giant. We'll talk, B-Max, I don't tend to disagree with you too much. This is a huge trade. This is a huge trade. We are going to give my trade grades here in just a second. Welcome everyone to the stream. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. This is a huge trade. This is I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. We are going to grade it here in just a second. I need to know which future first-round picks are the ones in the deal here before I can confidently say what the trade, what I feel about this trade. This is the big question, like JRH is saying. Which picks? Are they some of the Cleveland picks? What are the assets here? Some people are saying I'm not seeing the vision for Utah. Nate saying I see that's too much for Jaren Jackson Jr. There's a lot here in this, but it's a big trade. It's one that I'm very glad that I'm live for, and we're going to work on giving my trade grades here. But again, we don't know the exact assets, which draft picks are in this deal. For the Memphis Grizzlies and the Utah Jazz, we will give the grades. Now, again, I am semi-hesitant to give them yet because we don't know what they are. But my goodness. Yes, Memphis has now 13 first-round picks. Does anyone have word on what where the picks are? Look at Jake Fisher. Okay, let's just copy this so we have it. Let's go over to Jake Fisher. Save, sure. Jake Fisher. Utah Jazz are trading their most favorable 2027 first. Oh my gosh. Holy guys, this is a big trade. This is a really big trade. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to copy this. I cannot. Holy cow. Okay. Oh my goodness. This is a huge trade. This is a ginormous trade. I'm going to paste this in here. Okay, so this is the report so that we can see this. Let's get our trade grades on here now. Okay, trade grades. Memphis Grizzlies. Is that enough pluses? Utah Jazz. I'm gonna wait on my Jazz grade. Just let me think about this for a second. Holy cow. Welcome everyone to the stream. 840 people watching live. This is a huge commitment from the Utah Jazz. Wow. This is absurd. This is a huge W for the Memphis Grizzlies. What does this mean for Ja? I would not be surprised if Ja Morant is traded. Listen, Jaren Jackson Jr. is a good player. I don't think Lowry's getting traded. Trayvon, welcome. This is one of my best friends. He is a Memphis Grizzlies fan. Sorry, I could not answer your phone call, obviously. But we are going to give this trade a grade here, okay? The Memphis Grizzlies. Absolute huge winners here for Memphis. I hated the extension the Grizzlies gave Jaren Jackson Jr. this past offseason. Now turns out they won't even pay him a dime of that money. He's a very good player, but at the cap hit number, long-term, and his skill set, can't rebound as a 4. Very touch reliant. Not a true 5 ever. And spotty scoring because of his shot diet. it's moving him for this amount of assets is a home run for the Grizzlies. This is like a complete fleecing here. I'm sorry to my Utah Jazz fans watching. You get a really good player, you do. The picks, Jazz are trading their most favorable. That's a really good asset in my opinion. Like, oh my gosh, it's just a lot. I'm going to make sure to tag Jake Fisher here because I don't want to make it seem like I'm ripping off his reporting, okay? For the Jazz. So now in terms of pieces here, I also want to... I love the Grizzlies getting Clayton Jr. and Taylor Hendricks in this deal. These two young guys are awesome. I really like that for Memphis. When it comes to Utah here, so the Jazz still have a lot of draft picks. They still have access to a decent number of stuff. This is something really wild. Hopefully you guys are enjoying, by the way. 1,000 people watching live. Be sure to leave a like on the stream. Leave a like if you're excited for more NBA trade content. Wow. This is just insane. Again, I'm giving the Grizzlies a ton of A pluses. And by definition here, I'm going to give the Jazz a C. Let me think on that. I'm not committed to it. Let me talk through it. I don't love Triple J as a player, especially at his cap hit. But the Jazz get a big forward who can protect the rim, score, handle, and is locked up under contract for a long time. They have significant team control and are now huge across the board. Lineups of Filipowski, Markkanen, Triple J, Kessler, assuming he stays, and Keontae, oh my gosh, and /or Kessler, assuming he stays, moves me. Size wins. The Jazz got a lot better, but at a huge opportunity cost. This is a significant upgrade to their team, as is. The issue is they traded Gobert and Mitchell to not be mediocre or just okay in the playoffs. And I'm concerned this deal locked them back into that same positioning. Jazz fans, Grizzlies fans, let me know your thoughts below. I'm very curious what everyone says here. I'm very curious. Make sure to comment over there. That's my reasoning here, Brian. Glad you guys are all in here. We have over 1,000 people watching live, almost 1,100 even. Everyone hit that like button on the stream if you're excited. This is a crazy trade. This is a big trade. This is a really big trade, and I can't emphasize that enough. This is out of left field. They are huge. This team is huge, like B-Max is saying. Lowry, Kessler, Triple J, Ace Bailey, Keontae. This team is very, very big. They are going to be long. They're going to be very, very large. He's all BMax. I think you would also point out the fact that he came back from a significant injury. I think we are going to give him a little bit of a grace period for sure. I think that's fair to do. It's a lot of assets. It's a lot of assets, and especially the 3 first-round picks here being good ones. The 3 picks specifically being, I mean, this is just, it's crazy. It's crazy to me. Spoonfed, appreciate you. Bobby Marks here. Memphis now has 13 firsts in the next 7 years. They're tied with Brooklyn and OKC. So definitely a very solid get there for Memphis, getting 3 more firsts. They got a ton of stuff in this deal. And again, the assets. This is really the most important thing to me. Most favorable of 2027. It's a good asset between Cleveland, Minnesota, Utah. Lakers 2027 first. Phoenix's 2031 first. I'm thinking through this a little bit. I'm gonna edit this. I'm taking away some of these grades, and I'm gonna change this to a C+ / B-. The more I've thought about it, I don't hate it incredibly. Like, it's not like, oh my god, this is completely horrid. But it's not. I still would not have done this if I was Utah. Just being completely transparent with you guys. I would not have made this trade just because I'm not a Jaren Jackson Jr. fan. I think the Jazz will keep Walker Kessler, if I had to guess, if they're making a win move like this. The Jazz are huge. I think this is intentional. They want to be extremely big. Memphis took notes from OKC's rebuild. Also get partial bit in this deal with the first this year. 100% should convey now or close another lottery pick. Benchmaster says Lowry has to be on the move now. I don't think so. I think they are trying to intentionally be huge. This is a very crazy trade. Yeah, Triple J is not going to play this year, basically. And he'll play like a little bit, and it's not going to impact they'll get their own draft pick still, too. A lot really hinges now on the Jazz 2026 first-round pick. I'm assuming they will maintain that asset, and if it jumps up in the lottery, oh boy, potential lineups of Keontae George, Darren Peterson / AJ DeBonsa / Cam Boozer, Lowry Markkanen, JJJ, Walker Kessler, with Kyle Filipowski off the bench, Ace Bailey. Oh man, let me pull up the Jazz roster so I don't miss anybody. This is a huge trade. This is a very significant trade. Svi Mikhailuk, Isaiah Collier, which is whatever. I mean, I don't love that, but Bryce Sensabaugh, and Cody Williams still. I mean, who knows what happens? It's really, a lot is going to hinge on that 2026 first now, because if that pick moves up in the lottery, they're going to look like geniuses. If they get like Darren Peterson, they're going to look so smart. Or if they keep DeBonsa there in Utah. Trayvon here saying blow it all up, tank mode upcoming. Let's get it. The nice thing is the Grizzlies are still in a great spot here to potentially, get two very high picks themselves in the 2026 NBA draft. So the rebuild's off to a good start for Memphis. The Jazz are huge. I don't even think they're going to ship Lowry. I think they're keeping Lowry. I think they want Lowry's going to be a small forward for them, and they will just be giant. They will be a huge team. This is the Ray Allen trade before the Garnett trade. Giannis, Danny Ainge doing it again. Could you imagine if they do pull out the Giannis stop? Like, that would be actually crazy. If they, oh my goodness. Let's see. Here we go. Shams has another report. This is a huge deal. Welcome everyone. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream here. This is absolutely crazy. The Jazz make a major swing for Jaren Jackson and team him with Lowry Markkanen, Keontae George, Walker Kessler, and more. The move signals a full rebuild for the Grizzlies around his promising young core, and now as many future first-round picks as any team in the NBA. Memphis, I think, is in a very good position here. Grizzlies get a very large trade exception, the largest ever in the NBA. Very useful asset for Memphis to work with to facilitate deals and accumulate more assets potentially. Trade exceptions are huge, especially with all of the different stuff going on. And this is why a team like Brooklyn, who we've been talking about, is like, oh, well, they could be the team that helps all these teams. Now it could be Memphis, right? The Grizzlies are probably fine eating salaries, taking in contracts. I mean, this is huge. This is an unbelievable trade. This is, again, like, you're just looking at the overall. Let me. I should tweet the overall trade. Memphis Grizzlies receive. Let me see. Okay. Here we go. Most favorable pick of these three. That Phoenix first is, I would say, relatively valuable too. I think that is one of the best assets in this entire package. Okay, so we got this. We're gonna tweet out the whole deal here. Hold on, let me discard this. Okay, so it's Konchar, Landale, Vince Williams. Vince Williams is actually a really good get in this too. Utah Jazz receive Jaren Jackson Jr., Vince Williams, Jock Landale. I am terrible at remembering stuff, so hold on. John Konchar. Okay. Okay. Let's delete these dashes. They're not aesthetically pleasing in there. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. This is, again, very crazy. I do really like this trade for Memphis. They got Walter Clayton Jr. They got in this deal. Why am I having so many brain issues right now? Discard. Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang. Taylor Hendricks, Kyle Anderson, George Niang. This is a huge deal. It's a drastic trade. One that reshapes Memphis's future as a huge rebuild now going forward, and one that gives the Utah Jazz a ginormous lineup. This is literally one of the biggest trades in NBA history. This is a ginormous trade, and now the Jazz are one of the biggest teams in NBA history as well. The Jazz are huge. This is a huge shakeup. Here's what the overall trade looks like. The Laker pick isn't that good. I agree. Logan says, the second I close the stream, this is what happens. They are paying about $100 million a year for these two guys. Let's go over here to let's go over to, where is Memphis? Share this tab. Okay, this is already updated. Spot Track is on it. Let's go to Utah. This is the new look at their cap table. This is how much money Jaren Jackson Jr. is making going forward. He is making a ton of money. You see the size of this contract? It is huge. So it's a lot of money. But it's a very firm commitment. Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen, they're on the same timeline. Obviously, they were able to keep Ace Bailey. They have a lot of other small contracts. This could still be something else in the works. And I do think this is I do feel like I need to tweet that, actually. My chat, WChat, by the way, made a great point that this might not be it for Utah. They have a bunch of other young players, draft assets, and some salaries where they could still be in pursuit of someone else on a big contract. It would be very interesting, but it's a huge trade. It's literally a ginormous trade. You're telling me that you for sure know here that the Phoenix pick isn't good in 2031? You definitively know that? Let's look up Devin Booker age quick. Devin Booker is 29. He will be 30 in October. How old will he be 5 years from now? Oh, 34, almost 35 years old. But you definitively know that that 2031 first is not going to be good? Okay, sure. The issue is Jaren Jackson Jr. makes a ton of money. Huge. How do I see Jaren Jackson Jr. and Markkanen fitting next to each other? It's unique. To be honest with you, I don't have a great idea. I could see it working out tremendously because Jaren can handle the ball a little bit. Markkanen can do some fun 43 ghost screens. There's a lot of the one thing I trust is Will Hardy is a very good coach and knows how to get his team into position to succeed offensively. He needed someone who could be a defensive anchor for them. Jaren Jackson Jr. is that. This is a huge trade. And like BT Robinson saying here, Utah will no longer be the worst defense in the league. This is a huge move. Steven Ritter says, Jazz fan, I'm not sure how I feel. Mostly depends on the lottery. The lottery is going to be a huge asset. It's going to be very, very large. B-Max, what did Windhorse say? Damon here says, who do the Rockets go after and for who? Utah empties their pockets to be a long-term first-round playoff out. Well, their pockets aren't completely empty. They did give up a lot, but they're not entirely empty. So, I mean, it is. You're looking at a guy with $250 million left on his contract, essentially getting traded. It's a huge trade. It is a huge trade. The more I think about it, the less I hate it for Utah. But I don't know. I'm still a little apprehensive unless something else happens. Okay. I mean, this is a huge trade. It's not a boring trade, that's for sure. I've been live for four and a half hours. This is a trade that's worth being live for 4.5 hours. This is huge. This is a huge trade. As for the Grizzlies, their current window has closed and time to reset. Swavey wants to know what's so good about this trade. This is, first of all, there's a lot of details in here that are very important. Memphis gets a couple of young players who could be really good for them long term. In Walter Clayton Jr. and also Taylor Hendricks, who is coming back from obviously a big injury last year. But I think, give him some patience, give him some time, and they get off of this huge, giant salary in Jaren Jackson Jr. They get 3 first-round picks. They now have tied for the most first-round picks of any team in the NBA. This is a huge situation. This is a huge outcome for the Memphis Grizzlies. And when it comes to, their future, this completely reopens up a lot of their flexibility. They don't have a lot of long-term salaries now. They're going to be able to operate with space. You have to wonder if Santi Aldama is available now for trade. John Morant could be available for trade. And then for Utah, one of the things I love about this trade is that there is significant potential in shaping NBA history forever as a result. What I mean by that, stylistically, so much different from the norm. This could reshape how teams play, operate, build, if it works well. And it might, because Will Hardy's a genius. The Grizzlies have completely saved their future by moving Bane and JJJ in succession over the last 8 months. Great outcome for Memphis. This is really significant. And it's a complete shift for some of these teams. It's a complete shift for how Utah will play, giving them a lot more size. They are huge. Utah is so big and athletic. They're going to be very fun to watch. Tim Jenkins says, does Ja to Orlando make sense? Tim, appreciate you for the $2 super chat. I don't think Orlando will be in the mix for John Morant, just given their contracts. But I do appreciate you. Cam Boozer and Triple J is not a great fit. How many long wings can the Jazz play, let alone pay? I mean, Boozer would be on a rookie contract, so that wouldn't be a problem for pretty much the entire duration of Triple J's contract. But it's probably not an ideal fit, but they would be huge. They would be so big. This is insane. Damon here says Giannis should go to the Rockets. The other thing I'm wondering is what if there's something else and the Jazz are just trying to line something up. Shadow says these moves for the Grizzlies have made are good for rebuild as rebuilding is concerned. I like the idea of trying out Taylor Hendricks and Walter Clayton Jr. I think they'll fit pretty well. The draft assets are not as great as I thought. I mean, Lakers picks, not great. Jazz, it depends on how the Jazz play next year, assuming they're healthy and everything clicks. The one issue I am a little concerned about is they are stylistically so different. It might take a little bit of time to cement their style and build up their chemistry together, especially since Kessler's out the rest of the year. Jaren Jackson Jr. probably won't play a ton the rest of the way if I had to assume. It's interesting. The Phoenix pick in 2031 is still going to be valuable. I think that's a valuable asset. Trade exception, Trayvon, is when it's like a way for a team to be able to take in more salary than they should be allowed to. So that $28 million trade exception would allow them to acquire a guy making $25 million without having to give up salary, for example. Key Kings, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. He says, hey, Utility, hope you're doing well. Crazy start to a day. Maybe we could see Memphis facilitate a Kings-Raptors deal. Yes, Memphis, this is a great point, too. Key Kings, glad to have you back in the streams this year, my man. Big note here. The Grizzlies became an apparent facilitator for trades. Anything involving Cleveland, Sacramento, Toronto, Clippers, Mavs, etc. could be seen calling Memphis to help facilitate trades the rest of the week. Memphis is very clearly now going to be willing to help teams make trades, I would have to assume, to try and get assets and pick up small things on the margins here. I do think this is a really important detail, like you're pointing out. Old Dirty here says, so now where's Morant going? Let's get that up on Twitter too. So where is Ja Morant headed? Comment below. Let me know down in the comment sections. Where do you think Ja Morant will get traded? I want everyone to comment right now what you think. Spurs should definitely check in on Aldama. I do think that's a very realistic possibility. BXNII says, what do you think will happen with Ja? I think Minnesota, to be honest with you. I think the Wolves are a very sensible destination. This is huge. This is really huge. Cordell here says it. If this is real, Triple J is one of the Memphis Grizzlies' best players. I don't see why you trade him to completely reset the future and build your team toward winning long term, which is where right now, just being completely honest, the Grizzlies were not in that position. We are 24 subscribers away from 35,500, so make sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Welcome everyone to the stream. Really glad to have you guys all in here. 1,200 people watching live, and we're still 2 full days out. Remember, the over-under was set at 1.5 trades today. And we got one big one. We got one really big one. Where will Ja go? That is the big question. Fred here says Lowry and Triple J fit fine because Lowry plays like a 7-foot shooting guard, while Triple J thinks he's a small forward. I mean, this is true. Lowry is an off-ball movement shooter and everything. It's just very weird because they're so big. They're so big. The nice thing, I am going to tweet about the fit. I'm trying to think it through in my head here. Okay, Tony Jones is saying that he's hearing the Jazz may not be done. Okay. Wow. That would be absolutely crazy. That would be insane. Okay, so my thoughts on the JJJ Lowry fit. I think the two of them will be incredibly unique together. It might take a bit to find their rhythm, but it reminds me in a completely different but similar way to the Cat Gobert pairing. I think the synergy could be unguardable at times. It gives Hardy some unreal lineup versatility and front court size / depth. The Jazz got a lot better today, and they might be a new fad in the NBA. This is going to be very, very good in a lot of ways. It might take a little bit of time. Miami, definitely a possibility for Ja, right? I do think that this fit is going to be very, very unique. Vaughn here says, is Edey the big center of Memphis? The franchise now, please answer. I think he'll be a part of it for sure. I don't imagine that they would move off of him. Where does Ja end up? That's what the big question is. I do think if we look around the league, I'm going to go over to Fanspo quick. If we go over here to the trade machine, we look at Ja Morant destinations, right? Where could Ja Morant possibly end up? Teams that make sense to me. Detroit is a probable no. Knicks are a definite no. Celtics, probable no. Raptors, Raptors. Okay. Let's go back over here to Twitter. This is crazy. My bad, Poyer. Didn't mean to open your profile on stream. Here we go. My favorite landing spots for Ja Morant now. One, the Toronto Raptors, I think, are very sensible because if the Grizzlies are headed toward a rebuild, they would not mind taking in Emmanuel Quickley's salary. Toronto is really the first team that comes to mind for me. Two, I'm going to say the Miami Heat. As of right now, I might change that order, though. I might move Miami down depending on who else I think. Charlotte, no. Milwaukee, no. Brooklyn, no. Washington, no. Indiana, no. Thunder, no. Spurs, no. Nuggets, no. Rockets. Houston Rockets. Fourth, fifth, Minnesota. I'm going to change this to a 3, this to a 4. And then I think outside of Minnesota, the Suns aren't like a horrible fit. I think I'm going to change this and this. Golden State Warriors. These are kind of tiered fits for me because I'm not certain on some of this. Ja definitely won't be a Jazz because he would have been in the trade if they were doing that. I kind of like the Kings fit a lot. Kings. 5, New Orleans. I mean, it's just hard. 6 and 7. It's kind of where I'm at with my favorite landing spots for Ja and his best fits. You got my cat Reese here on the stream. Say hi, Reese. He's not a streamer, so he doesn't want to be on the stream. But I am a streamer, so here I am. Houston is literally a contender. Right now, but it took him 5 years after trading Harden. But yeah, here's my favorite landing spots for Ja right now. Graham, I have talked about the Bulls. I will talk about the Bulls frequently here. Appreciate everyone who's in the stream right now watching live. Giannis did not go to the Thunder. This is a very, very large trade. BTS, I don't understand that perspective there. I'll be honest with you. If you don't think they gave up anything, 3 first-round picks is not nothing. So, and the issue is, go look at Jaren Jackson Jr.'s salary. Okay, but 3 years from now, you can remember this, and we'll see how many playoff series the Jazz have won in that time. We'll see. Eric says, do you think the Rockets is saying Ben Simmons? No, I don't think Ben Simmons is going to sign anywhere in the NBA, to be honest, this year. Casual here says this is trading potential for an all-star caliber player, and the Jazz got a lot of young guys still. The issue, this is an important thing. I am going to tweet this too. An important thing here. Important thing here regarding the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. It's not just the assets you gave up to get him. It's the amount of money he makes and the long-term strains that puts on Utah going forward. I like the idea of being huge, long, and skilled. Just not sure if they can go deep in the playoffs, which feels like a massive counter step to the Mitchell Gobert decisions prior. So I don't know. I think there's just a lot of risk involved here for Utah in terms of opportunity cost. That continues to be a big concern of mine. But I don't know. I understand the idea here for them, but it's a lot to give up. None of the Utah contracts are terrible. Well, that's part of why, if we go back over to the Utah Jazz cap table, like they've got a lot of small contracts right now, but it's because a lot of these guys aren't ready to compete right now. So, like, they're mostly rookie contracts. So, okay, we have a deal. It's funny because I talked about this as a possibility for Minnesota. We got to go back over to Shams. We have another trade. Holy cow. Okay, here we go. Minnesota, Chicago, Minnesota, and Detroit have agreed to a multi-team deal that sends Jaden Ivey and Mike Conley Jr. to the Bulls, Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric to the Pistons. Detroit also received a 2026 first-round protected swap from Minnesota. Minnesota is shaving salary here. Okay. Wow. Okay. So trade grades here. Bulls A+. Pistons B+. Timberwolves TBD. I love the Chicago Bulls jumping in to turn the expiring salaries of Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric into Jaden Ivey and Mike Conley's expiring. Ivey could be a huge success story for them in Billy Donovan's pace context and with his downhill tools. Need him to get healthy, but I love this low risk, super high reward move. This is really good for Chicago, guys. Super high reward move for the Chicago Bulls. Really great. For Detroit, sad to see them mortgage Ivey to accomplish this, but Kevin Huerter is a great pickup from a skill set standpoint. This helps Detroit a lot this season while also getting a small value, or actually not a small value, a decent value swap option with Minnesota in the 2026 draft. I'm going to say B+ / A-. I really think it's okay, to be honest. We don't have official word here. Do we know what Minnesota is getting? Is it other than just salary relief? So I'm on the wrong. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Thank you guys for the correction here. There you go. My bad. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, guys, don't spam. I do agree, Dennis, that but he's also recovering. Like, you know, it's not like he's gonna immediately the first day he's back be back to normal. So it's gonna take some time. Wolves shave some salary here and move down in the 26 draft. Feels like an incomplete grade to me. Maybe Giannis, Harden. Who feels weird until we know more. There's something in there, right? They moved down in the 2026 draft, essentially doing this with it's a protected swap as well, which is fine. Like there's really not a ton of risk here for Minnesota. It's definitely an interesting grade. Thank you for all the corrections too. Knife Dog says, "Let's go, my Jazz did it." Grizzlies can take on the Pearl contract for a Sabonis Toronto trade. Yes, that's definitely one of the possibilities, right? This is, we got two good trades back to back here. Two really fun trades to talk about. I really like this trade for the Chicago Bulls because the downside's not very high. You did give up Huerter. Huerter's a solid player, but you're shifting your team toward the future, and I do think Jaden Ivey, if everything goes well, it could be an awesome success story there. Nahio says, "Everyone subscribe, please. This man puts in work." Appreciate you guys. Everyone hit that subscribe button right now if you haven't already. Really do appreciate y'all. We are 7 subscribers away right now from 35,500. So if everyone just hits that subscribe button, we can get there right now. I know we can do it. We're at over 400 likes on the stream today too. Absolutely crazy. We got some huge deals, a lot of crazy stuff going down. Been really enjoying the stream today. Over 5 hours live now. And talking about the Bulls now because Chicago gets Jaden Ivey, and they also get Mike Conley's expiring, which they could technically reroute if they wanted to, potentially in another deal here yet at the deadline. So we'll see what happens. But there's a lot of news, a lot of crazy stuff for the Pistons. I do like this. Detroit, it's not a super sexy trade. It's not like oh my goodness, look at this trade, but it's a solid one, right? You get Kevin Huerter. You get to move up probably 10-ish picks in the 2026 draft as well. If that wasn't in here, I would feel pretty disappointed with the return. But with the asset now actually coming back in that swap option here on the Wolves dumping salary and Mike Conley, I think there's definitely some really decent stuff here. Now, the question is, who does Minnesota get? Could it be Giannis, Harden? What does that look like? Definitely would be crazy, but Nick and Dan's wants to know if the Jazz could somehow get Giannis. I still think that they could be potentially a team in position to do that. Now, I'm not going to say that they will or won't, but not insane. It says, I think, Wupo, I think you're underselling Jaren's on-ball skill a little bit, and I think you're underselling Lowry's size a little bit. Lowry's better than MPJ, too, so. 40 here says John Morant, Raptors, Wolves, Bulls, Rockets, Miami. Solid options for sure for Ja. Appreciate that. Man, very, very interested. By the way, Class Thoreau, I was a journalist covering an NBA team, but thank you for the advice there. Ben says, Chad, do I need a new team? Tino says, I know, but I'd rather see what happens with Donovan Mitchell. Nurkic re-signs with Utah now. I mean, potentially, right? We'll see what happens, but the Jazz are very interesting. They have a lot of size. They could still trade Nurkic technically too, $19 million salary. So if they do have something else big up their sleeves, he would probably be gone. Reese. Yes, my cat wanted to make a stream appearance, of course. Jordan Poole. Yeah, guys, let's not spam, okay? Try not to spam. Trayvon, I will make sure I got you hooked up by tomorrow, okay? It's the process to doing that. It takes way longer than it should. So go deep. Yep. Gosh. Yes, I'm glad that it's fun seeing the sham stuff pop up, by the way, with the chat. It's absolutely crazy, but another trade. So the over-under today was 1.5, and we got two, I think, pretty sizable trades in the process. So second trade of the day was a fun one here. Again, just a recap for anyone who is just now tuning in. Chicago, Minnesota, Detroit have agreed to a multi-team deal that sends Jaden, Ivey, and Mike Conley Jr. to the Chicago Bulls. So I'm going to update this now. Chicago Bulls receive Jaden Ivey and Mike Conley Jr. Pistons receive Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric. Minnesota 2026 first round pick swap. Dario Saric, Minnesota. Yeah, we're just going to leave Minnesota out of it because that's essentially what happened anyway in this deal. And then the other one, which is just a crazy trade, which we'll go back to here. The overall trade itself, these are huge trades. We've gotten massive trades today. Let's see if I can find it. The overall trade. Here we go. Memphis Grizzlies. Yeah, this just is a huge deal. Very big trade. So I'm trying to update the description here, guys, as well. But obviously, you can see the trades on the screen here yourselves. Big trades today. Very big trades. Honestly, I do really believe that this Jazz Grizzlies trade is one of the biggest trades ever because it is going to shape NBA history in a certain way because of the kind of bet that Utah is making on the value of size. Size is still king in the NBA. It always will be. Skilled size especially is very impressive. And even though I don't love Jaren Jackson Jr. as a player, I do understand the value here. So, and what the Jazz are trying to accomplish. And then the Bulls, I do really like what Chicago's done here. I feel like Chicago's in a great spot. I feel like their current circumstance. I will be back in just a second here, guys. All right, that was very bizarre. Thank you so much for holding for a second. 1,400 people watching live. Appreciate you guys all being in here. We obviously have even more trades to cover here in the next coming days. So don't forget, I will be live tomorrow as well. I will be live all week long here. So make sure to tweet me your trade ideas. Be sure to leave a like on the stream as well. Because the NBA trade deadline is here and it is a great time. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. I don't want you to miss out on it. But yeah, Alonzo here saying Ja going to Minnesota now. Definitely could be a possibility. Mad Drummer here saying they're getting Giannis or Ja. Chilly here says Pistons F-. Obviously sad to see Jaden Ivey go. Mason Vosters here says pull up your Twitter. Here we go. Obviously, again, I give my grades. This is a huge trade. I mean, just absolutely crazy trades. China, that's crazy. It's funny. Again, it's just a crazy day. We're almost at 5,900 followers over on Twitter, by the way, so make sure to go follow on Twitter. Link is in the description. I will try and actually grab it here for you guys to send in the chat. Definitely go give us a follow over on Twitter, or X, the everything app, as it is now called. Yeah, but Jaden Ivey, it is unfortunate to see, but Daniel, I think this also gives us an idea that maybe a trade with one of Kobe White or I would assume new could be on the horizon as well. Yeah, my bad, guys. Thanks for holding on through that. SC Horizon says, "Boo, I hate this for Detroit." I'm sorry. sad for you guys. But I don't think it's honestly the worst because of this swap option. Like, it's actually a pretty decent value swap option. You can move up 10, 15 spots, maybe even in the 2025 or 2026, draft. So definitely is not the worst case scenario. Appreciate Keeb for the follow over on Twitter. Appreciate Zachary. Appreciate Grizz Tony. Appreciate Jake Ortel here. Appreciate Jay. Very thankful for C. Allen as well. Brandon, thank you for the follow. Sean, appreciate you big time, my man. Vincent, as well as Josh and Shadow Realm. Appreciate all of you guys for following over there. Make sure to go hit that follow button right now if you haven't already. With Ivey in Chicago, does that mean Kobe White is getting dealt soon? Definitely a possibility. If you look at the situation right now for Chicago, they've got a bunch of expiring guards. We'll go over to Fanspo. I'll make sure to share the tab this time. But let's go look at Chicago. Actually, let's do it over here on the on this. This will be a more beneficial way to see it. Let's go to the Chicago Bulls. Assuming that they get this updated with Mike Conley and Jaden Ivey, they did. So now you're looking at the expirings, and they have a lot of them. You look at, Vucevic, Collins, Kobe White, Conley now, Ivey obviously before restricted free agency. Very fascinating. It's unfortunate Jaden Ivey is the odd man out here. Shams just tweeted again. Let's go look over at what Shams just said. Share this tab. But the Bulls, obviously, huge shakeup. Bulls and Pistons have desires met here in a young and veteran guard to Chicago. And a sharpshooter goes to Detroit. Minnesota creates significant tax savings and roster space as they pursue a Milwaukee star this week. Shams here publicly pointing this move out as a precursor to the Bulls' pursuit of Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's definitely very intentional by Shams. That's a little bit of a clickbait addition there at the end, but it is also, I think, meaningful for us to at least be aware of and consider. This move was definitely not nothing for Minnesota. It does save them a lot of money. It moves them down through the apron threshold a little bit. And again, if we go back now, let's go back over to look at what Chicago's got going on here. They've got a ton of expiring salaries. They don't have a lot of money committed on their books long-term, really just $54 million across these top three guys between Giddey, Patrick Williams, and Okoro. You have to wonder if they could potentially look to get off of Okoro, try and become a cap space team. We'll see, but I don't really understand this whole Ja Morant is overrated take. Jaden Ivey. Sorry, I misspoke. Because Jaden Ivey last year before he got hurt was putting up 18 points a game on 41% from three. 4 assists, 4 boards a night. Was a really solid player for the Pistons last year before getting hurt. That's through 30 games. And this year in his first 33 games back, even though he's dealt with injuries and, he's not quite the same player yet, he's not moving quite the same. He's still averaging around a stock a game in just 16 minutes, by the way, a stock a game. And then also 8.2 points, 37% from three. Like, this is a really good rehab chance for Chicago. And Kobe White is not going to be a Minnesota Timberwolves seemingly, because he would have been in this deal had that been part of it. I think that's one takeaway I have here. Let's nothing definitive, but I'm just gonna say if Kobe White was going to be he would have been in that 3-team deal. It doesn't look like he's going to Minnesota, if I had to bet. I think that's one of the biggest takeaways from that deal, too. Codex, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. J-Ride Flips for the follow. Grizz Tony, appreciate you. Ort, as well as H Kills, appreciate you. Themba, and back over to Key. Appreciate you guys. We are 13 followers away from 5,900, which is sick. Hoping to get over 6, maybe 7,000 followers on Twitter this week. We'll see if we can get there. But Ace Up wants everyone to subscribe. Everyone, make sure you subscribe to the channel right now. Hit that subscribe button. Great job. We're over 35,500, which is terrific. You guys are doing just a tremendous job. And I'm having a great time. I hope you guys are as well. I hope you find the streams entertaining, enjoyable, and then also informative, keeping everyone up to date on all of the news. So this is a great time. Really appreciate everyone being in here. I'm having a really, really great time. I am going to stay live for a bit longer for sure, just because we've got a lot of great people in here. Eric, thanks for being that new subscriber. Appreciate you. I'm going to try and read off some of the names in the stream here too. I know we got a lot of people, a lot of comments, a lot of questions, but we're going to try and do our best. Horse here says not happening, but Kobe to Houston for Jabari Smith Jr. I don't think it would be for Jabari. I think the more likely outcome now, obviously with a lot of moving pieces in the mix, but I do think, again, the more likely outcome would be something around Dorian Finney-Smith's salary for Kobe White, and then an expiring, someone like Aaron Holiday in the mix, with Houston giving up a couple of second-round picks, maybe 3 or 4 of them. We'll do 3 in this trade iteration, something like that. Definitely some decent value back for Chicago for an expiring. And there you go, a deal just like that. So that's kind of the idea there. Horace, thank you for the 2. And then Justin Rocco, thank you for the 2 as well. What does this first-round pick/pick swap do for the Pistons? I have a great way of showing you guys this. Let me go to the ESPN mock draft machine. Shout out to some of my guys over at ESPN that I am in contact with. Appreciate you. You know who you are. Let me share this tab instead. Oops, this is not the one I wanted. Basketball. Here we go. So what happens here now? What this pick swap does? So Justin, this is a great question. The Timberwolves are projected at pick 22. The the Pistons are projected at pick 29. Now, if we look, and this is sorted by projection. Here's their this is their actual current records. The Wolves are at pick 23. The Pistons are at pick 29. Now, because of this swap, Detroit could choose to switch places with Minnesota, which obviously they would. So in this situation right now, if the standings stay the exact same, they would move up only 6 spots. But it's possible if you look at how bunched everything up is, right? Detroit, they're about 3.5 games better than San Antonio is right here. So very likely this pick ends up around 29 for Detroit's asset. But if you look at how crowded everything is here, 31-20 is what, a game better than 30-21, which is 19th. So all of a sudden, who knows, maybe this pick becomes 19th, and all of a sudden the Pistons at the end of the year moved up 10 extra spots because they made this trade in the process, which the pick swap is very, very good for Detroit. It's a nice asset to pick up. And then the interesting thing, they could theoretically trade that pick swap as well if they wanted to. Not sure that they will, but they could. So, in fact, I would guess they don't. But I can't feel nothing says I want Miami or New York to trade for Giannis. We'll see what happens. Brendan here says Bulls just got away with highway robbery. I do think it's very good. James here says, can Memphis be a salary cap team now and get more assets? They're definitely going to be picking up assets. That is for sure the way that they're going to operate. Milwaukee playing poker, says Surge. Mike says, yeah, tell me that. Brendan says, so Kobe White to the Rockets confirmed. Definitely a possibility. Also, the Clippers, I would assume, are in the mix. Maybe a couple of other teams as well. Definitely a very interesting trade. Do you think the Warriors will get the Greek Freak? They're in the mix. They're one of the top 2 or 3 options, in my opinion. I have them ranked second currently. ITK says, don't the Jazz always trade away good players for a bunch of picks? Typically, that's what they've done. They have changed their approach today. Good Hair says, it's time to suck. Ash says, Tino Bulls wouldn't be in the mix, I would think. Mosin says, doesn't mean Mathurin will be traded for Kessler. Just seemed like if Nurkic stays, it's likely. If not, the Jazz are going to be ridiculously expensive in a few years. Well, Nurkic is going to not be making $19 million next season either. He'll be significantly cheaper. So we'll see. Appreciate you guys all so much. Let's go over here quick. Thank you everyone for being in here in the stream. I will stay live for, again, a little bit longer. It's been a great day today. Make sure you do go follow the Twitter and hit that like button. Robert Ball's making sure you guys are hitting that like button, smashing it when you hop into the streams here. We're at 477 likes, so just 23 likes away from 500, which would be sweet. Light skin. Talking about Jaren Jackson Jr. He does not rebound the ball well, but Utah is clearly banking on the collection of size to do enough rebounding. Brandon Baglin says to join the Discord. Appreciate you, Baglin. One of the moderators in the Discord. He's an absolute beast and legend. So you guys make sure to join that Discord. Link is in the description. In fact, let me send it in here as well. I want you guys all to join the Discord. It's a great place to talk hoops. There's good stuff in there all the time. So our moderators work incredibly hard. I read pretty much every message that goes in there too. So Gabby says, what would a Giannis Timberwolves trade look like? I do think it is a good time to look at that after this most recent trade with Mike Conley out the door. Let's start by looking at the Minnesota Timberwolves in general. So when we look at Minnesota here, notice they were first apron space status-wise, a team that obviously, I'm seeing a lot of people join, by the way. Trayvon, shout out to you for joining as well. Right now in this trade, obviously, we know Mike Conley's in Chicago. I'm going to trade him to the Nets in this just to show, because they have cap space, that after making this trade, they are now out of the first apron, which allows them to aggregate salaries. It allows them to be aggressive in other moves. And because of that, now they can work with Milwaukee on something meaningful. Now, it's probably Giannis to Minnesota, and now you're going to need another team involved, probably Portland. Why Portland? Because they have Milwaukee picks. They have this 2028 Milwaukee pick that they could trade to Minnesota. They have this 2029 first that they could trade, not to Minnesota, to Milwaukee. And they also have this 2030 first-round pick, which they could also trade to Milwaukee here. Now, you might be saying, okay, why would they be trading all of those assets? Why are they all going out the door specifically in this to the Milwaukee Bucks? Obviously, because Giannis is on his way to Minnesota. So why would they give up all of this stuff to Milwaukee if Giannis is going to Minnesota? Well, first of all, Minnesota can offer swap rights to Milwaukee as well on a bunch of assets. 2030, they could do that as well. Send that to the Bucks. They can throw some of that stuff in there, and then it really comes down to which players does Portland want. You look at Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid as two options here. The salaries, this does theoretically work, right? You make this kind of deal. Salaries here should check out. It's going to say failed because of we don't have money coming from the Blazers. Whoops, I just forgot to do that part. My bad, y'all. We're going to send Jeremy Grant to the Bucks in this deal, and we still need to send out about $13 million more so Time Lord can go to Milwaukee as well. And basically in this entire process, what we see here now is Milwaukee gets their own future back. There would be probably some other form of picks in here, seconds, a whole bunch of other stuff, right? But Portland walks out with McDaniels and Naz Reid. The Timberwolves get Giannis, Mike Conley, essentially. Should I take out the Nets and just make this the Bulls? We might as well, right? Let's get the Bulls in here, and let's get the Pistons involved as well. So in this deal, It's a fun one, but we are going to make sure that this is right. So we're going to do swap others choice and trade this to Detroit. You're going to trade Conley to the Bulls. You're going to trade Jaden Ivey to the Bulls. We're going to trade Dario Saric to the Pistons. We're going to trade Kevin Huerter to the Pistons in this deal. Financially, now this should be triggering as something that works. We'll see if it actually does on the machine or not, but it does, trust me on this. So this is essentially the Wolves deal, right? The 3-team deal we've already seen kind of come to fruition here. And then the assets are going out the door, and then you probably look at throwing in seconds, right? We're going to trade this to the Bucks. 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 Trade this to the Bucks, trade this to the Bucks, and then for the deal to kind of culminate here, this is not going to work because of the recently traded tag, and then the Pistons here, it's not registering their trade exception, which is how I'm presuming, or their ability to make the money work here. But it's saying it doesn't work, but it definitely does. Trust me. Part of it is because of the moving pieces here in the deal, but let's. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. This deal, I'm going to post on Twitter, and I think that will be an interesting thing to see how you guys react to. So let me know your thoughts on it here. Let's quote this. Where did that screenshot go now? And there we go. Tweet is up. Thank you all so much for hanging out, watching. Crazy. The Warriors are including. Okay, this is kind of a big deal. Let's go over to Anthony Slater. Anthony V. Slater. So he works for ESPN. He covers the Golden State Warriors. According to Anthony Slater, which it's not up on his Twitter, surprisingly, but the Warriors are including Draymond Green in trade talks. So there is this big conspiracy theory that Draymond could get traded, opt out of his contract, and then re-sign with Golden State next year, which would be crazy. Yes, Danny, crazy Grizzlies news. Just a lot of insane stuff today, honestly. 1,300 people watching live. Really appreciate you guys. ITK, you're crazy. Key says Ivey's a dog. Detroit got too many good young players right now. That was part of it too, right? Sporty here says the Wolves just said they're seeking a Milwaukee star. Yes, that is the huge news. Mark Stein, Bucks want to honor Giannis by only trading him to a team he wants, and the only two teams are Minnesota and Miami, not Golden State or the Knicks. Again, Milwaukee, I think, is, if you do that, you're dumb. But it's just the reality. I really don't think Jaren Jackson Jr. deserved his Defensive Player of the Year, by the way. But it's okay. I'm not going to hate. B. Kelly says big W for the Bulls. I completely agree, Brian. Glad to see you happy about the news here. That was a really good trade for them. Matt here says break my heart already, Bucks. Horace, I did answer your question. So hopefully you stay tuned. Obviously, I was a little bit behind in answering it, but I did answer your question. 2001 Gaming Fan says, if you break down how Utah acquired the Suns and Lakers picks, it makes that trade so much worse. I mean, yeah, they gave up. The way that they went about getting those picks was a lot of different moves, like the D'Angelo Russell, Mike Conley trade. That's how they got that Lakers first in 2027. I remember I was live when it happened. And then you also look at the Suns picks, like they've been a part of a bunch of trades with Phoenix. So Robert here says regarding the Spurs, Triple J's price tag was too big for the value. I'm hilarious. Yes, little big man. 2 trades happened. Maybe little big mans are good luck charm. If he leaves the stream, trades go down. Just joking, but Let's see here. Brett says Shelton's going to be doing this for big bucks soon. I hope so. I hope so, man. I do have to go here shortly. I have to go coach. We got a long drive. We got a road game tonight, so I will be away from my keyboard, so to speak. AFK, unfortunately. But I am very excited to coach. So not unfortunately, but unfortunately for the streams. Chase here says, love your streams, man. No one is as authentic and has the true ball knowledge you do. Always throw the deadline draft streams on throughout my day. All of Chase. Appreciate you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Chase right now. Really do appreciate you guys. One thing I do want to say, Chase kind of reminded me of it here. I'm going to jump over to this comment real quick because it's a super chat. Spoonfed says, Harden and Giannis to the Wolves. Cancel your game tonight. I know. It's crazy. I'm begging no Giannis trade while I'm gone. Please, please, please. Spoonfed, I appreciate you big time, my man. Like always, you know. Just very, very thankful. And I wanted to go back to kind of what Chase had said. I might have lost his comment here now. There we go. I really do want to just say a real quick thank you to everybody. It's incredible to me that I have the platform that I do, that I get to speak basketball with you guys throughout the course of my day. It's literally like the best time of the year. I enjoy it so much. It's the best job in the world. Now, in the future, I'm hoping I'm coaching in the NBA or working in a front office in the NBA. That's what I really want. But as of right now, I'm so happy. And I am very thankful for you guys all. It's just awesome to have 1,200 plus people watching live. When you actually think about that, it's a lot of people that are just tuning in on a Tuesday, a couple days before the trade deadline. It's just super awesome. So I'm very thankful, grateful for you guys. And I hope you do feel appreciated here at Utility Sports. It's one of the most important things. I always say at Utility Sports, the abbreviation is US because it really is about us all together as a community. I know it's a little corny, little cliche maybe, but I really do appreciate you guys, really, from the bottom of my heart. So I'm glad that I come across as authentic because I am very, very grateful. MHer here says, any Clippers news? I think that they could be in on the pursuit of Kobe White, but specifically, if you're looking at the future news that we need to be covering, Chris Haynes earlier tweeted about the Clippers and Cavaliers having ramped up conversations on a James Harden, Darius Garland package, with both sides motivated to executing a deal relatively soon. Now, he did tweet that 3.5 hours ago now at this point, so it's not like relatively soon meant super soon, but he means this week is what I'm reading that as. Alexander here says Giannis to the Wolves would make for a nasty team. Definitely would, especially if it materializes in this kind of multi-team composition. I'm curious what you guys think. Not that one. This one, where Minnesota lands Giannis. That's what my camera here is blocking. I'll move it down here to the side quick. Giannis to Minnesota. The Pistons in the Huerter Saric first round swap option. That's what they got in the 3-team trade. The Bulls here with Conley and Ivey, and then the Blazers here walking out with McDaniels and Naz Reid. Milwaukee gets Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams. No young players in this deal if that's the way that this goes, but they do get a lot of their own draft capital back, 2028, 2029, 2030 from Portland. And then they also get a litany of second rounders, swap rights in 2032, 2030 with Minnesota. So you're just looking at a really vast, volatile collection of draft picks that could be extremely valuable for them. So I do agree, by the way, with Blazers fans. Like, I would not give up the Bucks picks to facilitate a Giannis trade to someone other than myself. But I understand that concern. So Clutch here says this move by the Wolves means they're about to make a massive move. Watch for Giannis or Ja here in the next hour. Definitely will be crazy. They're lining up for something. It might not be in the next hour. So if something doesn't happen, don't be disappointed. But we should be awaiting something. And I think your message here, Jamal, is correct there. Or not Jamal, excuse me, Clutch. 2001 Gaming Fan says Utah getting John Collins in 2024 felt like a demo for this. A little bit, right? If we go over to Data Ball R, and I think right now one of the best things that we can look at here, if we go over to the Wowie lineups for Utah this season, if you look at Markkanen, Kessler, and Filipowski together, look at the lineup data here. When it was Markkanen and Kessler, they won their minutes. When it was Markkanen and Filipowski, they've won their minutes this season. When it was all three of them, they crushed their minutes. I do think this is actually important to tweet, so I am going to tweet this. Let's go over here, share this tab, and I'm going to have to find that now because it went away from my screenshot. But let's find it. Shut this for a quick second. And you guys know, if you've been watching the videos, this is something I've talked about quite a bit with regard to JJJ in Utah. The Jazz have been very good with skilled size on the court this season. Obviously, small sample for the Kessler minutes because of injury, but you'd have to figure Markkanen plus Triple J equals great. Markkanen plus Triple J plus Kessler equals elite. Markkanen plus Triple J plus Filipowski equals good. JJJ plus Kessler equals good. JJJ plus Filipowski plus Kessler equals great. JJJ plus Filipowski equals solid. Really dynamic combos in the front court with Keontae George and Ace Bailey to boot. You know, I continue to talk myself more and more into it. I really do. I don't know. We'll probably have a video out. I do agree with that general perspective for a lot of people who are questioning why Portland would do it. That definitely is one of the concerns. He could be active in both Giannis Antetokounmpo and Ja Morant trade markets. These are my favorite. These are my favorite reports, by the way, this time of the year, where Team X could do this or might not do this. I'm going to even tweet that. Reminder here as the trade deadline approaches. Team X could or might not trade for player X or player Y, or maybe even player Z. Love the vague reporting. It's actually, it should be illegal to tweet something like that, where if you don't have something actually meaningful, you should not be tweeting it, but it gets tweeted all the time. It's just the culture that we're in. This, I think, right here is the most positive part of this. Milan says, shocked as a Jazz fan, but think I love it. A. Simons destroyed the Bucks last game. Let's go. Eric says, I'll follow you here, but not on the X app. Thanks for your work. Appreciate you, Eric. Glad you're following me over here on YouTube at least. Anthony Slater says Warriors have put Draymond on the trade block. Thank you, Wilmer, for saying that. Ryan Rollins has been a bright spot. He'll be one of the core pieces moving forward, you would presume, for Milwaukee. Jones here saying, stop with all this Walker Kessler talk. He's going to be a Washington Wizard next season. The Wizards will definitely try, and that's where it could be pretty dangerous if they potentially were to lose him for nothing. Does Giannis get moved today? My guess is no. I think he'll get traded tomorrow. For some reason, all week I've had this kind of inkling that it'll be a Wednesday thing. I don't know. Brendan, thank you for joining the Discord. Appreciate you. Josh says they want young players. Wolves have young players they can offer that are already really good. Blazers trade with picks that might bust. I mean, they could bust, right? But I don't know. There's a joke in there that I almost made, but I'm not going to say that on stream. Jay Bell says, we trust you, King. Appreciate you guys all being in here. We got over 1,000 people still watching live. Again, the trades today have just been awesome. We got some really huge trades. We're at 523 likes on the stream as well. Appreciate you guys big time. Mr. York says, I need Anthony Davis news, Shams. LaGreatness says, nobody wants Draymond. Gabby says, am I crazy or does that create way too many holes for the Wolves? It definitely does shell out a lot of their roster for sure. So I totally understand some of the concerns there, but reportedly sources say that's exactly right. It's just ridiculous. Over 5,900 followers, by the way, which I love to see, nearing 6,000. Draymond Green to the Lakers. I don't know if Draymond's going to – I don't really know, to be honest, where Draymond's going to get traded. I'm not, really ready for that to even happen, but love seeing the W's for Chase fly in here. Definitely well-deserved. Slot says, do you think the Pistons make another move? They technically could, right? They definitely have some optionality in terms of what they want to do. They still have the Tobias Harris contract. They have the Karis LeVert salary. We'll see how everything gets structured because they might combine all of this stuff. Who knows what's going to happen yet? There's still time for trades to get finalized and for deals to get added onto and reconstructed and everything. So Sporty here says, I do think people need to give the Triple J trade a chance. Was it a lot for him? Yes, but the important thing is Triple J is still a good player who can impact winning, and that is important. I do agree that for the most part, Triple J is going to be still a good player for them. I have my doubts about him as a player, but I still do like the idea of what at least they're trying to accomplish. LaGreatness says, we love you, Sheldon. I love you guys. You guys are the absolute best. Trades are us. Maybe that should be the name of the stream here. Bronco here says, hey, Sheldon, where do you think Toumani Camara is headed? Great question. I think he will be staying in Portland. I would be very surprised if Toumani Camara is playing for anyone else besides the Portland Trailblazers after the trade deadline. Isidore says, helping the workday pass. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Glad for you hanging around and being in the streams here. Chris Haynes is not reliable. We know what happened last time. He said something similar. I mean, he was also the one, though, who broke the Dame trade to Milwaukee. So you never know. Some of these sources, a lot of these reporters, they have specific sources. So some intel they get, and it's reliable. Sometimes they get poor intel. The thing about Shams is Shams does a great job cross-checking all of his sourcing, which is what makes him the best reporter, in my opinion. Zay here says, Giannis, Randall, and Gobert isn't making sense to me. Why would they trade McDaniels instead of Randall? Because McDaniels is more valuable on the market than Randall. And also Chris Finch really loves Randall a lot. It is possible they could trade Randall instead, but it would probably break Chris Finch's heart. Sporty Crumb here says, I've been saying I always wanted Giannis and Ant to be on the same team, but man, if it happens, that's the big question. Is it or could it happen? We'll definitely keep watching for it. My joints here says, from me. All right. That's crazy. Wow. My joints, I appreciate you. Shout out to you, man. Tyler here says, under 48 hours left until deadline, about to get even more wild. Six Sides here says, I really like that Jazz team. I think the Jazz are they're kind of in a fun spot. I don't know. The more I talk about them, the more I'm hyped up about them. I don't know. Maybe I need to take a chill pill, but I'm getting excited. I don't know. Just on vibes alone, I kind of want to give the Jazz an A+. But One in a Million thinks that Ja is headed to Minnesota. Definitely a possible huge shakeup here. But regarding the Jazz, I mean, their team is in a pretty good spot, honestly. Like, they've got some really fun matchup pieces. I don't know. I should maybe. I still really like the trade for Memphis because I think Memphis was screwed if they kept him. So I still really like it for the Grizzlies. BMAX says as part of the Utah Jazz trade, Adam Silver has agreed to giving Utah the flag treatment with their 2026 pick. Jazz get Peterson or Dybantsa. That would be incredible if they get, especially Darren Peterson would like fully. Could you imagine Darren Peterson playing for Will Hardy? It's like a dream fit. It would be so good. It would be so good. Let's go on here to gaming here. 2001 gaming fan says, wait, did Utah have to use part of the Collins exception to get that deal done? I don't know how it's going to see. The thing is, until it's finalized, we really don't know what's being used where, because they could still tack onto the trade, add other stuff, work with other teams to facilitate stuff. So we'll see. Do you think Ivey or Hendricks could revive their careers? Yeah, I think both of them could. Both of them coming off of catastrophic lower leg injuries. It takes a while to recover from those. Just point out blank. Like, even in normal daily life, like, you're not going to break your leg and then just go back to normal within the next year. It's going to take time. The fact that these guys are even back playing is crazy already. And I think, by next year, you're going to start to see them look more similar to who they were pre-injury, which is great. Chase here says, one question: if I want to get into the industry, what's my first step? Degree, posting on X, YouTube. Chase, I think the biggest thing is just working hard and doing whatever is natural to you. So for me, like, I don't post on TikTok, probably should, to be honest, but I don't. I post on YouTube because I like long form content. It's what's most natural to me in my tone, my delivery, the way that I analyze stuff, the depth that I go to. It works better in long form content. So whatever, like, some people are really good at posting on X and they don't have success on YouTube. So that could be for you. It really comes down to trying things, seeing what you're best at, what feels most natural to you, and then really working on it. YouTube's been a real blessing for me because I feel like it fits my mentality, my personality, the way that I discuss and cover things, because I have access to long form content where I can talk and record for an hour and a half if I want to. I can stream for 6 hours almost here now, and have a great time. So I would say just try things out. I will be live here for about 5 more minutes, and then I do actually have to get going. I might be even late if I don't. But I do appreciate you guys all so much. I'm going to try and stay live for as long as I can. Sporty here says, join the Discord. Appreciate you big time, Sporty. I've always appreciated all your questions today, too. They've all been really great. So, ITK, it's great having you back in the streams this year, too. I wanted to make sure first of all, if you've been watching the streams for a while now, thank you. Thank you for tuning in year after year. I know some of you said it becomes like a tradition for you, which is so cool to me. I was literally telling my fiance last night after streaming, I was like, it's so cool that I have people that like look forward to watching me and having a great time talking about the NBA with me. That's so cool. So thank you for tuning back in again this year. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of the week. And then for those who are new, I hope you've enjoyed it so far. If you haven't put a question or comment in yet, try to. I'm going to try and get through all of them if I can here. I am 8 minutes behind on the comments right now, but I'm trying my best to catch up. I just want to say I really appreciate you guys. SC Horizon, again, I think it's going to come down to how they want to. They didn't use the trade exception here because the issue is Huerter makes $17 million. So there's something in this that is missing. And I don't exactly know what it's going to be. So I don't really know what the deal is going to be here. There's something missing from that Pistons trade. And if we go back over to the trade machine quick, and let's just remove, let's remove Milwaukee and Portland here, okay? And it's just this deal, right? Like this, you see Huerter makes $18 million almost. This does not fit into the trade exception. This will say failed. There is something missing because the Pistons are taking in more money, which means they are probably going to trade Kobe White somewhere. Which means I should probably tweet that, huh? Let's see if I can find appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you, Troy Lacey. Let me go over to, I need to find my tweet about this trade does not work as a standalone by salary mechanisms. Pistons, $14.1 million TPE cannot fit in Huerter's $17.9 million salary. Something else will happen before it's finalized. Could be Tobias, could be Levert. Probably would be Levert or something else. Just wait and watch. There's something in this deal that is happening that we don't definitively know yet, but is very important to watch. Hello, my name is Nothing, says opinions on Warriors and their trading. I do think they are still a team that would be in position to strike for Giannis. Ryan Ball, thank you for the 2, says, why do most trades happen right at the deadline? Because that's when teams and GMs and executives have all the pressure on them. And it's kind of like a logjam of, okay, well, let's see who we are. Let's see what, like the longer you wait to make a trade, the more certainty you have in the direction your franchise is going. For example, if you are a playoff team, you know at that point that you are probably not going to have a lottery pick because you're in position to make the playoffs. And it makes you more willing to make that trade in February than instead of October, where, hey, if a big injury happens to your star player, if you traded your first round pick this year, now you're in trouble because maybe you missed the playoffs and that pick becomes a lottery pick, very valuable asset. So if you wait at the deadline, you have the largest sample size you possibly can. And then you will have like every single team is operating in that same idea of, okay, we have our sample size. We know who we are. We know what we want to do. We've seen our team now for 45, 50, 55 games this year. What do we want to do? How do we accomplish it? What do we do? And who do we work with? And that's where all the teams, GMs, everyone starts calling each other. And also there's the human element of it of, hey, yeah, GMs, this is their time of the year where they have to work really hard. And they're probably doing 80, 90-hour weeks at minimum this week. At minimum, the last couple of weeks probably. If I'm working 60 hours, 70 hours doing YouTube, they should be putting in 80, 90 hours minimum right now as a GM of a team. Minimum. Appreciate you guys. Like last night I was trying to go to bed and I couldn't because of the Harden news. Warrad says, you think AD gets moved this week? Yes, I do ultimately think he will get traded because he is represented by Clutch. And if Clutch wants to trade, they tend to get one. So I would expect him to get dealt. Muhammad here says, what's going on with the Jazz? Do they really think they have a shot? Feel like the only way for them to make some noise is a follow-up on Trey or Wiggins deal. They definitely feel like they have a shot at competing next year. This move is next year coded for sure. Walter Clayton Jr. I think is going to be a really nice pickup for the Memphis Grizzlies. I do agree. Appreciate you, Couchin. I am expecting us to win. If we don't, I will be pretty disappointed because I think we're better than the team we're going to play. But we'll see. BMAX says the amount of alliteration used by the Jazz around Jaren Jackson Jr. will be jarring. We've got the Jazz and Jaren Jackson Jr. A lot more stuff. I'm sure that I could fit into there. But Hangman says, in my opinion, the Jazz have to hit on their 2026 pick. Otherwise, this is 5 seed in the West that might win a playoff series or 2. I think that's where the risk is, right? Like, you just hope that the maximum outcome of this team isn't just being a playoff team. You want them to be able to go deep. And that's what I'm a little concerned on. Good Hair says, I play fantasy basketball. If they the Jazz are going to not win games this year still, even after this big trade. Hello, Harksey says, what do you think the Wolves would do for Giannis? I kind of talked about it a little bit, but it would be essentially McDaniels and Naz Reid kind of as the key starting points in a possible deal here. Something like this. Appreciate you guys all so much. Again, I do have to get going here. I'm going to stay live for another minute. Adam, I don't know. Don't hate on me. Don't tread on me. Appreciate you, Adam. Shane Ski here says the Pistons have to free up 2 roster spots now. Definitely expect another move. Yes, I think that will be in play here. BMAX says, just saw a Jazz fan on X indicate that in order to preserve the Jazz tank, he will personally give Jaren Jackson Jr. mononucleosis. That does sound like, me and my fiance, we've been watching Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Utah people got a little crazy to them. I know it's a reality show. I know those are probably the extreme version. I'm just joking. Don't take it serious, but yeah, it's crazy. Nick says to join the Discord. You guys heard him. Links in the description. How did I get into coaching? Pretty much right after college, I had one of my former coaches ask me to join his staff, and then since then it's just been something I love to do. Honestly, as much as I love playing basketball and everything, I love coaching it just as much. So Sporty says, play basketball for 8 years, and I'm almost as obsessed about it as you are about the NBA. I've always thought about coaching. Definitely should. It's super satisfying. It's a very rewarding job when you work hard at it. So Arna Dill says, Markkanen trade soon maybe. No, Markkanen will be in Utah long term. Finesse here says, you think Simons to the Wolves would make sense if they don't land Kobe White? As like a worst case scenario potentially, but probably not the salary slot that Minnesota is going to be looking for. If they do something big around a big salary, it will be Giannis more than likely, or maybe John Morant as a worst case. Ash says, yeah, Wolves traded to make space for Giannis. Did the breakout of Keontae George push their timeline? I definitely think it enhanced it. If Keontae George wasn't looking like the player he is this season, I would be shocked to see Utah kind of cashing in some of those assets as early as right now. I'm still even surprised by it because it wasn't really on my radar or something they would do this season. Kind of thought maybe the offseason would be a buy now situation for them. I've talked about them actually as a buy now team a little bit in the past on YouTube here, but not as early as today, which is what they did, which honestly, the more I've talked about it, the less I hate it. Dane says, you have to end the stream. I do have to end the stream here. What is going on with the comments? I can't click them. Let's see if that works now. Something is going right. Oh, there we go. Alex, you should definitely get into it. I coached soccer for like half a season one time because I was just looking for something to do. I know nothing about soccer, so that was not pretty. Good Hair says Spurs don't want Lowry. I could be wrong though. Lowry's going to be in Utah. Deed here says Simons on the Rockets makes sense. They could use his shooting. And then Baltimore Get Up says Middleton not being traded because nobody wants him. And the stream bro, rest up. Big things coming. Yes, dub to protocol. Appreciate you guys. Real quick again, just want to say thank you to everybody. I do really need to get going here, but thank you again so much. Glad we had 2 trades. The over-under today was 1.5, and we exceeded that over-under with 2 really fun trades. Jaden Ivey to Chicago. Detroit picks up a shooter in Kevin Huerter. Minnesota sets up flexibility for a pursuit of Giannis Antetokounmpo. And then as well, a shocker between Memphis and Utah, sending Jaren Jackson Jr. to the Utah Jazz in, as BMAX put it, a jarring trade, one that will have a lot of implications for the future of the NBA, in my opinion, with size. Does size matter? The age-old question. I think it does, and I think specifically the Utah Jazz are betting on that here with Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler, Kyle Filipowski, and now Jaren Jackson Jr. in the fold. Appreciate you guys all so much. Thank you. Appreciate you all today. Hopefully you guys all have a great time. Reminder, if a trade does happen tonight, unless it's very late at night, I will not be able to cover it, unfortunately, but I will try my best to maybe get a tweet out if possible, if I'm not busy at the exact moment it happens. But thank you guys all so much. Very, very thankful for each and every one of you in here. Make sure to rest up, enjoy the rest of your day. Don't forget, I will be live tomorrow, trade deadline coverage tomorrow. Thanks again, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.